Ready, I'm
Parul,
Yes, ma'am.
I can very well see the screen. आपने पर
Yeah.
browser में करा है ना, app तो नहीं use करा है ना?
No, ma'am, I think it's the app only.
But that is also shareable, right?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As a backup मैं आपको बता देती हूँ कि जब भी Zoom start करते हैं, वहाँ पे एक आता है open in browser का भी option. Worst case जब
Yeah.
मीटिंग स्टार्ट होने के बाद अगर ये शेयर नहीं वर्क करेगा, तो आप ब्राउजर में ओपन करके ब्राउजर तो 200% शेयर हो जाएगा.
ठीक है मैम.
ठीक है. So
Yeah.
this we are sorted. अब आप एक तो वो सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स को रिमाइंडर, वेलकम मैसेज, जो भी मैंने आपको याद है वो एक लिस्ट लिखवाया था कि वेबएक्स में हमें क्या क्या करना होता है.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
वो if you're ready or if you want to take 15 minutes, you can do it 9 or you can do it now, however you wish to.
Okay, ma'am.
Because 9:30 is when it's starting, the function is starting.
So I'll start the recording at 9:30 only, ma'am.
So that we have less GB of storage.
Yeah. ठीक है, ma'am.
लगे कि लेट हो रहा है तो start.
अच्छा, ma'am is saying कि जब actual function start हो, what if they are late? So whenever the function
Yeah.
starts, that time start the recording.
Right. ठीक है,
But
ma'am.
बिल्कुल याद से पारुल, don't miss out record button दबाना.
Yes, ma'am.
And welcome message. अच्छा, हमारे उस पे form पे let me just, अच्छा I'm leaving this meeting, हाँ.
ठीक है, ma'am.
अच्छा एक सेकेंड, हमारे फॉर्म पे भी कितने रजिस्ट्रेशंस आ गए हैं.
Ma'am, 2,202 है अभी total. And last night I checked.
ದಿವ್ಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ನಿನ್ನೊಳುದ್ಭವಿಸಿ ಮತಿಗಾಗಮಿಸುವಾಣ ಹೃದಯ ಪದ್ಮಚಾರರಳೆ ಕರವೆ ಬಾರಮ್ಮ ಮನೋದ್ಧಾರಕಾದಿರಿ ಕರವೆ ಜಗದಂಬೆ ಅಗ್ನಿ ಹಂಸಗರಿಗೆ ಗರಿ ಕರವೆ ಪಾತಾಯಿ ಬಾಯಿಳಿದು ಬಾ ಚೈತ್ಯ ಪುರುಷ ಯಜ್ಞಕ್ಕೆ ಹರಿಯು ಬಾಯಿಳಿದು ಬಾ ರೋಗ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಔಷಧಿಯ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡುವೆ ಕಾದೆಯೋಗಿ ಮಾವಿನಲ್ಲಿಸಿದೆ ಬೇದಿನಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯಂತೆ ಕಾಣಿ ಸೇರಿದೀರಾಗಿ ತೋರಲಿ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ನಿಯಮದಂತೆ ಹುಲ್ಲು ಬೆಳೆಬಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಲ್ಲು ಮೊಳೆಬಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಯಿ ಪಣ್ಣುಬಲ್ಲಿ ಗೂಡು ಕಟ್ಟಿ ತಾಯಿ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಹಿಟ್ಟು ಮರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಲಹುವಲ್ಲಿ ಮಮತೆಯಂತೆ ಕಾಮದಂತೆ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಭಾವದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಚಿಚ್ಚಕ್ತಿ ತನ್ನ ನಿತ್ಯ ಸದೃಶವ ಸವಿಬುದಿಲ್ಲಿ ಇಳಿದು ಬಾ ತಾಯಿ ಇಳಿದು ಬಾ ಇಳಿದು ಬಾ ತಾಯಿ ಇಳಿದು ಬಾ ಇಳಿದು ಬಾ ತಾಯಿ ಇಳಿದು ಬಾ ಇಳಿದು ಬಾ ಇಳಿದು ಬಾ ಇಳಿದು ಬಾ ಇಳಿದು ಬಾ
ಕೋಟಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ ನೋಡು ಮತ್ತಂಗಿ ಕೋಟಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ ಕೋಟಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ ನೋಡುವ ತಂಗಿ ಕೋಡಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ ಆಡುವನೆಯ ನುಂಗಿ ಗೋಡೆ ಸುಣ್ಣವ ನುಂಗಿ ಆಡುವನೆಯ ನುಂಗಿ ಗೋಡೆ ಸುಣ್ಣವ ನುಂಗಿ ಆಡಲು ಬಂದ ಪಾತ್ರದ ಒಳ ಮದ್ದಲಿ ನುಂಗಿತ ಕೋಡಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ ಕೋಡಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ ನೋಡುವ ತಂಗಿ ಕೋಡಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಕೆಯ ನುಂಗಿ ಕಲ್ಲು ಗುಟ್ಟವ ನುಂಗಿ ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಕೆಯ ನುಂಗಿ ಕಲ್ಲು ಗುಟ್ಟವ ನುಂಗಿ ಮೆಲ್ಲಲು ಬಂದ ಮುಕ್ಕಿಯನ್ನೇ ನೆಲ್ಲು ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ ತಂಗಿ ಕೋಡಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ ಕೋಡಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ ನೋಡುವ ತಂಗಿ ಕೋಡಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ ಮಗ್ಗವ ನುಂಗಿ ಮಗ್ಗವ ಲಾಳಿ ನುಂಗಿ ಅಗ್ಗ ಮಗ್ಗವ ನುಂಗಿ ಮಗ್ಗವ ಲಾಳಿ ನುಂಗಿ ಮಗ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಅಣ್ಣ ನನ್ನೇ ಮಣಿಯು ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ ಕೋಡಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ ಕೋಡಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ ನೋಡುವ ತಂಗಿ ಕೋಡಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ ಗವಿಯನ್ನು ನುಂಗಿ ಕವಿಯ ಇರ್ವೆಯು ನುಂಗಿ ಗುಡ್ಡ ಗವಿಯನ್ನು ನುಂಗಿ ಕವಿಯು ಇರ್ವೆಯ ನುಂಗಿ ಗೋವಿಂದ 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 ಗುರುವಿನ ಬಾದ ಗೋವಿಂದ ಗುರುವಿನ ಬಾದ ಗೋವಿಂದ ಗುರುವಿನ ಬಾದ ನಮ್ಮನ ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ ಕೋಡಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ ಕೋಡಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ ನೋಡುವ ತಂಗಿ ಕೋಡಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ ನೋಡುವ ತಂಗಿ ಕೋಡಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ ನೋಡುವ ತಂಗಿ ಕೋಡಗನ ಕೋಳಿ ನುಂಗಿತ್ತ
ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಅಮ್ಮ ನಾನು ದೇವರಾಣಿ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ನೀನೇ ನೋಡು ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ನೀನೇ ನೋಡು ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಸೋರಿನ ನಿಲುವಲ್ಲಿ ನೀನೇ ನೋಡು ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಸೋರಿನ ನಿಲುವಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ತಾನು ತೆಗೆಯಲು ಅಮ್ಮ ಹೇಗೆ ತಾನು ತೆಗೆಯಲು ಅಮ್ಮ ನನ್ನ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕೈಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಮ್ಮ ನಾನು ಅಮ್ಮ ನಾನು ದೇವರಾಣಿ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಅಮ್ಮ ನಾನು ದೇವರಾಣಿ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಶಾಮ ಹೇಳಿದ ಶಾಮ ಹೇಳಿದ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಮೆತ್ತಿದ ಕನ್ನ ಬಾಯಿ ಬರಿಸುತ್ತ ಶಾಮ ಹೇಳಿದ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಮೆತ್ತಿದ ಕನ್ನ ಬಾಯಿ ಬರಿಸುತ್ತ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಒರೆಸಿದ ಕೈಯ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಒರೆಸಿದ ಕೈಯ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಅಮ್ಮ ನಾನು ದೇವರಾಣಿ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಅಮ್ಮ ನಾನು ದೇವರಾಣಿ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಎತ್ತಿದ ಕೈಯ ಕಡೆಗೋಲನ್ನು ಎತ್ತಿದ ಕೈಯ ಕಡೆಗೋಲನ್ನು ಎತ್ತಿದ ಕೈಯ ಕಡೆಗೋಲನ್ನು ಮೂಲೆಮೆಟ್ಟು ಕೋಟೆ ಮೂಲೆಮೆಟ್ಟು ಕೋಟೆ ಸೂರ್ಯದಾಸ ಪ್ರಿಯ ಶ್ಯಾಮನ ಸೂರ್ಯದಾಸ ಪ್ರಿಯ ಶ್ಯಾಮನ ಸೂರ್ಯದಾಸ ಪ್ರಿಯ ಶ್ಯಾಮನ ಸೂರ್ಯದಾಸ ಪ್ರಿಯ ಶ್ಯಾಮನ ಅಮ್ಮ ನಾನು ಅಮ್ಮ ನಾನು ದೇವರಾಣಿ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಅಮ್ಮ ನಾನು ದೇವರಾಣಿ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ನನ್ನ ಬಾಯಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ನನ್ನ ಬಾಯಿಗೆ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಬೆಟ್ಟಿರಮ್ಮ ಅಮ್ಮ ನಾನು ದೇವರಾಣಿ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ
ಸ್ನೇಹ ಅತಿ ಮಧುರ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಅದು ಅಮರ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಅತಿ ಮಧುರ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಅದು ಅಮರ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಅತಿ ಮಧುರ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಅದು ಅಮರ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಅತಿ ಮಧುರ ಸ್ನೇಹಕ್ಕೆ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನ ಅಂತರವಿಲ್ಲ ಸಿರಿತನ ಬಡತನ ಪ್ರೀತಿನಗಳಿಲ್ಲ ಸ್ನೇಹಕ್ಕೆ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನ ಅಂತರವಿಲ್ಲ ಸಿರಿತನ ಬಡತನ ಪ್ರೀತಿನಗಳಿಲ್ಲ ಆಸೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲ ಸಮತೆ ಮಮತೆ ನೋಡುವ ನದಿಗೆ ಮೋಡದ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಅರಳುವ ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ಕಿರಣದ ಸ್ನೇಹ ನೋಡುವ ನದಿಗೆ ಮೋಡದ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಅರಳುವ ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ಕಿರಣದ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಗೆಳೆದ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಗೆಳೆದ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಜೀವದ ಸ್ನೇಹದ ಚಿಂತನ ಆವಲ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಸ್ನೇಹದ ಸ್ಪಂದನ ಜೀವದ ಸ್ನೇಹದ ನಂದನ ಆವಲ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಸ್ನೇಹದ ಸ್ಪಂದನ ಬಯಸದ ನರಳಿ ಬಯಸದ ನರಳಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಬೇಕು ಶರಣಾದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಬೇಕು ಶಿವನಾದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಬೇಕು ಶರಣಾದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಬೇಕು ಶಿವನಾದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಬೇಕು ಶರಣಾದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಬೇಕು ಶಿವನಾದ ಮೇಲೆ. ನಿತ್ಯದಿ ಅನುಭವ ಸಾಧಿಸಬೇಕು, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಬೇಕು ಶರಣಾದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಬೇಕು ಶಿವನಾದ ಮೇಲೆ. ಕಣ್ಣಿನೊಳಗೆ ಕಣ್ಣು ಕಂಡಿರಬೇಕು, ಕಣ್ಣಿನೊಳಗೆ ಕಣ್ಣು ಕಂಡಿರಬೇಕು, ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ನೆಲೆ ಕಲೆ ತಿಳಿದಿರಬೇಕು, ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ನೆಲೆ ಕಲೆ ತಿಳಿದಿರಬೇಕು, ಒಳಗೂ ಹೊರಗೂ ಬಂದಿರಬೇಕು, ಒಳಗೂ ಹೊರಗೂ ಬಂದಿರಬೇಕು, ನಿತ್ಯದ ಅನುಭವ ಸಾಧಿಸಬೇಕು, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಬೇಕು ಶರಣಾದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಬೇಕು ಶಿವನಾದ ಮೇಲೆ. ತನು ಮನ ಧನವೆಲ್ಲ ಅಳಿದಿರಬೇಕು, ತನು ಮನ ಧನವೆಲ್ಲ ಅಳಿದಿರಬೇಕು, ತನುವಿನ ಭಂಡಾರ ತಿಳಿದಿರಬೇಕು, ತನುವಿನ ಭಂಡಾರ ತಿಳಿದಿರಬೇಕು, ಹುಣ್ಣಿನ ಚಂದ್ರನಂತೆ ಉತ್ತಗಿಸಬೇಕು, ಹುಣ್ಣಿನ ಚಂದ್ರನಂತೆ ಉದಯಿಸಬೇಕು, ಶಿಶುನಾಳ ಭೀಷಣ ಕೂಡಿರಬೇಕು, ಶಿಶುನಾಳ ಭೀಷಣ ಕೂಡಿರಬೇಕು, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಬೇಕು ಶರಣಾದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಬೇಕು ಶಿವನಾದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಬೇಕು ಶರಣಾದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಬೇಕು ಶಿವನಾದ ಮೇಲೆ.
Hi Devaj. Hello, Devaj. Can you hear me? बोलो.
Bebe.
Krishna
हेलो नेहा मैम, आवाज आ रही है मेरी? क्या देखते हैं? हेलो,
Hi,
कैन यू हियर
David.
मी? हेलो, आई एम डेविड।
मेरा
हेलो,
आवाज आ रहा है? Okay.
आवाज आ रही है मैम?
ಆಡಿದವರ ಮನವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ನೀಡಿದವರ ನಿಜವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ಸಿದ್ಧಯ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಖಂಡಾಯದ ಒಡೆಯ ಗುರುಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ಗುರುವೇ ಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ಆಡಿದವರ ಮನವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ನೀಡಿದವರ ನಿಜವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ಆಡಿದವರ ಮನವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ನೀಡಿದವರ ನಿಜವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ಸಿದ್ಧಯ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಕಂದಾಯದ ಒಡೆಯ ಗುರುಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ಮಡಿಕೇರಿ ತಾಲೂಕು ಅರಳೆಯಂಪಾಪುರ ಮಿರಲೆ ಸಾಲೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಎಡಪಡೆಯ ಚಂದಗಾಲ ಕಾವೇರಿ ಬಂದಂತ ನದಿಯ ಪಕ್ಕದ ಒಳಗೆ ಕಪ್ಪಡಿಯೇ ಕೈಲಾಸ ನಡುಗಡರ ಚಪ್ಪಾದಿ ಹೀರೆ ಚನ್ನಾಚಮ್ಮ ತೋಪಿನ ದೊಡ್ಡಮ್ಮ ಮಳವಳ್ಳಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಕೊಡು ಪೂರ್ತಿಗೇರವ್ರೇ ಅಯ್ಯ ನಾವು ಕೂಗುವ ಕೂಗು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಾದಕ್ಕರುವಾಗಲಪ್ಪ ಸಿದ್ಧಯ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಕಂದಾಯದ ಒಡೆಯ ಗುರುಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ ನನ್ನ ಕಂದ ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ ಕಂದ 7 ವರ್ಷದ ಬಾಲೆ ಮೃದುಮತಿಯಾಗಬೇಕು 8 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಳು ಜೋಡಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಹೆರಬೇಕು ಜೋಡಿ ತೊಟ್ಟು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡು ಗೋಗುಳ ಹಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಯ್ಯ ಅತ್ತೆ ಮಾತು ಆಗಬೇಕು ಸೊಸೆ ಮಾತು ಆಗಬೇಕು ಸಿದ್ಧಯ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಕಂದಾಯದ ಒಡೆಯ ಗುರುಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ನನ್ನ ಕಣ್ಣ ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ನನ್ನ ಕಂದ ನಾಳೆ ಕಲಿಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ಡ ಬೆಟ್ಟಗಳ ಕಿತ್ತು ಹೊಲಗದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಗುಲಗಂಜಿಲಿನ ಕೆಂಪು ಇಳಿತಾನೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. 6ಕ್ಕೇರಿದ್ದ ಹೆಂಗ್ಸು 3ಕ್ಕಿಳಿಯಬೇಕು, 3ಕ್ಕಿಳಿಯೋ ಮುಂಚೆ ಅರೆಗಣ್ಣು ಕಾಣಬೇಕು. ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಲ್ಲದ ಬಂದೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಹೇರಲೇಬೇಕು, ಬೀದಿಲಿ ಬಿದ್ದ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಗದ್ದುಗೆ ಏರಬೇಕು. ಅಯ್ಯ 65ರ ಮುತ್ತುಗನು ನಾಳೆ ಹರೆಯದ ಬಾರೆಯ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ನ್ಯಾಯದ ಒಡೆಯ. ಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ. ಏನಪ್ಪ ನನ್ನ ಕಂದ ಏನಪ್ಪ ನನ್ನ ಕಂದ, ನಾಳೆ ಕಲಿಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀಲಿ ಸಿದ್ದಪ್ಪಾಗಿ ಮನೆಯ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವು ಮಠವ ಸೇರಬೇಕು. ಮಠದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಕಾವ್ಯ ಧರಿಸುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಕಾವ್ಯ ಧರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಧೀಮರಾಗುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಮಹಾಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಂತ ಮಠದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಯ್ಯ ಮಠದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿಗೆ 2 ಹೆಂಡರು ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು. ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ನ್ಯಾಯದ ಒಡೆಯ. ಗುರುಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ. ಅಡಿದವರ ಮನವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ನೀಡಿದವರ ನಿಜವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ, ಅಡಿದವರ ಮನವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ನೀಡಿದವರ ನಿಜವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ. ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ನ್ಯಾಯದ ಒಡೆಯ. ಗುರುಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ. ಗುರುಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ. ಗುರುಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ.
ಹಲೋ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ಸುಗಮ ಸಂಗೀತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ದೇಸಿ ಗೀತೆಗಳದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಮಿಮಿಕ್ರಿ ಗೋಪಿ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಹಾಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಖದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂದಹಾಸ ಬೀರಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಕೊಡಿದೆಯಾ? ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಕೊಡಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಚೆಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022 ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಿಮಿಕ್ರಿ ಗೋಪಿ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಗೀತೆಗಳು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಖದಲ್ಲಿ ನಗುವಿನ ಮಂದಹಾಸ ಇರಲಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಹಾಸ್ಯ ಪ್ರಹಸನಗಳು ಹಾಗೆ ಧ್ವನಿ ಅನುಕರಣ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ. ಖುಷಿಯಾದಾಗ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೈ ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತಿರೋರು ಒಂದು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಟಬಹುದು. ಬಹಳ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ. ಅಣ್ಣ ಎಲ್ಲರದು ತಿಂಡಿ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಳಿ ಪಾರಿವಾಳಗಳ ತರ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಖುಷಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಳಿ ಪಾರಿವಾಳ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಬೇಜಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ? ಎಲ್ಲಾ ವರ್ಣನೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಹೆಣ್ಣುಗಳಿಗೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಪಾಪ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಬಿಳಿ ಪಾರಿವಾಳ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಬ್ರು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ತವ್ರೆ, ಯಾವ ಪಾರಿವಾಳಗಳು ನಾವು. ಅವ್ರ ಹದ್ಗಳಿರ್ಬೇಕು ನೋಡಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೇನು ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ನಂತ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಓಕೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರೀ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಗಂಡಸರು ಹೆಂಗಸರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ, ಮಹಿಳಾ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ಇದೇ ತರ ಮಹಿಳಾ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆ ಇದೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೆದಿದ್ರು. ನನಗೆ ಮಹಿಳಾ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆ ನನಗೇನು ಕೆಲಸ, ಆದ್ರೂ ಹೋದೆ ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ. ಇದೇ ತರ ಆಡಿಟೋರಿಯಂ, ಬರೀ ಹೆಂಗಸ್ರೆ, ಒಬ್ರು ಗಂಡಸ್ರಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಮಹಿಳಾ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆ ಇನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಕರೆದ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಸರ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಮಹಿಳಾ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆನೆ, ಆದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಒಂದ್ 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಕಾಮಿಡಿ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕರ್ಸಿದೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರು. ನನಗ್ ಬೇಜಾರೇ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರೀ ಹೆಂಗಸ್ರಿದ್ರು, ಇದೇ ತರ ಚೇರ್ಗಳು ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು. ಮಧ್ಯೆ ನಾನು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ಆ ಕಡೆನು ಲೇಡೀಸ್, ಈ ಕಡೆನು ಲೇಡೀಸ್, ಮುಂದೆ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಲೇಡೀಸ್. ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋನು. ಸರಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಶುರು ಆಯ್ತು. ಈಗ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷಿಣಿ ಭಾಷಣ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷಿಣಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಭಾಷಣ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮಿಮಿಕ್ರಿ ಗೋಪಿ ಅವ್ರು ಮಿಮಿಕ್ರಿ ಅಂದ್ರು. ಹಾಗಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ಖುಷಿಯಾದೆ. ಇದೇ ತರ ಬಲಗಡೆ ಒಂದು ಮೈಕ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ್ರು, ಭಾಷಣ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಮಹಿಳಾ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆ, ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಹೆಂಗ ಭಾಷಣ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಈ ಹಾಳಾದ ಗಂಡಸ್ತಾನ ಮಕ್ಳಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹಿಂಗಂದ್ರು. ಕೈ ಯಾಕೆ ಹಿಂಗ ಬಂತು? ಕೂತಿರೋ ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬನೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಇನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೀ ಲೇಡೀಸೇ. ಆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು, ಗೋಡೆ ಇರೋದು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಮುಂದ್ಗಡೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನೋಡೋಕೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಇದ್ದಂಗವೇ, ಕೋಣ ಇದ್ದಂಗವೇ, ಮುಳ್ಳಂದಿ ಇದ್ದಂಗವೇ. ಇವಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಕೊಡೋದಲ್ಲದೆ ವರದಕ್ಷಿಣೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಈ ಹಾಳಾದ ಗಂಡಸ್ತನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ. ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಟರುಪ್ಪೋ ದೊಣ್ಣೆ ನೋಡಿರಿ, ಚಪಾತಿ ಲಟ್ಸು, ಲಟ್ಟಣಿಗೆ ಲಟ್ಸಿ, ಇಂತ ಹಾಳಾದ ಗಂಡಸ್ತನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಈ ಜನ್ಮನ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಗಂಡಸರುದು ಅಂತ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಕುಳಿತಿದ್ದವನು ಹಿಂಗ್ ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ. ತಕ್ಷಣ ನನ್ನ ಪಕ್ಕ ಪಾಪ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಆಗಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅಂದ್ರು. ಏನ್ರಿ, ಗೋಪಿ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮಹಿಳಾ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅವರು? ಓ ಗೋಪಿ ಅವ್ರೇ, ನಮ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಬೇಜಾರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಗಂಡಸರಿಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರು. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವ್ಯಾರು? ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ತಪ್ಪಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಮೇಲಿಂದ ಕೆಳಗೆ ನನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ಅವತ್ತು ಈ ತರ ಸೂಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ನನ್ನ ಮ್ಯಾರೇಜ್ ಆನಿವರ್ಸರಿ ಅಂತ ಬೇಡ ಅಂದ್ರು ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಆ ಕುರ್ತಾ ಪೈಜಾಮ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ಲು. ಅದ್ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತೇಟ್ ಚೂಡಿದಾರ್ ತರ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದ್ರ ಹಿಂದಿನ ದಿನ ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಪಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಮೀಸೆ ತೆಗೆದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ. ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಅವರು ಅದೇ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಏನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ನೋಡಿ, ಕೆಲವು ಸಲ ಹೀಗಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಗಂಡಸರ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ, ಹೆಂಗಸರ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆ. ನನಗೆ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯ್ತು, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟದು ಅಂತ. ಆದ್ರೂ ನೀವೇನೇ ಹೇಳಿ, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳೇ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಹೋಗೋರು ಅಂತ ಒಪ್ಕೋತೀರಾ? ಒಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ? ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಕೇಳಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಾ ನೀವು ರೋಡ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಕುಮಾರ 34 ವರ್ಷ ಏನಾಗಿತ್ತು? ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್. ಅದರಿಂದ ಮುಂದೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಉಮೇಶ 38 ವರ್ಷ ಏನಾಗಿತ್ತು? ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್. 28 ವರ್ಷ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿ, ಅವನು ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್. ಒಂದ್ಯಾರು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ನೋಡಿದೀರಾ? ರೀತಾ, ಗೀತಾ, ಮಾಧವಿ 24 ವರ್ಷ 34 ವರ್ಷ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಂತ. ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ 90% ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸರ್ವೆ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ 4 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಎದ್ದು ಮನೇಲಿ ನೀರ್ ಕಾಯಿಸಿ, ತಿಂಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ, ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಮಾಡಿ, ಸಂಜೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ತನಕ ಮನೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಅಂತೆ. ಒಂದ್ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ನೋಡಿ, ಹೂ ಅಂತ ಇದಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮುಂದ್ಗಡೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಗಂಡಸರಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅವಲೋಕನ ಮಾಡಿ. ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಗೊಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಇದ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಅವಳು ಮನೆ ಕೆಲಸ, ನಾನು ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಸ್ವಿಚ್ ಹಾಕಕ್ಕೂ ಮನೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಬರ್ರಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ಏನ್ರಿ ಫ್ಯಾನ್ ಸ್ವಿಚ್ ಹಾಕ. ನೋಡಿ, ಈ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೋಮಾರಿಗಳಾಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಾಳೆಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಡತಿರ ಜೊತೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮನೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ. ಈ ತರ ಹೇಳೋದೇ ತಡ ಮುಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಒಬ್ರು ಹೆಂಗಸರು ಇರ್ಬಿಟ್ರು, ಸಾರ್ ಕೊರೋನಾ ಬಂದಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅವಾಗ ಮನೇಲಿ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಯಜಮಾನ್ರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ತರಕಾರಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚೋದು ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ ಸಾರ್. ಈಗ ನಮ್ ಮಕ್ಳು ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅಪ್ಪನ ಕೈಲಿ ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಸು, ನೀನ್ ಟೇಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಪ್ಪನ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರು. ಈ ತರ ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರೂ ಅನುಭವ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಬೇಡ ಬಿಡಿಯಪ್ಪ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಜಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಾರೆ ಮನೇಲಿ ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ ಅಂತ, ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಗಳು ಬೈತಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಇರ್ಲಿ, ಇದೇ ತರ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಹೋದೆ ಬರೀ ಗಂಡಸರು, ಅದು ಕ್ಲಬ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್. 100 ಜನದ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಇತ್ತು, 70 ಜನ ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಇನ್ನು 30 ಜನ ಇದ್ರು, ರಾತ್ರಿ 9:30 10 ಗಂಟೆ. ನಾನ್ ಕೇಳಿದೆ 30 ಜನ ಹೋದ್ರು, 70 ಜನ ಹೋದ್ರು, ಇನ್ನು 30 ಜನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಳ್ತಾ ಅಳ್ತಾ, ಸಾರ್ ನಮಗೆ ಹೆಂಡ್ತಿರ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಸರ್, ಮನೇಲಿ ಹೆಂಡ್ತಿರ್ ಕಾಟ ತಾಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರು. ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗಿ ಅಂದೆ? ಮದುವೆಗೆಲ್ಲ 20 ವರ್ಷ 30 ವರ್ಷ 40 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ರು. ಅವರು ಈಗ ಹೋದವರು, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗಿ 1 ವರ್ಷ 2 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿರೋ. ನೋಡಿ ಮನೇಲಿ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಇದೆ ಹೆಂಡ್ತಿರ್ ಕಂಡ್ರೆ ಭಯ. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ 2 ಮಂತ್ರ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಮನೇಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿರ್ತಾಳೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೌದಾ ಅಂದ್ರು. ಯಾವ್ದು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಹುದು. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹೆಂಡ್ತಿರ್ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇದೆ, ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಡ್ತಿರ್ ಕಂಡ್ರೆ ಭಯ, ಅವರು 2 ಮಂತ್ರ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಮನೇಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ, ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾಳೆ. ಯಾವ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಮೊದಲನೇದು, ಪಾಪ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಬಿದ್ದೋ ಎದ್ದೋ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಧ್ಯರಾತ್ರಿ ಬಾಗಿಲು ಬಡಿತಾರೆ, ಬಾಗಿಲು ತೆಗೆದ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಹಿಂಗ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾಳೆ, ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು, ಆಹಾ ಏನೇ ಇವತ್ತು ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ಯಾ, ಐಶ್ವರ್ಯ ರೈ ನಿನ್ ಮುಂದೆ ನಿಲ್ಲು ಬಾರೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇ ಮಂತ್ರ, ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಫಿದಾ, ಬನ್ರಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕಾಫಿ ತಿಂಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. 2ನೇ ಮಂತ್ರ ಯಾವ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರು, ಆ ಕಾಫಿ ತಿಂಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಿಂದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಉಪ್ಪಿರ್ಲಿ ಸಪ್ಪೆ ಇರ್ಲಿ ಖಾರ ಇರ್ಲಿ, ಅದು ಕಲಗಸ್ ತರ ಇರ್ಲಿ, ತಿಂದದ್ದನ್ನ ನೀವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಆಹಾ ಏನೇ ನಿನ್ ಕೈ ಅಡಿಗೆ ರುಚಿ, ಬಹಳ ರುಚಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಕಣಿಂದೆ, ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದ್ರೆ ಕೈ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಮುತ್ತು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂದೆ. 2 ಮಂತ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಯ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಪುಣ್ಯೇಶ್ ಅಂತ ಒಬ್ರು ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಬರ್ಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರ ತರ ಒಬ್ರು ಕುಳಿತಿದ್ರು. ಅವರು, ಅಣ್ಣ ದಿನ ಜಗಳ ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿಗೆ 24 ಇಂಟು ನಾನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಬೋದ ಅಂದ್ರು. ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸು ಆ 2 ಮಂತ್ರ, ನೋಡು ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿರ್ತಾಳೆ ಅಂದೆ. ತೊಟ್ಲ ತೂಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾಳೆ ಅಂದೆ. 12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬಾಗಿಲು ಬಡ್ದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಬಾಗಿಲು ತೆಗೆದು ಪರಕೆ ಕುಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಿದೀಯ ಅಂತ. ಮೊದಲನೇ ಹಾಗೆ ಸೈಡ್ಗೆ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟ. ಇನ್ನು ಉಳಿದಿರೋದು 2ನೇ ಮಂತ್ರ, ಅವನು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಜ್ಞಾಪಕ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ, ಅಯ್ಯ ಗೋಪಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದ ಮಂತ್ರ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಕೌಟ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ, 2ನೇದು ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ, ಹೋಗಿ ಡೈನಿಂಗ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ, ಹೆಂಡತಿ ತಟ್ಟೆ ಬೇಜಾರೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಾಯಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಜ್ಞಾಪಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ, 1 ಮಂತ್ರ ಮರ ಪಂಚ ಸಾಂಬಾರ್ ಹಾಕೆ ಅಂದ. ಸಾಂಬಾರ್ ಹಾಕೆ, ಇಷ್ಟ ದಿನ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಬೈತಾ ಇದ್ದವನು ಇವತ್ತು ಸಾಂಬಾರ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಸಾಂಬಾರ್ ಕೈಗೆ ಹಾಕುದು, ಬಿಸಿ ಸಾಂಬಾರ್ನೆ ಕುಡಿದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ದ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಹೊಗಳ್ದ. ನಾನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ಹೊಗಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ, ಅಮೃತ ಅಮೃತ ಅಂದ. ಸೌಟಲ್ಲಿ ಪೈಡ್ ಅಂತ ಬಿಡ್ಲು ತಲೆ ಒಂದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇದೀಯಾ? ಅಲ್ಲ ರೀ, ಮದುವೆ ಆಗಿ 7.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತು, ಒಂದು ದಿನ ಸಾಂಬಾರ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರ, ಇವತ್ತು ಅಮೃತ ಅಮೃತ ಅಂತ ಅವಳು ಕೇಳ್ಸಂಗ್ ಕಿರ್ಚ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಅವಳಿಗೂ ನಿಮ್ಗೂ ಯಾವತ್ತಿಂದ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಅಂತ ಡೈವರ್ಸ್ ಮಟ್ಟ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು ನೋಡಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಗಂಡಸರು ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಂಡತಿರ ಜೊತೆ ಹೇಗಿರ್ತಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಇದ್ರೂ ಉತ್ತಮ. ಒಂದು ಆದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ನೀವು ಬಾತ್ರೂಮ್ ಹೋದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರೂ ಪಾರಿವಾಳ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ರೀ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಸಚಿವರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಧ್ವನಿಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ, ಗಣ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಸಿದ್ರೆ ಹೇಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೆದ್ರೆ ಹೇಗ್ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಅನುಕರಣೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಗೇಟ್ ಹತ್ರ ಎಲ್ರು ಗುಂಪು ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಂತಿದ್ದೀರಂತೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ರು ಆ ಗೇಟ್ ಇಂದ ಎಡಭಾಗ ಬಲಭಾಗ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂತ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಓಡಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಅಭಾಸವಾಗಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಗೇಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫ್ರೀ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮಗ್ ನೀವೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಲ್ರು ಎಡಬಲಗಡೆಗೆ ಬಿಡುವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಬನ್ನಿ, ಎಲ್ರು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನೋಡಿ ಇಬ್ರು ಹೇಗ್ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ನೋಡಿ. ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಎಚ್ ಡಿ ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ನೋಡಿ ಬ್ರದರ್, ಇವತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಏನು ಒಂದು EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಾನು ರಾಮನಗರದ ಕಡೆ ಹೊರಟಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಬರೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭವಾಗಲಿ, ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಒಂದು EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ 2022 ಇದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಶುಭಾಶಯ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅವರು ಕರೆದಿದ್ರು. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಗ್ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ನೋಡಿ. ಒಡೆರಿ ಕಪಾಲ್ಕೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ, ಯಾವನವನು ಹೌದವಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋನು ಆಚೆ ಕಳ್ಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ನೋಡು. ಅಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಬ್ಬುಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರು, ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಯ್ತು, ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಕೂತಿಳಪ್ಪ. ನೋಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲೊಬ್ಬ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರೇ ನೀವು ಅನ್ನ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಿ, ಕ್ಷೀರ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಿ, ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಕದ ಮನೆ ಭಾಗ್ಯನ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಅಂತ. ನೋ ಮ್ಯಾರೇಜ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಈಗ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರು ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಬೇಕೋ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮ್ಸ್ ಒಡೆರಿ ಕಪಾಲ್ಕೆ ಅವನೇ ಸೈಡ್ ಬಿಡು ಆ ಕಡೆ. ನೋಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು BS ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವರು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಶುಭಾಶಯ ಕೋರಿದ್ರೆ ಹೇಗಿರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಬಂಧುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೈನ ಯಾರು ಇಳಿಸಬಾರ್ದು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನ ಈ ರೀತಿ ವಿಜಯಶಾಲಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಪಡುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತೇನು EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022 ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಶುಭ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾವುದು ಬಾಯಿ ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ರಿ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಹೌದಾವಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು, ನಾನು ಹೌದಾವಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ರಾಜಾವಲಿ, ರಾಜಾವಲಿ, ರಾಜಾವಲಿ. ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಈಗ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಗ್ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ನೋಡಿ.
ಆಕ್ಚುಲ ನಾವೇನೋ ಮಾತಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ರಿ. ಏನು ಒಂದು EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿದಾರೆ, ಬಹಳ ಚಲೋ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಿದಾರ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಶುಭವಾಗ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭವಾಗ್ಲಿ. ಹೌದಲ್ಲ?
ಹಾಗೆ ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ವಾಟಾಳ್ ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಗ್ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ನೋಡಿ. ಕಾವೇರಿ ನಮ್ಮದು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ನಮ್ಮದು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮವರು, ನಮ್ಮವರು, ನಮ್ಮವರು. ಒಡಿರಿ ಒಂದ್ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಜೋರಾಗಿ. ಸಾಕು, ನಿಲ್ಸಿ. ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಲೇಬೇಕು. ನೋಡಿ, EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022 ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ನನಗೂ ಆಹ್ವಾನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ, ಸಂತೋಷ, ಸಂತೋಷ. ಒಂದ್ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡಿಬಹುದು. ನಿಲ್ಸಿ, ಸಾಕು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಬೆಳೆಸಿ. ನಾನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಒಂಟೆ ಮೆರವಣಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಾಯಿ ಮೆರವಣಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಕತ್ತೆ ಮೆರವಣಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಕುದುರೆ ಮೆರವಣಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾಕೆ? ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಬೆಳೆಸಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾಳೆಯಿಂದ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಬಂದ್, ನೀರ್ ಬಂದ್, ಆಟೋ ಬಂದ್, ಲಾರಿ ಬಂದ್, ಬೈಕ್ ಬಂದ್, ಮಾತ್ ಬಂದ್. ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಇದ್ರೆ 2 ಬಂದ್ ಬಂದ್ ಬಂದ್. ಅಣ್ಣ, ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಎದ್ದು 2 ಬಂದ್ ಅಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಏನು ಹುಡುಗಾಟ ಆಡ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ? ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಎದ್ದು 2 ಬಂದ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾಲ್ ಬಂದ್, ಪೇಪರ್ ಬಂದ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಶುಭಾಶಯ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಚಾಮರಾಜಪೇಟೆ ಜಮೀರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ ಅವ್ರು ಕರೆದಿದ್ರೆ, ಅವ್ರೇಗ್ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ನೋಡಿ.
ಕಂಚಾಚಲೇಶ ಬದಾರ್, ಕಂಚಾಚಲೇಶ. ಲಾಟ್ರಿ ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಾ? ನಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಗಳು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ? ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ? EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022 ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ ಸರ್. ಯಾವ್ದ್ರಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ? ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ಸಭೆ ತಟ್ಬೇಕು ನೀವು. ಕಂಚಾಚಲೇಶನ್ ಬ್ರದರ್, ಕಂಚಾಚಲೇಶನ್. ಹೊಡೆದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಲಾಟ್ರಿ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ನೋಡಿ, ಇವ್ರು ಮಾತನಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022 ಹಿರಿಯರು ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದು. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಗ್ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ನೋಡಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾಜಿ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿ ದೇವೇಗೌಡರ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರೇನ್ರಿ? ಏನ್ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಇವತ್ತು EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022 ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಶುಭವಾಗ್ಲಿ. ಒಳ್ಳೊಳ್ಳೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ಇರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಂಪನಿಗಳಾಗ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೊಂದಾಗ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಏಳಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಮನಸ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅಣ್ಣ, ಪಿಜ್ಜಾ ಬರ್ಗರ್ ತಿನ್ಬೇಕಂತೆ. ಪಿಜ್ಜಾ ಬರ್ಗರ್ ಯಾರು ಇದು? ನಾನ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಶ್ರೇಣಿ ಯಾರು ಇದು? ಮಾಜಿ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿಗೆ ಪಿಜ್ಜಾ ಬರ್ಗರ್ ತಿನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬೇಜಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಬೇಡಿ. ಪಿಜ್ಜಾ ಬರ್ಗರ್ ಹೇಗಿದೆ? ಪಿಜ್ಜಾ ಬರ್ಗರ್ ಹೇಗಿದೆ? ಖಾಲಿ ದೋಸೆ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾಯಿ ವಾಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗಿದೆ. ಜಂಕ್ ಫುಡ್ ತಿನ್ಬೇಡಿ, ರಾಗಿ ಮುದ್ದೆ ತಿನ್ನಿ, ದೇಹಕ್ಕೆ ತಂಪು, ತೋಳಿಗೆ ಬಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಗಿ ಮುದ್ದೆ ತಿಂದೊಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯ 20 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೂ ಫಿಗರ್, 50 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೂ ಫಿಗರ್. ತುಮಕೂರಿನ ಸಿದ್ಧಗಂಗಾ ಶ್ರೀಗಳು ರಾಗಿ ಪದಾರ್ಥ ತಿಂದು 111 ವರ್ಷ ಬದುಕಿದ್ರು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಟಬಹುದು. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಗರ್, ಮಂಚೂರಿಯನ್, ಪಿಜ್ಜಾ ಅಂತ ತಿಂದೊಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯ 20 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಫಿಗರ್, 30 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್, 40 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಶುಗರ್, 50 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಡಮಾನ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಗಿ ಮುದ್ದೆ ತಿನ್ರಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಉಳಿತಾರೆ. ಕೊನೆಯ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್ ಚಿತ್ರದ ಗೀತೆ ಇದೆ, ಆಡಿಸಿ ನೋಡು, ಬೀಳಿಸಿ ನೋಡು, 90 ವರ್ಷ ವಯಸ್ಸು ಉರುಳಿ ಹೋಗದು. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀರಿ 90.7 ಬಿಗ್ FM ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಟೈಗರ್ ಸುಧೀರ್ ಧೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಅಂತ ಸುಮಾರು 9 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ಅದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಕೇಳೋದ್ರಿಂದಾನೇ ಅದು 6 ತಿಂಗಳ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಈಗ 9 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ನಿಂತಿದೆ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಝಲಕ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ. ಟೈಗರ್, ಸುಧೀರ್, ಧೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಈ 3 ಧ್ವನಿಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಾನೇನೆ. ಗೋಪಾಲ್, ಟೈಗರ್, ಪ್ರಭಾಕರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸುಧೀರ್. ಅದರ ಒಂದು ಝಲಕ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ರಂಜನೆಗಾಗಿ. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022 ಫುಲ್ ಅದ್ದೂರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ನನಗೂ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ರು, ಸುನೀಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ನೀವು ಬರ್ಲೇಬೇಕು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅಂತ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೀನಿ. ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀಯ ಟೈಗರ್ ಪ್ರಭಾಕರ್? ಟೈಗರ್ ಬಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕೆಲ್ರು. ಹಾ ಧಿರಣ್ಣ ಊಟ ಲೇ ಶಾಂಗ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಲೇ ಊಟ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗೈತೆ ಈಗ ಪಾಠ. ನಿಜವಾದ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಟೈಗರ್ ಪ್ರಭಾಕರ್? ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತಮಿಳರ ಜೊತೆ ತಮಿಳ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿ, ತೆಲುಗುನವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ತೆಲುಗು ಮಾತಾಡಿ, ಹಿಂದಿಯವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಹಿಂದಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ, ಮಲಯಾಳಂನ ಜೊತೆ ಮಲಯಾಳಂ ಮಾತಾಡಿ, ಕನ್ನಡದವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಬಂದು ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವರೇ ನಿಜವಾದ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಕಂಡ್ಲ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಷೆ ಮಾತನಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬರೀ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕನ್ನಡ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಬೆಳೆಸಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನಿಜವಾದ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರು ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಾ? ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಒಂದು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ಜನತೆ, ಇವರು ಶಿಳ್ಳೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರೇ ನಮ್ಮ ನಿಜವಾದ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರು. ಭಲೇ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತು. ನೀನ್ ಹೇಳ ಸುಧೀರ್ ನಿಜವಾದ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರಪ್ಪ? ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಮಹಾಜನಗಳೇ. ನನ್ನ ಜನರೇಟರ್ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಿಜವಾದ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು SSLC ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಫೇಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರು ಅವರೇ ನಿಜವಾದ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ? ಬರೋಣ ಅಂತ ಬಂದು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಆಫ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಐತೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಫೇಲ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ. SSLC ಆಗ್ಲಿ, PUC ಆಗ್ಲಿ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ 100ಕ್ಕೆ 101 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದು ತಮಾಷೆಗೆ. ಶಿವನೇ EV ಅಭಿಯಾನೇಶ್ವರ. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬ ನಟ ರೆಬಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಅಂಬರೀಶ್ ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ನೋಡೋಣ. ರೆಬಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಅಂಬರೀಶ್ ಅವರ ಧ್ವನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ಚಾನ್ಸೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವೇ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಔಷಧಿ ಕಂಡಿಡಿತು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 4ನೇ ಅಲೆ 5ನೇ ಅಲೆ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಬರೋ ಚಾನ್ಸೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನೋವೇ. ಈಗ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋ ಬೂಸ್ಟರ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಬಿಡಿ. ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಒಂದು ವೈರಸ್ಗೂ ಹೆದರ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಔಷಧಿನ ಪುಕ್ಸಟ್ಟೆ ಕೊಡ್ತು. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಗ್ಗಳಿಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ. ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ, ನನ್ನ ಮಾಡ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ. ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನಾವು ಇದ್ರು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರು ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಅಂಬರೀಷ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನಿಜವಾದ ನಮಗೋಸ್ಕರ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ತನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಣ ದೇಶ ಇದ್ದಾನಲ್ಲ, ಒಬ್ಬ ನಿಜವಾದ ಹೀರೋ.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ಈ ಶಂಕರನಾಗೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಅಲ್ಲ ಶಂಕರಣ್ಣವರ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನೀವು ಆಟ ಹೊತ್ತದ್ರಲ್ಲಿರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ವರ್ಣಟ ಪದ್ಮಭೂಷಣ ಗಾನ ಗಂಧರ್ವಸಿಕರ ರಾಜ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್. ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಬಹಳ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಚಿತ್ರರಂಗದಲ್ಲಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗ ವರ್ಣಟ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರ ಧ್ವನಿ. ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಲು ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣನ್ನು ಮೆಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ, ಇದು ವಿಧಿಯೋಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ. ಏನ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿ, ಕನ್ನಡ ನೆಲ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಲ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ನೀವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಭಾಷೆಯವರಾಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ಬನ್ನಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೆಯುವಂತ, ಕೈ ಬೀಸಿ ಕರೆಯುವಂತ ತವರೂರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ತಿನ್ನೋಕ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೋ ಅಥವಾ ಮಲಗೋದಕ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೋ ಜಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ರು ಸಂತೃಪ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯಿಂದ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗದ ಮಹಿಮೆ, ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಮಹಿಮೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳ ಒಂದು ಕಸರತ್ತಿನ ಮಹಿಮೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಭಾಷೆ ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಲವರು ತಾತ್ಸಾರವಂತೆ. ಯಾಕೆ? ಪಕ್ಕದ ಮನೆ ತಾಯಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸೀರೆ ಉಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾಳೆ ಅಂತ ಅವಳನ್ನ ಅಮ್ಮ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವ ನಾವು. ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿ ಅವಳು ಹರ್ಕಲ್ ಸೀರೆ ಉಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿನೇ ತಾನೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ಭಾಷೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಇರ್ಲಿ, 2000 ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಉಳ್ಳ ನಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾತನಾಡಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಬೆಳೆಸಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಿರೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ರಾಜಕುಮಾರ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅಭಿಮಾನಿ ದೇವರುಗಳೇ, ನಮಗೆ ಶರಣಾರ್ಥಿ. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನಗುವಿನ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮ ಪವರ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಪುನೀತ್ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೋಡೋಣ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು 2 ಮಾತು ಅವರ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ರೀತಿಯ ಒಂದು ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹೇಗ್ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ದೀಪಾವಳಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬನ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲೂ ಬಂದೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಪಟಾಕಿ ಯಾವಂದೇ ಇರ್ಲಿ, ಹೆಚ್ಚವ್ರು ನಾವಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಇರೋದೊಂದು ಜೀವನ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಮುಂದೆ ಇದೀವಿ, ಯಾವ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲಾ ವಿಧಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳೋದು, ಇರೋದೊಂದು ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. 4 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗ ಮಾಡಿ. ಆ ಸಹಾಯ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ಬಾರ್ದು. ಅದ್ ಯಾವತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕಾಯುತ್ತೆ. ಬೊಂಬೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೈತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೈತೆ ನೀವೇ ರಾಜಕುಮಾರ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪವರ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಪುನೀತ್ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್. ಆಲ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್. EV-ABHIYAANA 2022. ನಮಸ್ತೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ನಮ್ಮ ಪುನೀತ್ ಸರ್ ಈಗ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ದರ್ಶನ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಬಂದು ಇದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಶುಭ ಹಾರೈಸಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರೇ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಚಾಲೆಂಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ದರ್ಶನ್. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ EV-ABHIYAANA 2022 ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೈ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಸೇರ್ಬೇಕಣ್ಣ. ಒಂದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಹಾಕುವಂತ ಅರ್ಶನ ಕುಂಕುಮನ ನಮ್ ಬಾವುಟ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೀವಿ. ಬಾವುಟ ಮುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ತಂಟೆಗೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಮೊಲ್ಲಾಜಿಲ್ದನ್ನು ಗುಡಿತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಕೇವಲ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ಅಣ್ಣ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಅಣ್ಣ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅರಣ್ಯ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ನಮ್ಮ ದರ್ಶನ್ ಅವ್ರು ಈಗ ಮಾತನಾಡೋದ್ರೆ, ಇನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಯಶ್ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಈ ಅಂಟಮ್ಮ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಹಳ ಫೇಮಸ್. ಎಲ್ರು ಅವರ ಕಿರಾತಕ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ರಾಜವಲಿ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನಿನಾಸಂ ಸತೀಶ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಅಣ್ತಮ್ಮ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೇವಲ ಹಾಸ್ಯಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನೋಡೋಣ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಲವ್ ಅಣ್ತಮ್ಮ ಹಂಗೋ ಹಿಂಗೋ ಹೆಂಗೋ ಇದ್ದೆ ಹೆಂಗಾಗೋದೆ ನೋಡು ಅಣ್ತಮ್ಮ. ಲವ್ ಸತೀಶ ಏನ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಸೇರವ್ರೆ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಬಿಡಪ್ಪ, ಅದು EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022 ಅಂತಕಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮನ. ಆದ್ರೂ ಇಲ್ಲೊಬ್ಬ ಹೀರೋ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂತವ್ರೆ. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಹೇಳ. ಲವ್ ನಮಗ್ ಯಾರು ಹೀರೋ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ, ನಮಗ್ ನಾವೇ ಹೀರೋ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಬರೋ ತನಕ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರದೇ ಹವ, ನಾನು ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಂದೇ ಹವ. ಬಿಡಪ್ಪ, ಹವ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಅವ್ರೆ. ಆದ್ರೂ ಗಂಡ್ ಮಕ್ಳನ್ನ ಅಣ್ತಮ್ಮ ಅಂತೀಯ, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳನ್ನ ಯಾಕಲ ನೀನು ಅತ್ತಂಗೇನಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ. ಲವ್ ನಾವು ಕನ್ನಡದ್ರು ಯಾವತ್ತಷ್ಟೇ ಕಲ ಗಂಡ್ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಅಣ್ತಮ್ಮ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯಾವಲಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಯಾವತ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅತ್ತೆ ಮಕ್ಳು ಮಾವನ ಮಕ್ಳು ಅಣ್ತಮ್ಮ. 10 ಜನ ಹೊಡೆದು ಡಾನ್ ಆದವನಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಹೊಡೆದ 10 ಜನನು ಡಾನೆ. ಇದು KGF ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ಅಣ್ತಮ್ಮ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಇವ್ರು ಈ ತರ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಾಸ್ಯ ನಟ ಸಾಧು ಮಹಾರಾಜ್, ಸಾಧು ಕೋಕಿಲ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಧ್ವನಿ.
ಏಯ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ನಮ್ಮ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ನವ್ರು ಯಾಕೋ ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಜಾನಪದ ಗೀತೆ ಭಾವಗೀತೆ ನಿಮಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ಯುವಲಿ ನುಡಿಸಿ ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಕೊಡ್ರಪ್ಪ. ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ರಂಜಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಮೂಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಸಂಗೀತವೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಉಸಿರು. ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಶರ್ಟು ಪ್ಯಾಂಟು ಅಬ್ಬಾ ಎಲ್ರ ಮೊದ್ಲು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಬಿಳಿ ಪಾರಿವಾಳಗಳ ತರ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೀರ. ಹಾರಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಎದ್ದು ಬರೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ದೆಬ್ಬನ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ. ಅಲೋ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಮನ್, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀರ? ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪನ ಫೋಟೋ ಮುಸ್ತಫಾ ಅಂತ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಬಂದು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹುಷಾರಾಗಿರಪ್ಪ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಮನ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದವನು. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೊರೋನಾ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ನೋಡಿ, ಮುಂದೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ತಿರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನನ್ನ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗಿಲ್ವಾ? ಆಯ್ತಪ್ಪ, ಎಲ್ರು ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದ ರೀ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದು ತೋಳಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ. EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022 ತಲೆ ಬರ್ಲಾ. ಬಾಯ್.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಾಸ್ಯ ನಟ ದೊಡ್ಡಣ್ಣ ಮತ್ತೆ ಟೆನ್ನಿಸ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಹಾಸ್ಯ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ. ಹೇಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ವಿಶೇಷ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗ್ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ, ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ, ಮಂತ್ರಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Hi, baby. Yeah.
ತರವಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಸ್ವರ ತರವಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಸ್ವರ ಬರದೆ ಬಾರಿಸದಿರೋ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಸರಸ ಸಂಗೀತದ ಗುರುಗಳರಿಯದೆ ಸರಸ ಸಂಗೀತದ ಗುರುಗಳರಿಯದೆ ಬರದೆ ಬಾರಿಸದಿರೋ ತಂಬೂರಿ ತರವಲ್ಲತ್ತಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಸ್ವರ ಬರದೆ ಬಾರಿಸದಿರೋ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಮತ್ತಲೆ ದನಿಯೋಳು ತಂಬೂರಿಯದ ತಿದ್ದಿ ನುಡಿಸಬೇಕು ತಂಬೂರಿ ಮತ್ತಲೆ ದನಿಯೋಳು ತಂಬೂರಿಯದ ತಿದ್ದಿ ನುಡಿಸಬೇಕು ತಂಬೂರಿ ಸಾಧಕರ ವಿದ್ಯೆಗೆ ಬದಗುವ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಸಾಧಕರ ವಿದ್ಯೆಗೆ ಬದಗುವ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತಗೆ ತಕ್ಕ ತಂಬೂರಿ ತರವಲ್ಲತ್ತಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಸ್ವರ ಬರದೆ ಬಾರಿಸದಿರೋ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಬಾಳ ಬಲ್ಲವರಿಗೆ ತಂಬೂರಿ ದೇವ ಬಾಳ ಹರತಿಸಿದ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಬಾಳ ಬಲ್ಲವರಿಗೆ ತಂಬೂರಿ ದೇವ ಬಾಳ ಹರತಿಸಿದ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಯೇ ನಿಧನ ಹಂಚಿಕೆ ತಿಳಿಯದ ಹೇಳಲಿಯೇ ನಿಧನ ಹಂಚಿಕೆ ತಿಳಿಯದ ತಾಳಗೆಳಿಗೆ ತಂಬೂರಿ ತರವಲ್ಲತ್ತಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಸ್ವರ ಬರದೆ ಬಾರಿಸದಿರೋ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಹಸನದ ಮೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ತಂಬೂರಿದು ಕುಶಲರಿಗೊಪ್ಪುವ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಹಸನದ ಮೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ತಂಬೂರಿದು ಕುಶಲರಿಗೊಪ್ಪುವ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಶಿಶುನಾಳಾಧೀಶನ ಓದು ಪುರಾಣವೇ ಓದು ಪುರಾಣದಿ ಹಸನಾಗಿ ಮಾರೆ ತಂಬೂರಿ ತರವಲ್ಲತ್ತಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಸ್ವರ ಬರದೆ ಬಾರಿಸದಿರೋ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಸರಸ ಸಂಗೀತದ ಗುರುಗಳರಿಯದೆ ಸರಸ ಸಂಗೀತದ ಗುರುಗಳರಿಯದೆ ಬರದೆ ಬಾರಿಸದಿರೋ ತಂಬೂರಿ ತರವಲ್ಲತ್ತಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಸ್ವರ ಬರದೆ ಬಾರಿಸದಿರೋ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಬರದೆ ಬಾರಿಸದಿರೋ ತಂಬೂರಿ ಬರದೆ ಬಾರಿಸದಿರೋ ತಂಬೂರಿ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022 ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಜರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ನೌಕರ ವರ್ಗದವರಿಗೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. ಆತ್ಮೀಯರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಿಮಿಕ್ರಿ ಗೋಪಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಎಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲೂ ದೇಶ ಕಾಯುವ ಯೋಧ, ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಅನ್ನ ಕೊಡುವ ರೈತ, ಇವರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲತಕ್ಕಂತಹವರು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳು. ಎಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ತಿಳಿದಿದೆ. ಕರೋನಾ ಎಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ರು, ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಯಾರು ಓಡಾಡೋ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ, ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಗಲಿರುಳೆನ್ನದೆ ವಿಶ್ರಮಿಸದೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಇಲಾಖೆ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಕೂಡ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಒಂದು ಜಾನಪದ ಗೀತೆಯನ್ನ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಪಡಿಸಲಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದರು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ ಆಹ್ವಾನ ಸೂರೇರಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ, ಅಂದಾದ ಚಂದಾದ ಮಾಯ್ಕಾರ ಮಾದೇವಿಗೆ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದರು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ. ಮಾರುಪ್ಪನ್ ಪಾದೆಗೆ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಉಘೇ ಉಘೇ ಉಘೇ. ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದರು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ ಬಾನ ಸೂರೇರಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ, ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದರು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ ಬಾನ ಸೂರೇರಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ, ಅಂದಾದ ಚಂದಾದ ಮಾಯ್ಕಾರ ಮಾದೇವಿಗೆ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದರು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ. ಅಂದಾದ ಚಂದಾದ ಮಾಯ್ಕಾರ ಮಾದೇವಿಗೆ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದರು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ, ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದರು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ ಬಾನ ಸೂರೇರಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ. ಹೊತ್ತು ಮುಳುಗಿದಾರೇನೋ, ಕತ್ತಲಾದಾರೇನೋ, ಹೊತ್ತು ಮುಳುಗಿದಾರೇನೋ, ಕತ್ತಲಾದಾರೇನೋ, ಚಂದಾದ ಚಂದಾದ ಮಾಯ್ಕಾರ ಮಾದೇವಿಗೆ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದರು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ, ಅಂದಾದ ಚಂದಾದ ಮಾಯ್ಕಾರ ಮಾದೇವಿಗೆ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದರು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ. ಮಾದಪ್ಪ ಬರುವಾಗ ಮಾಳೆಲ್ಲ ಗಂಬೆಂದಿತೋ, ಮಾದಪ್ಪ ಬರುವಾಗ ಮಾಳೆಲ್ಲ ಗಂಬೆಂದಿತೋ, ಚಂದಾದ ಚಂದಾದ ಮಾಯ್ಕಾರ ಮಾದೇವಿಗೆ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದರು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ, ಅಂದಾದ ಚಂದಾದ ಮಾಯ್ಕಾರ ಮಾದೇವಿಗೆ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದರು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ. ಸಂಪಿಗೆ ಹೂನಂಗೆ ಇಂಪಾದು ನಿನ್ನ ಪರುಸೆ, ಸಂಪಿಗೆ ಹೂನಂಗೆ ಇಂಪಾದು ನಿನ್ನ ಪರುಸೆ, ಸಂಪಿಗೆ ಹೂನಂಗೆ ಇಂಪಾದು ನಿನ್ನ ಪರಸೆ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದರು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ ಓಹೋ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದರು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ ಪಾದ ಸುರೇರಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ಅಂದಾದ ಚಂದಾದ ಮಾಯ್ಕಾರ ಮಾದೇವ್ಗೆ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದರು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ ಆಹಾ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದರು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
ಊರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದ ತಿರುಗಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ಸಾಗಿದ್ದ ಕಾವಿ ಬೆಟ್ಟಿ ಹಾಂಗ ಪಾವಿ ಹಾದಿ ಕಾಲದ ಕುಳಿತಿದ್ದ ಎರಗೆ ಹಿಂದ ಕುಳಿತಿದ್ದ ಕಾವಿ ಬೆಟ್ಟಿ ಹಾಂಗ ಪಾವಿ ಹಾದಿ ಕಾಲದ ಸುಳಿತಿದ್ದ ಎರಗೆ ಹಿಂದ ಕುಳಿತಿದ್ದ ಮುಗಿಲ ಮಾರಿಗೆ ರಾಗಳೆಯ ನಂಜಲಿದ್ದ ಆಗ ಸಂಜೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದ ಆಗ ಸಂಜೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದ ಗಾಳಿ ಸುಳಿ ಕೈಲೆ ಸೆರಗನು ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ದ ಮತ್ತು ಮತ್ತು ಬೆರಗೆಲ ಬಿಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದ ಮಳ್ಳ ಗಾಳಿ ಸುಳಿ ಕೈಲೆ ಸೆರಗನು ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ದ ಮತ್ತು ಮತ್ತು ಬೆರಗೆಲ ಬಿಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದ ಉನ್ನತ ಪದದ ಗಿಣಿ ಹಿಂದಗಳಿಗೆ ಬೆನ್ನೆಲ ಬರುತ್ತಿದ್ದ ತನ್ನ ಮೈಮನ ಮರೆತಿದ್ದ ಉನ್ನ ಮನದ ಗಿಣಿಗೆ ಬೆನ್ನೆಲ ಬರುತ್ತಿದ್ದ ತನ್ನ ಮೈಮನ ಮರೆತಿದ್ದ ಮುಗಿಲ ಮಾರಿಗೆ ನಾಗರತಿಯ ಆಗ ಸಂಜೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದ ಆಗ ಸಂಜೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದ ನಿಲ್ಲದ ಅಂಚಿಗೆ ಮಂಜಿನ ಮುಸುಕು ಹ್ಯಾಂಗೋ ಬಿದ್ದಿದ್ದ ಗಾಳಿಗೆ ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿದ್ದ ಗಾಳಿಗೆ ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿದ್ದ ಮುಗಿಲ ಮಾರಿಗೆ ರಾಗರತಿಯ ನಂಜಲಿದ್ದ ಆಗ ಸಂಜೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದ ಆಗ ಸಂಜೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದ ಆಗ ಸಂಜೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದ ಆಗ ಸಂಜೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದ
ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಂಡೆಯ ಹಾಗೆ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಯ್ದೆಯ ಆ ಕಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊನೆಗೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗುವುದು ಗೆಳೆಯ 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 ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಂಡೆಯ ಹಾಗೆ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೋ ಎದೆಯ ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಂಡೆಯ ಹಾಗೆ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೋ ಎದೆಯ ಆ ಕಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊನೆಗೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗುವುದು ಗೆಳೆಯ ಆ ಕಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊನೆಗೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗುವುದು ಗೆಳೆಯ ಹುಳಿಯಿಂದ ಹೊಡೆದು ನಿತ್ಯ ಕಾಡುವನು ಎಂದು, ಹುಳಿಯಿಂದ ಹೊಡೆದು ನಿತ್ಯ ಕಾಡುವನು ಎಂದು ಹೊಡೆದು ಹೋದರೆ ನೀನು ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗುವುದೇನು, ಹೊಡೆದು ಹೋದರೆ ನೀನು ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗುವುದೇನು, ಕಡೆಯುವ ಕಠಿಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಯ್ಯ 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 ಗಡೆಯುವ ಕಠಿಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯ ಕಲೆ ಇದೆ, ಕಾಡುವ ಕೊರಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಲವಿನ ಆಶಯವಿದೆ. ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಂಡೆಯ ಹಾಗೆ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೋ ಎದೆಯ, ಆ ಕಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊನೆಗೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗುವುದು ಗೆಳೆಯ, ಆ ಕಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊನೆಗೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗುವುದು ಗೆಳೆಯ. ಫಲ ಕೊಡೋ ಗಿಡಕ್ಕೆ ತಾನೆ ಕಲ್ಲು ಹೊಡೆದು ನೋಡುವಿರಿ, ಫಲ ಕೊಡೋ ಗಿಡಕ್ಕೆ ತಾನೆ ಕಲ್ಲು ಹೊಡೆದು ನೋಡುವಿರಿ, ಫಲ ನೀಡೋ ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ಹಿಂಸೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಾಡುವಿರಿ, ಫಲ ನೀಡೋ ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ಹಿಂಸೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಾಡುವಿರಿ. ಒಳ್ಳೆತನ ಗೆಲ್ಲುವುದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಇತಿಹಾಸವ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕಾಲ ಬರುವುದೊಮ್ಮೆ ತಾಳಿ ಬಾಳಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ. ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಂಡೆಯ ಹಾಗೆ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೋ ಎದೆಯ, ಆ ಕಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊನೆಗೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗುವುದು ಗೆಳೆಯ, ಆ ಕಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊನೆಗೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗುವುದು ಗೆಳೆಯ. ಕೇಳಿ ನೋಡು ಹಂಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಲು ನಾದ ನುಡಿಯುತ್ತಿದೆ, ಕೇಳಿ ನೋಡು ಹಂಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಲು ನಾದ ನುಡಿಯುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಬೇಲೂರಿನ ಶಿಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲೆಯು ನಾಟ್ಯವಾಡುತ್ತಿದೆ, ಬೇಲೂರಿನ ಶಿಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲೆಯು ನಾಟ್ಯವಾಡುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಕಲ್ಲು ಕರಗಿ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಮೆರೆಯುತ್ತಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಕಲ್ಲು ಕರಗಿ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಮೆರೆಯುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಬದಲಾಗಲು ಫಲವಾಗಲು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿಭೆ ಕರೆಯುತ್ತಿದೆ, ಬದಲಾಗಲು ಫಲವಾಗಲು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿಭೆ ಕರೆಯುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಂಡೆಯ ಹಾಗೆ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೋ ಎದೆಯ, ಆ ಕಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊನೆಗೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗುವುದು ಗೆಳೆಯ, ಆ ಕಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊನೆಗೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗುವುದು ಗೆಳೆಯ. ಗೆಳೆಯ 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 ಗೆಳೆಯ
ದೂರ ಬಹು ದೂರ ಹೋಗುವ ಮಾರ, ದೂರ ಬಹು ದೂರ ಹೋಗುವ ಮಾರ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋದೆಮ್ಮ ಊರ ತೀರ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋದೆಮ್ಮ ಊರ ತೀರ, ದೂರ ಬಹು ದೂರ ಹೋಗುವ ಮಾರ, ದೂರ ಬಹು ದೂರ ಹೋಗುವ ಮಾರ. ಚಲ್ಲ ತಲ್ಲಿಗಳನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾಡಿ, ಅಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತೋಡಿ, ಚಲ್ಲ ತಲ್ಲಿಗಳ ಮೇಲ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾಡಿ, ಬಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತೋಡಿ, ಗೆಲುವಿನ ಹುಲಿಗಳ ಹಾಡಿ, ಗೆಲುವಿನ ಹುಲಿಗಳ ಹಾಡಿ, ಒಲುಮೆಯ ಮಾತಾಡಿ, ಹಕ್ಕಿಗಳಿಂಚರ ಕೇಳಿ ಆನಂದವ ತಾಳಿ, ಆನಂದವ ತಾಳಿ, ದೂರ ಬಹು ದೂರ ಹೋಗುವ ಮಾರ, ದೂರ 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 ದೂರ. ಹಿಮಪ್ಪಣ್ಣಿ ಕಣ್ಣಗಣ ಸಿಂಚಿತ ಅಂಚಿನ ಹಸುರಿನ ತೀರದ ಬೇದಾಡಿ, ಹಿಮಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿ ಕಣ್ಣಗಣ ಸಿಂಚಿತ ಅಂಚಿನ ಹಸುರಿನ ತೀರದ ಮೇಲಾಡಿ, ಕಿಸನಯ ಕಂಪನ ದಿಂಪನು ನೋಡಿ, ಕಿಸನಯ ಕಂಪನ ದಿಂಪನು ನೋಡಿ, ಓಡಿ 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 ತೇರಿ ತೇರಿ ಹೋಗುವ ಮಾರ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋದೆಮ್ಮ ಊರ ತೀರ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋದೆಮ್ಮ ಊರ ತೀರ, ದೂರ ಬಹು ದೂರ ಹೋಗುವ ಮಾರ, ದೂರ 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 ಬಹು ದೂರ ಹೋಗುವ ಮಾರ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋದೆಮ್ಮ ಊರ ತೀರ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋದೆಮ್ಮ ಊರ ತೀರ, ದೂರ ಬಹು ದೂರ ಹೋಗುವ ಮಾರ, ಹೋಗುವ ಮಾರ, ಹೋಗುವ ಮಾರ.
ಉಸಿರು ನಿಂತ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾರ ಹೆಣ ಅನ್ನತಾರ ಮಣ್ಣಾಗ ಉಳುತ್ತಾರ ಚಟ್ಟ ಕಟ್ಟತಾರ ನಿನ್ನ ಸುಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕತಾರ ಒಳಿತು ಮಾಡೋ ಮನ್ಸ ನೀರದು 3 ದಿವಸ ಹೇ 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 ಒಳಿತು ಮಾಡೋ ಮನ್ಸ ನೀರದು 3 ದಿವಸ ಉಸಿರು ನಿಂತ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾರ ಉಸಿರು ನಿಂತ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾರ ಹೆಣ್ಣ ಅನ್ನತಾರ ಮಣ್ಣಾಗ ಉಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾರ ಚಟ್ಟ ಕಟ್ಟತಾರ ನಿನ್ನ ಸುಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕುತ್ತಾರ ಒಳಿತು ಮಾಡೋ ಮನ್ಸ ನೀರದು 3 ದಿವಸ ಓಹೋ ಒಳಿತು ಮಾಡೋ ಮನ್ಸ ನೀರದು 3 ದಿವಸ ದಿನದ ಸಂತೆ ನಗು ನಗುತ್ತ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ದ್ವೇಷವೆಂಬ ಕಂತೆ ನೀ ಸುಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕಬೇಕು 3 ದಿನ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಹಂಚಿ ನೀನು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸತ್ತ ಮೇಲೂ ನಿನಗೆ ಹೆಸರು ಉಂಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿರೋದು
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
ನೀರದು 3 ದಿವಸ ಓಹೋ ಒಳಿತು ಮಾಡೋ ಮನ್ಸ ನೀರದು 3 ದಿವಸ ನರಕ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲಿಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳೋ ಜನಕ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕಾಣಬೇಕು ಸಿರಿಗೋ ತನಕ ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ನರಕ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲಿಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳೋ ಜನಕ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕಾಣಬೇಕು ಉಸಿರಿರೋ ಕೊನೆ ತನಕ ನಾನು ಎಂದು ನೀ ಮೆರೆಯಬೇಡ ಮೂಢ ನಾನು ಎಂದು ನೀ ಮೆರೆಯಬೇಡ ಮೂಢ ನಾನು ಎಂಬುದು ಮಣ್ಣು ನೀ ಮರೆತು ಹೋಗಬೇಡ ವಿಷವೆಂಬ ವಿಷವ ನೀ ಕುಡಿಯಬೇಡ ಮೂಢ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಅಮೃತವ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಸವಿದು ನೋಡ ಅದೇ ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಕೇಳ ಮನುಜನಾಗಿ ಬಾಳ ಒಳಿತು ಮಾಡೋ ಮನ್ಸ ನೀ ಇರೋದು 3 ದಿವಸ ಓಹೋ ಹೋ ಒಳಿತು ಮಾಡೋ ಮನ್ಸ ನೀ ಇರೋದು 3 ದಿವಸ ಉಸಿರು ನಿಂತ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾರ ಈ ಉಸಿರು ನಿಂತ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾರ ಹೆಣ ಅನ್ನುತ್ತಾರ ಮಣ್ಣಾಗ ಹೂಳುತ್ತಾರ ಚಟ್ಟ ಕಟ್ಟುತ್ತಾರ ನಿನ್ನ ಸುಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕುತ್ತಾರ ಒಳಿತು ಮಾಡೋ ಮನ್ಸ ನೀರೋದು 3 ದಿವಸ ಓಹೋ ಒಳಿತು ಮಾಡೋ ಮನ್ಸ ನೀರೋದು 3 ದಿವಸ
ಒಂದೇ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ನೀನೇ ರಾಜಕುಮಾರ ಒಂದೇ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ನೀನೇ ರಾಜಕುಮಾರ ಹೊಸ ಬೆಳಗೊಂದು ಫಸಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಬೆಳಗಿದೆ ಮನೆಯ ಮನಗಳ ಇಂದು ಆರಾಧಿಸ ರಾಜರತ್ನನು ಆಡಿಸಿಯೇ ನೋಡು ಬೀಳಿಸಿಯೇ ನೋಡು ಎಂದು ಸೋಲದು ಸೋತು ತಲೆಯವಾಗದು ಬೊಂಬೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ನೀನೇ ರಾಜಕುಮಾರ ಗುಡಿಸಲೇ ಆಗಲಿ ಅರಮನೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಆಟವೇ ನಿಲ್ಲದು ಎಂದು ಆಟ ನಿಲ್ಲದು ಕಿರಿಯರೇ ಇರಲಿ ಕಿರಿಯರೇ ಬರಲಿ ಭೇದವೇ ತೋರದು ಎಂದು ಭೇದ ತೋರದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದು ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲದ ಹಾಗೆ ಬದುಕಿರುವ ಆಕಾಶ ನೋಡದ ಕೈಯ ನಿನದು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಂಚಿರುವ ಬದುಕಿನು ನೀನು ಅಪ್ಪನ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಣ್ಣೆಲೆ ಕಾಯೋ ಹೃದಯದಿ ಹೀಗೆ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಪಡೆದ ನಾವು ಪುನೀತ ಬಾಳು ನಗು ನಗುತ್ತಾ ಬಾಳು ನಗು ನಗುತ್ತಾ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ಬೊಂಬೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ಪುನೀತ ರಾಜಕುಮಾರ ತನಕ ಕೊಡುವ ದೀಪವಿದು ನಂದ ದೀಪವೇ ಇದು. ಆಡಿಸುವ ತನ ಕರುಣೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾತ್ರವು ಸಮಯದ ಸೂತ್ರ ಅವನದು. ಒಂದು ಮುತ್ತಿನ ಕಥೆಯ ಹೇಳಿ ಈ ಬೊಂಬೆ ಆ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ರಾಜನಂಗೆ ನೀನು ಬಂದೆ. ಯೋಗವು ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಬರುವುದು ನಮಗೆ, ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ ಒಂದೇ ಉಳಿಯುವುದು ಕೊನೆಗೆ. ಸೂರ್ಯನೊಬ್ಬ ಚಂದ್ರನೊಬ್ಬ ರಾಜನು ಒಬ್ಬ ಪುನೀತ ರಾಜನು ಒಬ್ಬ. ಆಡಿಸಿಯೇ ನೋಡು ಬೀಳಿಸಿಯೇ ನೋಡು ಎಂದು ಸೋಲದು ಸೋತು ತಲೆಯ ಬಾಗದು. ಬೊಂಬೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ನೀನೇ ರಾಜಕುಮಾರ. ಬಂದಿರುಳು ಕನಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಬಳ ಕೇಳಿದೆನು, ಬಂದಿರುಳು ಕನಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಬಳ ಕೇಳಿದೆನು. ಚಂದ ನಿನ್ನಗಾವುದೆಂದು ನಮ್ಮೂರು ಹೊನ್ನೂರು ನಿಮ್ಮೂರು ನವಿಲೂರು ಚಂದ ನಿನ್ನಗಾವುದೆಂದು.
ನಮ್ಮೂರು ಚಂದವೋ ನಿಮ್ಮೂರು ಚಂದವೋ ಎಂದೆನ್ನ ಕೇಳಲೇಕೆ. ನಮ್ಮೂರ ಮಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೂರ ಕನಸಿದನು ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕೆ.
ನಮ್ಮೂರು ಚಂದವೋ ನಿಮ್ಮೂರು ಚಂದವೋ ನಮ್ಮೂರು ಚಂದವೋ ನಿಮ್ಮೂರು ಚಂದವೋ ಎಂದೆನ್ನ ಕೇಳಲೇಕೆ. ಎಂದರಸ ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಿ ಎಂದಳಾಕೆ.
ತೆಂಗುಗಳು ತಲೆದೂಗಿ ಬಳೆಗಳು ತೋಳ ಬೀಸಿ
ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯ ಮೊಗ್ಗುಗಳು ಉಳ್ಳ ಬೇಲಿಗೆ ಬರಿಸಿ ಬಳುಕುತ್ತಿರೆ ಕಂಪಸೂಸಿ
ನಗುತ್ತಾ ನಮ್ಮೂರ ಕಾರುಗಳು ಬರುತ್ತಿರಲು ನಿಮ್ಮೂರ ಸಂತೆಗಾಗಿ ನವಿಲೂರಿಗಿಂತಲೂ ಹೊನ್ನೂರಿ ಸುಖವೆಂದು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿತು ಪ್ರೇಮ ಕೂಗಿ.
ನಮ್ಮೂರು ಚಂದವೋ ನಿಮ್ಮೂರು ಚಂದವೋ, ನಮ್ಮೂರು ಚಂದವೋ ನಿಮ್ಮೂರು ಚಂದವೋ, ಎಂದೆನ್ನ ಕೇಳಲೇಕೆ ಎಂದರಸ ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಿ ಎಂದಳಾಗಿ.
ನಿಮ್ಮೂರ ಬಂಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೂರ ಬೆಟ್ಟಾಗ ಓಡಿದುದು ದಾರಿ ಬೇಗ.
ಪುಟ್ಟಕ್ಕಂದನ ಕೇಕೆ ತೊಟ್ಟಿಲನ್ನು ತುಂಬೆತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮೂರ ಸೇರಿದಾಗ.
ನಿಮ್ಮೂರ ಬಂಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೂರ ಬೆಟ್ಟಾಗ ಓಡಿದುದು ದಾರಿ ಬೇಗ.
ಪುಟ್ಟಕ್ಕಂದನ ಕೇಕೆ ತೊಟ್ಟಿಲನ್ನು ತುಂಬೆತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮೂರ ಸೇರಿದಾಗ.
ಊರ ಬೀದಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕಂಡು ಕುಶಲವನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ತುದಿಯಲೇನೋ ನಿಂದು ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲೇನೋ ಬಂದು ಬೆನ್ನೆ ಕೆಂಪಾಗುವಾಗ.
ನಮ್ಮೂರು ಚಂದವೋ ನಿಮ್ಮೂರು ಚಂದವೋ, ನಮ್ಮೂರು ಚಂದವೋ ನಿಮ್ಮೂರು ಚಂದವೋ, ಇದನ್ನ ಕೇಳಲೇಕೆ ಎನ್ನರಸ ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಿ ಎಂದಳಾಕೆ.
ಲಾ 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 ಲಾ
ಜಗದಾಶ್ರಯ ಮನದೊಳಗಿನ ಆಶಯ ಮದಯ್ಯ ನಸಾರೆ ಮಾತಾಡೆಯ ಅನುರಾಗದ
ಇವೆಯಲ್ಲ ವಂಚನೆಗಳ ಹೂಗಳರಳುತ್ತ ಇವೆಯಲ್ಲ ಸುಳ್ಳುಗಳು ಬಳ್ಳಿಗಳ ಸುಳಿ ಹಾಕುತ್ತಿವೆಯಲ್ಲ ವಂಚನೆಗಳ ಹೂಗಳರಳುತ್ತ ಇವೆಯಲ್ಲ ಬರಲಾರೆಯ ಮಾದಯ್ಯ ನಿಜವ ತರಲಾರೆಯ ಕರುಣಾಮಯ ಜಗದಾಶ್ರಯ ಮನದೊಳಗಿನ ಆಶಯ ಮದಯ ನನ್ನ ಸಾರೆ ಮಾತಾಡೆಯ ಅನುರಾಗದ ಆಲಯ ದ್ರೋಹಗಳು ಧರೆಯೊಳಗೆ ದೀಪವಾಗುತ್ತಿವೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೋಸಗಳು ಮಿಂಚಾಗಿ ಮೈ ಮರೆಯುತ್ತಿವೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ದ್ರೋಹಗಳು ಧರೆಯೊಳಗೆ ದೀಪವಾಗುತ್ತಿವೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೋಸಗಳು ಮಿಂಚಾಗಿ ಮೈ ಮರೆಯುತ್ತಿವೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ತರಲಾರೆಯ ಮಾದಯ್ಯ ಏರಿ ಬರಲಾರೆಯ ಕರುಣಾಮಯ ಜಗದಾಶಯ ಮನದೊಳಗಿನ ಆಶಯ ಮಾದಯ್ಯ ಮನಸಾರೆ ಮಾತಾಡೆಯ ಅನುರಾಗದ ಆಲಯ ನೀತಿಗೆ ನೆಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೆರಳು ನೀಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅನುದಿನವೂ ಅವಸರವು ಅವರವರದೇ ಬದುಕೋ ನೀತಿಗೆ ನೆಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೆರಳು ನೀಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅನುದಿನವೂ ಅವಸರವು ಅವರವರದೇ ಬದುಕು ಯಾರು ಬರಲಾರರು ಮದಯ್ಯ ಏನು ತರಲಾರರು ಕರುಣಾಮಯ ಜಗದಾಶಯ ಮನದೊಳಗಿನ ಆಶಯ ಮದಯ್ಯ ಮನಸಾರೆ ಮಾತಾಡೆಯ ಅನುರಾಗದ ಆಲಯ ಕನಿಕರಕ್ಕೆ ಕಣ್ಣಿಲ್ಲ ಕಾಂಚನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಶೋಕವನ್ನೇ ಲೋಕವೆಂದು ನಂಬಿ ನರಳಬೇಕು ಕನಿಕರಕ್ಕೆ ಕಣ್ಣಿಲ್ಲ ಕಾಂಚನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಶೋಕವನ್ನೇ ಲೋಕವೆಂದು ನಂಬಿ ನರಳಬೇಕು ಅಲೆಗಳನ್ನು ದಾಟಿದ ಮದಯ್ಯ ಜಗವ ಜಾಲಾಡಿವ ಕರುಣಾಮಯ ಜಗದಾಶಯ
ಆಶ್ರಯ ಮನದೊಳಗಿನ ಆಶಯ ಮರೆಯ ಮನಸಾರೆ ಮಾತಾಡೆಯ ಏಳು ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ಒಡೆಯ ಕರುಣಾಮಯ ಜಗದಾಶಯ ಮನದೊಳಗಿನ ಆಶಯ ಮರೆಯ ಮನಸಾರೆ ಮಾತಾಡೆಯ
Hello.
ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡು ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ನೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬಣ್ಣ ಬಿಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ ಇದು ವಿಧಿಯೋಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ ವಿಧಿ ಅಲೆದಾಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡು ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ನೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬಣ್ಣ ಬಿಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಕಾಶಿಲಿ ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡು ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರ ಸುತ್ತಿ ನೋಡು ಗುಂಡಿ ಒಡೆಯ ನಾನೆಂದು ಹೋಗಿ ಹಾಡು ಅಜಂತ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲೋರಣ ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ನೋಡು ಬಾದಾಮಿ ಹೈವಡೆಯ ಚಂದನ ತೂಕ ಮಾಡು ಕಲಿಯೋಗೆ ಕೋಟಿ ಭಾಷೆ ಆಡೋಕೆ ಒಂದೇ ಭಾಷೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಸ್ತೂರಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡು ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮೆಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ ಇದು ವಿಧಿಯೋಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ ವಿಧಿ ಅಲೆದಾಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲೋರಾನ ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ನೋಡು ಬಾದಾಮಿ ಹೈವಡೆಯ ಚಂದನ ತೂಕ ಮಾಡು ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲರನ ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ನೋಡು ಬಾದಾಮಿ ಹೈವಾಡೆಯ ಚಂದನ ತೂಕ ಮಾಡು ಕಲಿಯೋಕೆ ಕೋಟಿ ಭಾಷೆ ಆಡೋಕೆ ಒಂದೇ ಭಾಷೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಸ್ತೂರಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡ ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಬೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣ ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಗತ್ತ ಬಂದಿ ಇದು ಯೋಡಿಸುವ ಬಂದಿ ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಗತ್ತ ಬಂದಿ ಇದು ದಡ ಜೋಡಿಸುವ ಬಂದಿ ಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಭೂಮಿ ಇದು ಪ್ರೇಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಇದು ಪ್ರೇಮಕ್ಕೆ ಶಾಲೆ ಇದು ಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕೆ ದಿನ ಇದು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಕಲ್ಪ ಇದು ಶಿಲ್ಪಕ್ಕೆ ಕಲ್ಪ ಇದು ನಾಟ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾಡಿ ಇದು ನಾಡಂತರಂಗವಿದು ಉಲ್ಲಂಘ ಬೇಳೆಯಿಂದ ಕಾರಂತ ಭಾಷೆಯಿಂದ ಕನ್ನಡಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾವಿನ ಕನ್ನಡ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಲು ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣ ಬೆಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಗದ ಬಂದಿ ಇದು ಯೋಗಿಸುವ ಬಂದಿ ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಗದ ಬಂದಿ ಬಿರಿದರ ಬೇರಿಸುವ ಬಂದಿ
ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಆಗಮನವಾಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ನಿಜವಾಗುವಂತಹ ಆ ಕ್ಷಣ ಸಮೀಪಿಸಿದೆ. ಕೆಲವೇ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿಥಿ ಗಣ್ಯರು ಇವರು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಆಗಮನದ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ.
ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ವಸ್ತು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯನ್ನ ಇದೀಗ ನೆರವೇರಿಸಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪರಿವೀಕ್ಷಣೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನ ಪಡೆದು ನಂತರ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಮಿಸುವಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು, ಐ ವುಡ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಟು ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ಕಮ್ ಇನ್ಸೈಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೀಟ್ಸ್. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪಡೆದಿರೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವಿಂಗ್ ದಿ Honorable Chief Minister getting the information about the various aspects of EV.
ಶಂಕರ್ ಭಾರತಿಪುರ, ಮೇಘನಾ ಮತ್ತು ತಂಡದವರು ಈವರೆಗೆ ನಮಗಾಗಿ ಹಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮಿಮಿಕ್ರಿ ಗೋಪಿ ಅವರು ಚಂದದ ರಸಕ್ಷಣಗಳನ್ನ ನಮಗಾಗಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ತಂಡದವರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
ಕೆಲವರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ, ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಇನಾಗ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಬಂದಾಗ there will be a lot of inauguration. So ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲಾವಿದರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. Raise the volume please. Yeah, little.
ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಸಕಲರ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಂತೆ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರ ಆಗಮನವಾಗಿದೆ. ಗೌರವಯುತ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅತಿಥಿ ಗಣ್ಯರನ್ನ ನಾವು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬರಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಅವರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾನನೀಯ ಇಂಧನ ಮತ್ತು ಕನ್ನಡ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅತಿಥಿ ಗಣ್ಯರು.
ಕೇಂದ್ರ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಭಗವಾನ್ ಖೂಬಾ ಅವರು ಸಹ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಉಮೇಶ್ ಕತ್ತಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರು ಶ್ರೀ ಉಮೇಶ್ ಕತ್ತಿ ಅವರು ಸಹ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಅತಿಥಿ ಗಣ್ಯರೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೀಗ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ. ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರು, ಮಾನನೀಯ ಹೊಸ ಮತ್ತು ನವೀಕರಿಸಬಹುದಾದ ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ಇಂಧನ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಭಗವಂತ್ ಖೂಬಾ ಅವರು, ಮಾನನೀಯ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಇಂಧನ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ವಿ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅತಿಥಿ ಗಣ್ಯರು, ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಇದೀಗ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ
ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಆಗಮನ ಎಲ್ಲರಲ್ಲೂ ನವ ಉಲ್ಲಾಸ, ನವ ಚೈತನ್ಯವನ್ನ ತುಂಬಿದೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಸಹ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿವಂದನೆಯನ್ನ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಮಾನನೀಯ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರು ಶ್ರೀ ಉಮೇಶ್ ಕತ್ತಿ ಅವರು ಸಹ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಮತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಹಸಿರು ಇಂಧನ ಬಳಕೆಯ ಆಶಯದ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸತೊಂದು ಅಲೆಯನ್ನೇ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿದ್ಯುಕ್ತ ಚಾಲನೆ ದಕ್ಕುವ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಸಮಾರಂಭವಿದು. ಇವಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನ, ಇವಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋ 2022.
ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಚಾಲಿತ ವಾಹನಗಳ ಬಳಕೆ ಕುರಿತು ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸೋದು ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿಯಾನದ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಅಂಶ. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಈ ಅಭಿಯಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಘ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು, ಖಾಸಗಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು, ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದಂತೆ ಒಡಂಬಡಿಕೆ, ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ ಇವಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಎಸ್ಕಾಂಗಳ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಸರಬರಾಜು ಕಂಪನಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಿರೂಪಕರಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಶಂಕರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್,
ನಾನು ಅಪರ್ಣ,
ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಈ ಇವಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022ರ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ಆದರದ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತ, ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ.
ಇದೀಗ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ಶುಭ ಚಾಲನೆ. ನಾಡಗೀತೆಯೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತು ಗೌರವ ಸೂಚಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಭಿನ್ನಹ.
ನಾಡಗೀತೆ.
जय भारत जननीय तनुजाते, जय हे कर्नाटक माते, जय सुंदर नदी वन गणनाडे, जय वीर सरुषिगळ पीडे, भूदेविय मकुटस्थ नवमणि, मन्मथ चंदन वन्निन गणि, राघव मधुसूदन भारत जननीय तनुजाते, जय हे कर्नाटक माते, जननीय जोगुಳ ವೇದದ ಘೋಷ, ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ, ಹಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾರಿ, ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಮಂಗಲ ಗೌತಮ ಗಿರನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಶಂಕರ ರಮನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಭಕ್ತರ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಶರಕ್ಷರಿ ಪುಣ್ಯ ಪಂಪಲ ಕುಡಿಪತಿ ಜನ್ನ ಕುಮಾರ ವ್ಯಾಸರ ಮಂಗಲ ಧಾಮ ಕವಿಕೋಗಿಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯ ರಾಮ ನಾರಕ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ಕವೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತಿ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ವೈಸಳರಾಳಿದ ನಾಡೆ ಕಂಕಣ ಜಕಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೀಡೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗ ಕಾವೇರಿಯ ವರರಂಗ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ರಸಿಕರ ರಂಗನ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನ ಉದ್ಯಾನ ಜನಕನ ಹೋಲುವ ಮುರಿಗಳ ಧಾಮ ನಾಯಕ ವೈರಿಕರ ರಾಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ದೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಳಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ ಜೈ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಸುಂದರ ನದಿ ವನಗಳ ನಾಡಿ ಜಯ ವೀರ ಸಋಷಿಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ ಜೈ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ
ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಇದಾಮ್
ವಂದನೆಗಳು ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ. ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ವಾಹನಗಳು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಸಾರಿಗೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೂತನ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ. ಇದನ್ನ ಸಾದರಪಡಿಸುವಂತಹ ಇವಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಉತ್ಪಾದಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಬಳಕೆದಾರರ ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿಗಾಗಿ ಇವಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋ 2022 ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗುತ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗಿರುವ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಈಗ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುವ ಸಮಯ.
ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಚೋಳನ್ ಅವರು ಆರಂಭಿಕ ನುಡಿಗಳೊಡನೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನ ಕೋರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಈ ದಿನ ಈ ಅಭಿಯಾನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಇವಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿರುವ ತಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಲು ನನಗೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಇದೆ. As you all aware that BESCOM is the largest distribution company in the state, distributing electricity to 1.2 crore consumers, doing business to a tune of 30,000 crores and 26,000 million units spread across 8 districts, including the state capital of Bangalore, which houses a large number of IT/BT industries. BESCOM being a nodal agency for setting up charging infrastructure for electric vehicles in the state of Karnataka, is organized this EV-ABHIYAANA 2022 on behalf of Energy Department. EV-ABHIYAANA 2022 is conducted in order to promote adoption of e-mobility by inviting the industry leaders, stakeholders, and end users. The primary objective is to provide a government platform for showcasing the latest technologies, solutions to the prospective consumers, and enable the public to witness the progress of EV industry. As part of the EV Expo, conference and exhibitions are being organized that will have a participation of policymakers, industry leaders, technology providers, EV users, and stakeholders working in the e-mobility domain from India and overseas. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಎಸ್ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಮಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಭಗವಂತ್ ಭೂಬಾ ಸರ್, ಹಾನರಬಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ನ್ಯೂ ಅಂಡ್ ರಿನ್ಯೂವಬಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ, ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫರ್ಟಿಲೈಸರ್, ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಇವರಿಗೂ ಆಗ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಮತ್ತು ವೈದ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಉಮೇಶ್ ಕತ್ತಿ ಸರ್, ಹಾನರಬಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್, ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಮತ್ತು ದೇಹತ್ವವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಕೋರುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಇಂದಿನ ಮತ್ತು ಕನ್ನಡ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಸಚಿವರು ಶ್ರೀ ಸುನೀಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ವಿ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಮತ್ತು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಯ್ತಿರುವ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಪಿ ರವಿಕುಮಾರ್ ಸರ್, ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಕೆಆರ್ಸಿ, ಟಿ.ಸಿ. ಮೋಹನ್ ಸರ್, ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್, ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಶ್ರೀ ಹರ್ತಲಾಲ್ ಹಲಪ್ಪ ಸರ್, MLA ಎಂ ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಸರ್, MLC, ಹಾಗೂ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಮಂಜುಳಾ MD KPTCL, ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ MD ಕರಡಲ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಕೋರ್ತೇನೆ. ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಮಿತ್ರರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ಮಸ್ತರು, ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಕೋರಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಕ್ಷಿಪ್ರವಾಗಿ ಆರಂಭಿಕ ರೆಡ್ಡಿಗಳೊಡನೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನ ಕೋರಿದಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀ ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಚೋಳನ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಈಗ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನ ಕೋರಿದ ನಂತರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತೆರಳಲಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
ಒಂದು ಮಹತ್ತರ ಆಶಯ, ಇದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಒಂದು ಮಹತ್ತರ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯನ್ನ ಇಡುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ದಾಖಲಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಶುಭ ಚಾಲನೆ ನೀಡುತ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಮಾರಂಭವಿದು. EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ, EV ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋ 2022. ಇದಕ್ಕೀಗ ಶುಭ ಚಾಲನೆ, ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಬೆಳಗುವಿಕೆಯ ಮುಖೇನ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರು ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಬೆಳಗಿಸಬೇಕು. ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅತಿಥಿ ಗಣ್ಯರು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಜೊತೆಯಾಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವ ವಿನಂತಿ.
EV ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿವಿಧ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳ 140ಕ್ಕೂ ಅಧಿಕ ಮಳಿಗೆಗಳಿರುತ್ತವೆ. ಹೊಸ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಚಾಲಿತ ವಾಹನಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾರುಕಟ್ಟೆಗೆ ಪರಿಚಯಿಸುವುದು, ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂನ 289 ಹೊಸ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳ ಲೋಕಾರ್ಪಣೆ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ EV ಸಂಬಂಧ ಕೆಲವು ಖಾಸಗಿ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಒಡಂಬಡಿಕೆಗೆ ಸಹಿ. ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ EV ಉತ್ತೇಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿರುವ ಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನೀತಿಗಳ ಕುರಿತು ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನ ಈ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋ ಒದಗಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಉತ್ಪಾದಕರು, ಪೂರೈಕೆದಾರರು, ಬಳಕೆದಾರರನ್ನ ಒಂದೇ ಸೂರಿನಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಚಾಲಿತ ವಾಹನಗಳ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಬಳಕೆ ಕುರಿತು ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಜೋರಾದ ಕರ್ತಾಡನದೊಂದಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಈ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸೋಣ.
ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಹಲವು ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಗಳನ್ನ ಹೊತ್ತಿರುವ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮಹತ್ತರ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ, ಅದುವೇ EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ, EV ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋ 2022. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಶುಭಾರಂಭ, ಶುಭ ಚಾಲನೆ, ಶುಭ ನಾಂದಿ ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಬೆಳಗುವಿಕೆಯ ಮುಖೇನ.
ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿಂತ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾದರಿ ಆಗುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಹೇಗೆ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೋ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಈ EV ಅಭಿಯಾನದಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇತರ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ವಂದನೆಗಳು.
ಶುಭಂ ಕುರುತ್ವಂ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಂ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ
ಆತ್ಮೀಯರೇ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರವನ್ನ ಇವಿ ರಾಜಧಾನಿಯನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾರ್ಪಡಿಸುವ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ 2017ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಿ ನೀತಿಯನ್ನ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಅದು ಈ ಪರಿಯ ರೂಪವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಿದೆ. ಇವಿ ಪಯಣ, ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಇವಿ ಪಯಣ, ಈ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕಿರುಚಿತ್ರ ಇದೀಗ.
ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಆಫ್ ಇವಿ ಜರ್ನಿ ಆಫ್ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ. ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮುಖೇನ ಈ ಇವಿಯ ಪಯಣ ಹೇಗಿತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಮುಂದಿನ ಕೆಲವು ನಿಮಿಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ವೀಕ್ಷಿಸೋಣ.
ಇವಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022ಕ್ಕೆ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತಾ, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರವು ಪರಿಸರ ಮಾಲಿನ್ಯವನ್ನ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಿಸಲು ಹಸಿರು ಇಂಧನ ಉತ್ತೇಜಿಸುವ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಇವಿ ನೀತಿಯನ್ನ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದಿದ್ದು, ಇದರ ಅನ್ವಯ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರವು 2017ರಲ್ಲಿ ತನ್ನ ಇವಿ ನೀತಿಯನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಟಿಸಿದೆ. ಇದರ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನದ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಅನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ನೋಡಲ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿಯಾಗಿ ನೇಮಿಸಿದ್ದು, ಅದರಂತೆ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಇವಿ ನೀತಿಯನ್ನ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತರಲು ಕಾರ್ಯಪ್ರವೃತ್ತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದರ ಅನ್ವಯ ಇವಿ ಉಪಕರಣಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಥಾವರಗಳ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ದೇಶದಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿರುವ ಹೆಗ್ಗಳಿಕೆ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂಗೆ ಸಲ್ಲುತ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೆ ತನ್ನ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯ 8 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 289 ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜರ್ ಸ್ಥಾವರಗಳನ್ನ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಫೇಮ್ ಯೋಜನೆ ಹಂತ 2 ಮೂಲಕ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರಕ್ಕೆ 152 ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಿಗದಿಪಡಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಮಿಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಅನ್ನ ಬಲಪಡಿಸುವ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಪಿಪಿಪಿ ಮಾದರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಟೆಂಡರ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನ ಒದಗಿಸಲು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇವಿ ಮಿತ್ರ ಅನ್ನ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕವಾಗಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪೂರೈಕೆಗೆ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಲು ಏಕಗವಾಕ್ಷಿ ಡ್ಯಾಶ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಅನ್ನ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಕಡಿಮೆ ದರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಿ ವಾಹನಗಳಿಗೆ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನ ಒದಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇವಿ ವಾಹನಗಳ ಕುರಿತ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸಲು ಹಾಗೂ ಬಳಕೆದಾರರಿಗೆ ಈ ಕುರಿತು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಒದಗಿಸಲು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಇವಿ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದೆ. ಇವಿ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರವನ್ನ ಇವಿ ವಲಯವನ್ನಾಗಿ ರೂಪಿಸುವ ದಿಕ್ಸೂಚಿ ವರದಿಯನ್ನ ನೀತಿ ಆಯೋಗ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಹಾಗೂ ಬ್ರಿಟನ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳ ಜಂಟಿ ಸಹಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ರಚಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಿ ಕುರಿತು ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸಲು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಇವಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋ ಅನ್ನ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿದೆ. ಇವಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸಲು ಒಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಇವಿ ಉದ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿನ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪಾಲುದಾರರನ್ನ ಒಂದೇ ಸೂರಿನಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತರಲು ಇವಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋ ನೆರವಾಗಲಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಚಾಲಿತ ವಾಹನಗಳ ಕುರಿತು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸಲು ಜುಲೈ 1ರಿಂದ 6ರವರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ವಾರದ ಇವಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಇದರ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಜುಲೈ 1ರಿಂದ ಜುಲೈ 3ರವರೆಗೆ ಇವಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋನ ಅರಮನೆ ಮೈದಾನದ ಆವರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಸಲಿದೆ.
ಇಂಧನ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಯಾನಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಬನ್ನಿ, ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇಂತಿ ಸದಾ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೇವೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ.
ಈ ಹೊಸ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಉತ್ತೇಜನ ಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವುದೇ ಕೋರಿಕೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರಕವಾದ ಅನುಕೂಲಗಳಿಗೆ ಇದೀಗ ಚಾಲನೆ. ಪ್ರಪ್ರಥಮದಲ್ಲಿ
ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಸ್, ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಒಂದು ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ.
ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಚಾಲಿತ ವಾಹನಗಳ ಬಳಕೆಗೆ ಉತ್ತೇಜನ ನೀಡಲು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ 136 ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಚಾಲಿತ ವಾಹನಗಳ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು 152 ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳು ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಸೇರ್ಪಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿದೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಗಿ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಗಮನಿಸಿ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಇವಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022ರ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ 152 ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂಧುಗಳು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವನ್ನ ಕೆಲವೇ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಇದಾದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ವಿವಿಧ ಸ್ಥಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಇವಿ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ವರ್ಗ ಹಾಗೂ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ವರ್ಗವನ್ನ ಇದರ ನಂತರ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ಲಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳನ್ನ
152 ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ 152 ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಗಳ
ಒಂದು ಝಲಕನ್ನ ನಾವು ಈ ಪರದೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳು ಸನ್ನದ್ಧರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೆಲವನ್ನ ನಾವು ಈ ದಿನ ಈ
ಅವರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಾವಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳಿಯ ಮುಖೇನ ಸೂಚಿಸೋಣ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ. ಒಂದು ಶುಭದ ಆರಂಭ ಇದು. ಮುಂದಿನದು ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಮಿಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ನೀಡುವಂತಹ ಮಿತ್ರ ಆಪ್. ಈ ಆಪ್ಗೆ ಇದೀಗ ಶುಭ ಚಾಲನೆ ಮಾನನೀಯ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಭಗವಂತ್ ಖುಬಾ ಅವರಿಂದ.
ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಭಗವಂತ್ ಖುಬಾ ಅವರು will launch EV Mitra mobile app. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for EV Mitra
ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು
mobile
ನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ
app.
ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳ ಕುರಿತು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂನ ಇವಿ ಮಿತ್ರ ಆಪ್ ಸಮಗ್ರ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಒದಗಿಸಲಿದೆ. ನೀವು ಈ ಆಪ್ ಅನ್ನ ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳು ಇರೋ ಸ್ಥಳ, ದರಪಟ್ಟಿ, ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯದ ಲಭ್ಯತೆ ಮುಂತಾದ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಇವಿ ಮಿತ್ರ ಆಪ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಪಡೆಯಬಹುದಾಗಿದೆ.
ಇದಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ವಿಂಡೋ ಡ್ಯಾಶ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಇದರ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯನ್ನ ಲಾಂಛನವನ್ನ ಶ್ರೀ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸಚಿವರ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರವೇರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಉಮೇಶ್ ಕತ್ತಿ ಅವರು ಸಹ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಜರಿರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ.
ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ವಿಂಡೋ ಡ್ಯಾಶ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲ
ಹೊಸ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ನೀಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಏಕಗವಾಕ್ಷಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದಿದೆ. ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ತೆರೆಯಲು ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂನ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ವಿಂಡೋ ಡ್ಯಾಶ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯ ಪಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನೀವು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ಪೂರಕ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳನ್ನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣವೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಸಿಗಲಿದೆ.
ಇನ್ನು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊರತಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾಗಝೀನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಲೋಕಾರ್ಪಣೆಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ.
ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಸಂಚಿಕೆ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲದರ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಪೂರಕ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಈ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಸಂಚಿಕೆಯ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಇದೀಗ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಂದ. ಏಕಗವಾಕ್ಷಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗೆ ಮಿತ್ರ ಆಪ್ಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಚಾಲಿತ ವಾಹನಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೀಗ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಸಂಚಿಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಇದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇರುವಂತದ್ದು ಏಕೈಕ ಸ್ತುತ್ಯ ಆಶಯ ಇವಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022.
ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಭೂತಪೂರ್ವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಮೊರಾಂಡಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ವಿನಿಮಯ ಒಪ್ಪಿಗೆಯ ವಿನಿಮಯವನ್ನ ಕೆಲವು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂನೊಡನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿದೆ. ಆ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರು ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಬಹಳ ಬೇಗ ಅವರ ಹೆಸರುಗಳನ್ನ ಕೂಗ್ತೀವಿ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ತಾವು ಬಂದು ಇದನ್ನ ವಿನಿಮಯ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ.
ಪ್ರಪ್ರಥಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೈಕ್ ಕೆಫೆ ಅಂಡ್ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ MOUs
ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ಕಮ್ ಓವರ್. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಉಳಿದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಮಾಲ್ಬೋರ್ಗ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜೀಸ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಯು ಟು ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ಕಮ್ ಓವರ್ ಸರ್. NV,
then it is Revos Bolt, Joy Technologies Limited,
My EV Stores and BESCOM,
Chamara Vajra and BESCOM,
Ben SEL and BESCOM.
ಈ 6 ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ನಡುವಣ ಒಡಂಬಡಿಕೆ MOU ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆ. ಬೈಕ್ ಕೆಫೆ, ಮಾಲ್ಬೋರ್ಗ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜೀಸ್, Revos Bolt, Joy Technologies Limited, My EV Stores, Chamara Vajra, Ben SEL, ಈ 6 ಕಂಪನಿಗಳು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು.
ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, please put your hands together. These companies have joined hands with BESCOM, Bike Cafe, Malborg Technologies, that is NV, Revos Bolt, My EV Stores, Chamara Vajra, Ben SEL. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಸ್ಮಾರ್ಟ್ ಸಿಟಿ ಅವರು ಸಹ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ MOU ಗ್ರಿಡ್ ಉಳಿದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ MOUಗಳ ವಿನಿಮಯವನ್ನ ಆನಂತರ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರು ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಲೇಡೀಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಜೆಂಟಲ್ಮೆನ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ದಿ ಆನರಬಲ್ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ.
ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸೋಣ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರನ್ನು.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಈ ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕೆಂದು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಂಧನ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹಾರ್ದಿಕವಾದಂತ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನ ನಾನು ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022ರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರುವಂತ ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ನವೀಕರಣಬಹುದಾದ ಇಂಧನ ಸಚಿವರು, ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಾದಂತ ಶ್ರೀ ಭಗವಂತ ಖೂಬಾಜಿ ಅವರೇ, ಹಿರಿಯ ಸಚಿವರು ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಾದಂಥ ಉಮೇಶ್ ಕತ್ತಿಯವರೇ, ಇಂಧನ ಮತ್ತು ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಸಚಿವರು ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಾದಂಥ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರೇ, ನನ್ನ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಾದಂಥ ಜೀವರಾಜ್ ಅವರೇ, ಶಾಸಕ ಮಿತ್ರರು MSIL ನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಾದಂಥ ಹರ್ತಾಳ್ ಹಾಲಪ್ಪ ಅವರೇ, KRC ನೂತನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ರವಿಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರೇ, MDKPDCL ಮಂಜುಳಾ ಅವರೇ, ಚಂದ್ರಕಾಂತ್ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು KRDL, ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಒಂದು EV ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರುವಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳ CEOಗಳೇ, MDಗಳೇ, ಹಾಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರೇ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿರುವಂತ ಅಣ್ಣ ತಮ್ಮಂದಿರೇ, ಅಕ್ಕ ತಂಗಿರೇ, ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಜಗತ್ತು ಬದಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಇಂಧನ ಜಗತ್ತು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ. ಇಂಧನಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದೆ ಆದಂತ ಒಂದು ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಇದೆ. ಇಂಧನ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಜೀವವೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಜೀವನವೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಭೂಮಿ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಅದರ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಗಿರುವಂತ ಎಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಅದು ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್. ಅಗ್ನಿ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಒಂದು ಭೂಮಂಡಲದ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿದೆ. ಈಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಬದುಕುತ್ತಿರುವ ನೆಡುವ ಭೂಮಿಯ ತಳಗಡೆ ಅಪಾರವಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ಇಂಧನ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಇಂಧನ ಬದುಕು, ಪರಿಸರ, ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಪರಿಸರದ ಹಾನಿ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಫಾಸಿಲ್ ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನ್ ಕರಿತೇವೆ, ಕನ್ವೆನ್ಷನಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನ್ ಕರಿತೀವಿ, ಅದರ ಉಪಯೋಗವನ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಸುಮಾರು 30 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಹಲವಾರು ಆಯಾಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯನ್ನು ಕಂಡಿದೆ. ಇಂಧನ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ, ಆದರೆ ಶುದ್ಧವಾದಂತ ಇಂಧನ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಸರದ ನಷ್ಟ ಮಾಡುವಂತ, ಹಾನಿ ಮಾಡುವಂತ, ಕುಲುಷಿತ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಮೊಬಿಲಿಟಿಯಿಂದ, ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ನಿಂದ, ಅದು ಸ್ಕೂಟರ್ ನಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಹೆವಿ ಟ್ರಕ್ಸ್ ವರೆಗೂ ಏನು ಹೊರ ಚಲ್ತದೆ, ಅದು ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ ಡೈಆಕ್ಸೈಡ್ ಯುಕ್ತವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಹೊಗೆ ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹಾನಿಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಫಾಸಿಲ್ ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ಸ್ ಬಹಳ ದಿವಸ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಉಪಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲವು ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾಸಿಲ್ ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ಸ್ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ರಿನ್ಯೂವಬಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಅಂತ ನವೀಕರಣವಾಗಬಹುದಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ಇಂಧನಕ್ಕೆ
ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಡುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ತನ್ನ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನ ಇಂದಿನ ದಿನಮಾನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳಿಂದ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ 2 ವೀಲರ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಇವಿಗೆ ಜೋಡಣೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನ ಕೆಲವು ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕಾರು ಮತ್ತು ಬಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಜೋಡಣೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಆಗುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ರಿನ್ಯೂವಬಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿಯ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತು ಬ್ಯಾಟರಿ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದ್ರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಒಂದು ಇಂಬು ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಚಾರ್ಜರ್ ಅವುಗಳನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ EV ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಡೋ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅದನ್ನ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಮ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ನೋಡಲ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂನವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ನನಗಿದೆ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈಗ ಬ್ಯಾಟರಿ ಸ್ವ್ಯಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಏನು ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾವು ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಒತ್ತನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಬ್ಯಾಟರಿ ಸ್ವ್ಯಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬರುವಂತಹ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಟರಿ ಸ್ವ್ಯಾಪಿಂಗ್ಗೆ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಹತ್ವವನ್ನ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಾಗ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಕ್ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಾನು ಹೇಳದಂತೆ ಬಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ EV ಬಸ್ಸಸ್ಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಾವು ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇವತ್ತೇ ಕೆಲವು ನಿರ್ಣಯಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. BMTCಗೆ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು EV ಬಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಜೋಡಣೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಿದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಈ EV ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಜನಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೆ ನಿಲುಕಬೇಕು ಅಂದಾಗ ಅದರ ಬಳಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ಸ್ ಗಮನವನ್ನು ಹರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನೀಗ ಬರುವಾಗ ಸುಮಾರು 6-7 ಜನ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ಸ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೆ. ದೇಶದ ಅತಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ EV ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಕ್ಸಿಬಿಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಜನಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೆ ನಿಲುಕುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ EV ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಗಳನ್ನ ತಯಾರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂತದ್ದು 2 ಕಾಂಪೋನೆಂಟು, ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತಮವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮೋಟರ್. ಅದು ಕನ್ವರ್ಷನ್ ಏನು ಮೋಟರ್ ಇದೆ ಅದು ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಚೈನಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಈಗ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆತ್ಮನಿರ್ಭರ ಭಾರತ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಡುಗರೇ ಅದನ್ನ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನನಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇವನ್ ಮಲ್ಟಿ ಆಕ್ಸಲ್ ಹೆವಿ ಟ್ರಕ್ಸ್ಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ ಅನ್ನ ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ನಡೆದಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನ ಕೆಲವು ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗೂ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಕೂಡ ನನಗಿದೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ವೆನ್ಷನಲ್ ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ ಅನ್ನ ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ತಪ್ಪಿಸೋ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ, ಪರಿಸರವನ್ನ ಶುದ್ಧಗೊಳಿಸುವ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನ EV ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಬರುವಂತಹ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಕ್ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ರಿನ್ಯೂವಬಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಮಹತ್ವವನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ತಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಇವತ್ತು ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಕ್ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಈಗ ಅದ್ರ ಮುಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ಸವಾಲು ಅದನ್ನ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ PSP ಯೋಜನೆಗಳ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ನೆರವಿನಿಂದ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಬರುವಂತಹ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 2-3 PSP ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಶರಾವತಿಯ ಸಮೇತವಾಗಿ 2-3 ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ PSP ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳು ತಲೆ ಎತ್ತವೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮರುಬಳಕೆಗೆ ಅದು ಉತ್ತಮವಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಾಧನ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ಸ್. ನಾವು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ ತಯಾರಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ MOUಗಳನ್ನ 2 ಕಂಪನಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಈ ರಿನ್ಯೂವಬಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಹೈಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಅದು ಹೈಡ್ರೋಕಾರ್ಬನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅದಾದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ ಅನ್ನ ನಾವು ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ, ಹೊರ ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಆಯಿಲ್ ಅನ್ನ ಇಂಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪರ್ಯಾಯವಾಗಿ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಎಥನಾಲ್ ಅನ್ನ ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಎಥನಾಲ್ ಅನ್ನ 20% ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಜಿ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ರಿನ್ಯೂವಬಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿಯ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಅದರ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ಸ್ಗೆ 2 ಕಂಪನಿಗಳಿಗೆ MOU ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಬರುವಂತಹ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ಸ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಸಿದ್ಧತೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅಮೋನಿಯಾ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನಮಗೆ ಬಳಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಗೊಬ್ಬರವನ್ನ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡಲು ಈ DAP ಅಂತ ಏನು ಕರಿತೇವೆ, ಅದರ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರಿಂಗ್ ಕೂಡ MOU ಅನ್ನ ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಲೇಟೆಸ್ಟ್. ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತ ಮತ್ತು ಗಲ್ಫ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಸಿ ವಾಟರ್ನಿಂದ, ಸಮುದ್ರ ನೀರಿನಿಂದ ಅಮೋನಿಯಾ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡುವಂತದ್ದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೊಸ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯನ್ನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಯೋಗವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಗತಿಪರವಾದಂತಹ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಇರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುವಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಲಾಭವನ್ನ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಕೊಡಬಹುದಾಗಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಬೇಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಹೈಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಟ್ಯಾಲೆಂಟ್ ಇರುವಂತದ್ದು, ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಇರುವಂತದ್ದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ. ಇದರ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕವನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಂಗದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಮುನ್ನಡೆಸುವಂತ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಇಚ್ಛಾಶಕ್ತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು EV ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ಗೂ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ರಿನ್ಯೂವಬಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಸೆಮಿ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟರ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಏರೋಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಡಿಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ R&D ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ವಾತಾವರಣವನ್ನ ಸದ್ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಬೇಕು. ಯುವಕರು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಹೊಸ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಅಪ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಹೊಳೆಯದಿರುವಂತ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಲ್ಯಾಟ್ರಲ್ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಯುವಕರು ಇವತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಇಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಏರೋಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ವರೆಗೂ. ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಕರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಇರುವಂತಹ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಸುಧಾರಣೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮುಕ್ತವಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಲಹೆ ಸೂಚನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಡಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಂಧನ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಮುಕ್ತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಆ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿ ಜನ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರದನ್ನ ಬಳಕೆಯನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಾಗ ಹೇಳಿ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇಂಧನ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಇದೇ ತರ ಪ್ರಗತಿಪರವಾದಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಲಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸಚಿವರು ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಈ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಈ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂತದ್ದು ಅತ್ಯಗತ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ರಿನ್ಯೂವಬಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಾಗ ಹೇಳಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ವಂದಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಈ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಸಾಗೋಣ, ಯಶಸ್ಸನ್ನ ಕಾಣೋಣ ಅನ್ನುವ ಕರೆಯನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರು. ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ನ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಅವರು ತುರ್ತಾಗಿ ತೆರಳಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯ ಮುಖೇನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸೋಣ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ.
ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ತೆರಳಿದ ನಂತರ
ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮುಂದುವರಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ತಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೋರಿಕೆ.
ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ತೆರಳಿದ ನಂತರ ಸಮಾರಂಭ ಮುಂದುವರಿಯಲಿದೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ತೆರಳಿದ ಬಳಿಕ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಮುಂದುವರಿಕೆಗೆ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹಕರಿಸಿ ಅನುವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೋರಿಕೆ.
ಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಂಧನ ಸಚಿವರು, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರು, ಹಾಗೇನೆ KERC ಅವರ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಮಾತನಾಡುವ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ತಮ್ಮ ಆಸನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. MOU ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಇಬ್ಬರ ಜೊತೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯಿತು. ಉಳಿದಿರತಕ್ಕಂತ ಈ ಒಡಂಬಡಿಕೆ ವಿನಿಮಯ ಮೆಮೊರಾಂಡಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ನ ಮುಂದುವರಿಕೆ ಇದೀಗ.
ಸಾಂಕೇತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಇದು ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ಮುಂದುವರೆದು ಇದೀಗ ರೆವೋಸ್ ಬೋಲ್ಡ್, ವಿಜಾಯ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜೀಸ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಅವರು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವ ಕೋರಿಕೆ. ಅವರ ನಂತರ ಮೈ EV ಸ್ಟೋರ್ಸ್, ಅದಾದ ಬಳಿಕ ಚಾಮರ ವಜ್ರ, ನಂತರ ಬೆನ್ SCL, ಆ ಬಳಿಕ ಸುಭಾಸ್ ಆಟೋಮೇಟಿವ್ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್.
ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ರೆವೋಸ್ ಬೋಲ್ಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಫ್ MOU.
ಮಾನ್ಯ MD ಅವರ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅವರು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಬೀಳ್ಕೊಡುವ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ತೆರಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಆಗಮನದ ಬಳಿಕ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಈ MOU ಒಡಂಬಡಿಕೆ ಪತ್ರ ವಿನಿಮಯ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಲಿದೆ.
ಸ್ಮಾರ್ಟ್ ಸಿಟಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ನ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀ ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಚೋಳನ್ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಅವರನ್ನ ಬೀಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಹಿಂತಿರುಗಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಗ ಸಚಿವರ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀ ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಚೋಳನ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರುಗಳು ಈ ಒಂದು ಒಡಂಬಡಿಕೆ ವಿನಿಮಯವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ತಮ್ಮ ಆಸನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಬಹಳ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನ ನೀಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಆಲ್ ಕೋಆಪರೇಟೆಡ್. ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲೇ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗದೆ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂತ ಆಸನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಎ ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್.
ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ ಗಮನಿಸಿ, EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಇದರ ಅಂಗವಾಗಿ ನಾಳೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಜುಲೈ 2 ಶನಿವಾರ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 6 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 9 ಗಂಟೆಯವರೆಗೆ EV ರ್ಯಾಲಿ ಏರ್ಪಾಡಾಗಿದೆ. ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದಿಂದ ಅರಮನೆ ಮೈದಾನದವರೆಗೆ ಈ EV ರ್ಯಾಲಿ ಸಾಗಲಿದ್ದು ಸುಮಾರು 300ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ವಾಹನಗಳು ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿವೆ. ನಾಳೆ ಜುಲೈ 2 ಶನಿವಾರ EV ಅಭಿಯಾನದ ಅಡಿ EV ರ್ಯಾಲಿ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದಿಂದ ಅರಮನೆ ಮೈದಾನದವರೆಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 300ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ವಾಹನಗಳ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ಳುವಿಕೆ.
ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ EV ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ನಿಂದ 289ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. PPP ಮಾದರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ 1000ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗಳ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಯ ಆಗಲಿದೆ.
ಇದೀಗ MD ಅವರ ಆಗಮನವಾಗಿದೆ. ಒಡಂಬಡಿಕೆ ಪತ್ರಗಳ ವಿನಿಮಯ. ಪ್ರಥಮದಲ್ಲಿ ರೆವಾಸ್ ಬೋಲ್ಡ್, ವಿಜಾಯ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜೀಸ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ.
ರೆವಾಸ್ ಬೋಲ್ಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಚೋಳನ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಸಚಿವರ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಒಡಂಬಡಿಕೆ ವಿನಿಮಯವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ.
ಮುಂದಿನವರು ಮೈ EV ಸ್ಟೋರ್ಸ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ.
ಇದಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ಐ ವುಡ್ ನೌ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮೈ EV ಸ್ಟೋರ್ಸ್ ಟು ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ಕಮ್ ಓವರ್. ಮೈ ಇವಿ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ಸ್ ನ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ.
ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ವಾಹನಗಳು, ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾರಿಗೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಪ್ರಯಾಣದ ರೀತಿ ನೀತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸತೊಂದು ಕ್ರಾಂತಿಯನ್ನು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿವೆ. ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಜೊತೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿವೆ. ಈ ಒಪ್ಪಂದ ಪತ್ರಗಳ ವಿನಿಮಯ ಮೈ ಇವಿ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ, ಮುಂದೆ ಚಾಮರಾಜ ಮತ್ತು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ.
ಚಾಮರಾಜ ಅಂಡ್ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಇವರು ಚಾಮರಾಜದ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳು.
ಅವರ ನಂತರ ಬೆನ್ ಎಸಿಎಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ.
ಚಾಮರಾಜದ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳು ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಬೆನ್ ಎಸ್ಸಿಎಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ.
ಬೆನ್ ಎಸಿಎಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ. ಮುಂದಿನವರು ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಆಟೋಮೇಟಿವ್ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್.
ಇದಾದ ಮೇಲೆ
ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಆಟೋಮೇಟಿವ್ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್.
ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಆಟೋಮೋಟಿವ್ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಇವರು ಸಹ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂನೊಂದಿಗೆ ಒಡಂಬಡಿಕೆಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಒಡಂಬಡಿಕೆ ವಿನಿಮಯ ಇದೀಗ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಸಾಂಕೇತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ MOU ಇದನ್ನ ಆಗು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಬೈಕ್ ಕೆಫೆ, ಮಾಲ್ಬೋರ್ಡ್, ವಿಜಯ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜೀಸ್, ಮೈ ಇವಿ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ಸ್, ಚಾಮರಾಜ, ಬೆನ್ ಎಸಿಎಲ್, ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಆಟೋಮೇಟಿವ್ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ವಂದನೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಹಾಕಿ ಕಂಗ್ರ್ಯಾಚುಲೇಷನ್ಸ್.
ಇನ್ನು IS ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಇವರು ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ FKCCI, ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ IS ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಫೆಡರೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಚೇಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿಗೆ ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕಾ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನ ಸರ್ಕಾರದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಫೆಡರೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಚೇಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಶ್ರಮಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದರ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ IS ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನಾ ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ IS ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಪುಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ಫಾರ್ FKCCI.
FKCCI ಯಾವತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಈ ಪರಿಯ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಜೊತೆಯಾಗಿದೆ, ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಬಲವನ್ನ ಉದ್ಯಮ ಲೋಕ ನೀಡುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನೀಗ ಮಾನನೀಯ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸಚಿವರ ಆಶಯದ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನ ಆಲಿಸುವ ಸಮಯ.
ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಭಗವಂತ್ ಕೂಬಾ.
EV ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2028ರ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟಕರು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಘನವೆತ್ತ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದಂತ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಜಿ ಅವರೇ, ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ರೂವಾರಿಗಳು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಇಂಧನ ಸಚಿವರಾದಂತ ಸೋದರ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಜಿ ಅವರೇ, ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿದ್ದಂತ ಚಂದ್ರಕಾಂತ್ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ರೇ, ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಭಾಗವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿದಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಸಹೋದರ ಸಹೋದರಿಯರೇ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಂಧನವನ್ನ ಕುರಿತು ಅನೇಕ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ಈ ಸಭೆಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಧನದ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ, ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ, ನಾನ್ ಫಸಿಲ್ ಫ್ಯೂಲ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವಲಂಬಿತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮನೆ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಜಿ ಅವರು 2015ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಯಾರಿಸ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಭಾರತ 2022ರವರೆಗೆ 175 ಗಿಗಾವ್ಯಾಟ್ ರಿನ್ಯೂವಬಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿಯ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂತ ಗುರಿಯನ್ನ ವಿಶ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಅನೇಕ ವಿಶ್ವದ ದೇಶಗಳು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯಚಕಿತರಾಗಿ ಭಾರತದ ಗುರಿಯನ್ನ ಗಮನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತದೆ, ಭಾರತ 2022ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ 175 ಗಿಗಾವ್ಯಾಟ್ ರಿನ್ಯೂವಬಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿಯನ್ನ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಗಿಗಾವ್ಯಾಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು 2030ರವರೆಗೆ COP26 ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತ 500 ಗಿಗಾವ್ಯಾಟ್ ರಿನ್ಯೂವಬಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿಯ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಗುರಿಯನ್ನ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ. ಆ ಒಂದು ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅನೇಕ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ, ಹೂಡಿಕೆದಾರರನ್ನ, ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನ, ಇಡೀ ವಿಶ್ವದ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನ ಬಳಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಭಾರತ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿರ್ಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂತ ಮಹತ್ವಾಕಾಂಕ್ಷೆಯ ಗುರಿಯನ್ನ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಈ ವಿಶ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಇಡೀ ವಿಶ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹೊಂದುವಂತ ದೇಶ. ಇವತ್ತು ವಾತಾವರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಏರುಪೇರು ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಾರಣ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಎರಡು ಮಾತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅನೇಕ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹೊಂದಿದಂತ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಭಾರತದ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ 3 ಪಟ್ಟು 4 ಪಟ್ಟು ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ ಡೈಆಕ್ಸೈಡ್ ಅನ್ನ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನ, ಒಂದು ಪದ್ಧತಿಯನ್ನ ಅವರ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಭಾರತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ ಡೈಆಕ್ಸೈಡ್ ಎಮಿಷನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂತ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅನೇಕ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನ ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಭಾರತ ವಿಶ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ಆಶ್ವಾಸನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆಯೋ ಆ ಆಶ್ವಾಸನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಈಡೇರಿಸ್ತಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ. ಇವತ್ತು EV ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿಸುಮಾರು 18% ಡೀಸೆಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಅನ್ನ ಈ ಒಂದು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಳಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಸುಮಾರು 94 ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಟನ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ ಡೈಆಕ್ಸೈಡ್ ಅನ್ನ ಹೊರಬಿಡುವಂತದ್ದನ್ನ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅನೇಕ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರ ಸ್ನೇಹವಾದಂತ ಪಾಲಿಸಿಯನ್ನ ತಂದು ಇವತ್ತು 4 ವೀಲರ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿ 2 ವೀಲರ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು ಮಾರಾಟವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದು ಖರೀದಿ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಬಂಧುಗಳು. ಇಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಇವತ್ತು ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಂಧನ ಸಚಿವರೇನ ಒಂದು ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿದರು. ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಇದು ಪ್ರಶಂಸನೀಯ. ಬಹುತೇಕ ನನಗನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲನೇ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಇಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿಯಾನದ ಸ್ವರೂಪವನ್ನ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಂಧನ ಸಚಿವರಿಂದ ಇಲಾಖೆ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಪಡೆದು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಹುಟ್ಟಿಸುವಂತ ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಬಂಧುಗಳು. ಕಳೆದ ಬಜೆಟ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಇರ್ಲಾರ್ತರ ಡಿಲೈಸೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸುಮಾರು 1000 ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲೇ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಮುಂಬರುವಂತ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳಿರ್ತಾವೋ ಅವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳನ್ನ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾದರಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಆಗೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡು ಮಾತಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ವಿಶ್ವಾಸವನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಇಂತಹ ಅಭಿಯಾನದಿಂದ ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಹೂಡಿಕೆದಾರರಿಗೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಯವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರಿಗೆ ಕೈಕುಟುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಹನಗಳನ್ನ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆಯನ್ನ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ಮುಂಬರುವಂತ 1-2 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೆಲೆ ಬಾಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇರುವುದೇ ಕೇವಲ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಗಳು, ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನಗಳು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಶೋಧನವನ್ನು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮವಾಗಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಅನೇಕ ಉತ್ಪಾದಕರು ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸುಲಭ ಮತ್ತು ಕಡಿಮೆ ದರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಯನ್ನ ಚಾಲನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲವಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಡೀಸೆಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಅನ್ನ ಹೋಲಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಗಳು ಅತಿ ಸರಳವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವುದೇ ಮೇಂಟೆನೆನ್ಸ್ ಇರಲಾರ್ದೇನೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತವೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಯೋಜನೆಯಿಂದ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರಿಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲವಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನ್ ರಿನ್ಯೂಯಬಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ 2ನೇ ಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ. ಸುಮಾರು 15.5 ಗಿಗಾವ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಸುಮಾರು 10 ಗಿಗಾವ್ಯಾಟ್ ರಿನ್ಯೂಯಬಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 1 ಗಿಗಾವ್ಯಾಟ್ ರೂಫ್ ಟಾಪ್ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಅನ್ನ ಬಳಕೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಒಂದು ಮಾದರಿ ರಾಜ್ಯವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಾವೊಂದು ಇಂಥದೇ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನ ಕಳೆದ ತಿಂಗಳ 4ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಗೆ ಬೀದರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಆ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಬಂದು ಆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ರು. ಅಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಅಂತ ನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ರೂಫ್ ಟಾಪಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅನುಕೂಲವಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಯಾವ ಹೊಸ ಪಾಲಿಸಿಯನ್ನ ತರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಕರಿಸುವಂತ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸ ಪಾಲಿಸಿಯನ್ನ ತಂದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯವು ಕೂಡ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಒಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಹಾಕಿ ರಿನ್ಯೂಯಬಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಗುರಿಯನ್ನ ಮುಟ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಪ್ರಶಂಸೆಯನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ರೀತಿಯ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋನ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ವರ್ಗದವರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ವಿರಾಮನ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಶುಭವಾಗಲಿ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಹೊಸ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಈ ಹೊಸ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಭರವಸೆಯ ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ಹೊಸ ಸಾಧನಗಳು ಪಥಗಳು ಈ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮ ನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಂಡು ಶುಭವನ್ನ ಕೋರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮಾನನೀಯ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸಚಿವರು ಶ್ರೀ ಭಗವಂತ್ ಖೂಬಾ ಅವರು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಂಧನ ಹಾಗೂ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ರಚನೆಯತ್ತ ದಾಪುಗಾಲ ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಇವಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾದ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಮಾತನಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರ ಮುನ್ನ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಚೇತನ್ ಮೈನಿ on stage. We request Chetan Maini sir to kindly share your feelings with us.
MD Sun Mobility Shri Chetan Maini.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಹಕ್ಕೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಪಾಯ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಅದನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುತ್ತಾನೆ ಎಂಬ ನಂಬಿಕೆ. This is something that Robert Swan said, that the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will solve it. I think the fact that we have all the ministers here today, we have a lot of people from the industry here today, is really reassuring that we all work together to make a real difference. Karnataka has been the front runner in electric adoption on this area for over 2 decades. I still remember when we had launched REVA over 20 years ago, the government looked at a lot of support. In fact, at that days, which was BESCOM was then KEB, actually allowed separate meters for electric vehicle charging even 20 years ago. This is how forward-thinking Karnataka has been and BESCOM has been, and so a big round of applause to what the state has done and the Department of Energy has been looking at on this area. Right. We've been very committed at Maini Group to look at electric mobility. We've been here for 49 years, and that for over 25 years, we've been working on electric mobility on this area here. It's important that we not only manufacture, but how do we design and also do all the systems that are required to make electric vehicles a reality. Today at Sun Mobility, which is one of our younger companies, just 5 years young, but 500 people strong, we look at addressing the key issues to make electric vehicles affordable by separating the batteries from electric vehicles and swapping them in just 1 or 2 minutes. You can now have no issues around cost, people concerned about range or running out of charge. And these are now installed all over the city, which allows people to do vehicle deliveries, use their 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers across this area here. We today are in 15 cities with over 50,000 swaps per week. It's really allowing the city to move in terms of a new infrastructure on this area. Karnataka has been doing a lot from its 2017 policy to today's the EV Jagrati portal, and the focus on the EV infrastructure. Very big kudos to the government in terms of the work that they have been doing on this area. It's also led the EV 2-wheeler adoption on this front. As we take the next steps, it's important also we further strengthen this relationship where the government can work even closer with the industry and really promote electric mobility. And some of the key areas to strengthen this are going to be also to see how we can rapidly get the infrastructure in our cities going, because the infrastructure will really allow more electric mobility. In 2017, the government rolled out policies for incentives. These need to be streamlined and allowed through a single window, and we look forward to these things where there could be more industry and government participation to make this efficient. The other area where there can be a lot of industry and government participation is going to be how we can put infrastructure together on this front. And this would mean having more public sites so that people can install the infrastructure, and government providing power up to 100 kilowatts that allows both private players and government to come together. Such things can really create an enabling infrastructure in the entire state and make a huge difference to adoption of electric mobility. Other states have been also putting together incentives for demand for end customers, and we look forward to Karnataka also offering this for two-wheelers and three-wheelers, which constitute 85% of our vehicles in the city. And for the common person, this would really help adoption and also reducing our pollution on this area. There are also opportunities to support retrofit of older vehicles that can really help the electric mobility on this area. The Honorable Chief Minister in his speech talked about thinking out of the box, innovation, and especially leads this area of innovation in electric mobility. And one of the things we can talk is how do we create electric vehicle tech park that can really support such area and build on this here, right? There's never a doubt that when people come together, we can make miracles happen. And we're very fortunate for all of us to be here today to work together this happen. Dhanyavadagalu. Namaskar.
ಶುಭದ ನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸನ್ ಮೊಬಿಲಿಟಿಯ ಮಾನ್ಯ MD ಶ್ರೀ ಚೇತನ್ ಮೈನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಯೋರ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಗುಡ್ ವಿಶಸ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್.
ಬಹುಶಃ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಿ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ನಿನ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈನಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ. ಅದರ ಒಬ್ಬ ಅರ್ಹ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಚೇತನ್ ಮೈನಿ ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಚೇತನ್ ಮೈನಿ. ಅಂಡ್ ನೌ ಇನ್ನೀಗ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ತುತಿಯ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬಲವಾಗಿ ನಿಂತಿರುವಂತಹವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ. ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸೋಣ ಮಾನನೀಯ ಇಂಧನ ಮತ್ತು ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಸಚಿವರು ಶ್ರೀ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು.
ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವಂತಹ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸಚಿವರಾದಂತಹ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಭಗವಂತ್ ಖೂಬಾ ಅವರೇ, ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಮಿನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದಂತಹ ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಚೋಳನ್ ಅವರೇ, ರುದ್ರಪ್ಪಯ್ಯ ಅವರೇ, ಚಂದ್ರಕಾಂತ್ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ರೇ, ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳೇ, ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಈ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಇವಿಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ನನಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸಂತೋಷ ಇದೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಇಂಧನದ ಕುರಿತಂತೆ, ಹಸಿರು ಇಂಧನದ ಕುರಿತಂತೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸಂಗತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬದಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳನ್ನ ಸಮರ್ಥವಾಗಿ ಬಳಸುವಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಇಂಧನ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಂತಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ಇವಿ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ನಡುವೆ ಜಾಗೃತಿಯನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾದಾಗ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಇದರ ನೋಡಲ್ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದುಕೊಂಡು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾದಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಮಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ 133 ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕಾರ್ಯಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು 182 ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸದಾದಂತಹ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಧಿಕೃತವಾಗಿ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಬಳಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ಪೂರ್ವ ಸಿದ್ಧತೆಯನ್ನ, ಮೂಲಭೂತವಾದಂತ ಸಿದ್ಧತೆಯನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಇವತ್ತು ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯಗಳನ್ನ ಒದಗಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಕಳೆದ ಕೆಲವು ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ತಯಾರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಕಳೆದ 1 ತಿಂಗಳ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದೆ. ಒಟ್ಟು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದಿನ 1-2 ತಿಂಗಳ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 1108 ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಟೆಂಡರ್ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮುಗಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಈ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲೇ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಅನ್ನ ಹೊಂದಿರುವಂತ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಇದೆ. ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ವಾಹನಗಳನ್ನ ಬಳಸಬೇಕು, ಉದ್ಯಮಿದಾರರು ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಜನ ಇದರ ಬಳಕೆಯನ್ನ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಹೋದಂತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಪೂರ್ವ ಸಿದ್ಧತೆಯನ್ನ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯಗಳನ್ನ ಒದಗಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂತದ್ದು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ. ಇದನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಾನಿವತ್ತು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದ ಹೇಳುವಂತದ್ದು ಏನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಇವಿ ಬಳಕೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ದೇಶದ ರಾಜಧಾನಿ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು. ಇವತ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಒಟ್ಟು ಇದರ ಆಶಯ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ವಾಹನಗಳ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಆ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳು ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಳಕೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗವನ್ನ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು. ತನ್ಮೂಲಕ ಹಸಿರು ಇಂಧನದ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸೌಲಭ್ಯಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ನಾವು ಈ ಒಂದು ವಾರದ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಇವಿ ಮಿತ್ರವನ್ನ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನು ವಾಹನಗಳನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಂತ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಆ ಇವಿ ಮಿತ್ರವನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ, ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಬಳಕೆದಾರನಿಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸುಲಭ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಇವಿ ಮಿತ್ರವನ್ನ ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಹತ್ರ ಆ ಆಪಿನ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇವತ್ತು 1108 ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಜೊತೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾರು ಖಾಸಗಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ನಾವು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ, ನಮಗೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ವಿಂಡೋ ಡ್ಯಾಶ್ ಬೋರ್ಡಿನ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅಂತವ್ರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಕ್ತ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಮತ್ತು ಇಂಧನ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಹೊಂದಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ವಾಹನಗಳನ್ನ ಬಳಸುವಂತ ಕೇಂದ್ರಗಳಿದೆ, ಅದು ಖಾಸಗಿ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಮಹಲ್ಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಹೆದ್ದಾರಿಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಖಾಸಗಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ನಾವು ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ವಿಂಡೋದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅನುಮತಿಯನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಸಿದ್ಧತೆಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಪೂರ್ಣಗೊಳಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ತತ್ಪರಿಣಾಮವಾಗಿ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಹನಗಳು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನ ಇದನ್ನ ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂತ ಭಾವನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹವನ್ನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಹೊಸ ಆಯಾಮವನ್ನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಇವಿ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಗಳ ಒಂದು ರ್ಯಾಲಿಯು ಕೂಡ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದಿಂದ 6:30 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಜನಜಾಗೃತಿಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಸಿರು ಇಂಧನದ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತನ್ನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಪರಿಸರದ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಗೃತಿಗಳಾಗ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ತಿನ ಬೇಡಿಕೆಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನು ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಹಸಿರು ಇಂಧನ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೈಬ್ರಿಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬಜೆಟ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸೋಲಾರ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ನಂಬರ್ 1 ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಇವಿ ಬಳಕೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರನ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ರಾಜಧಾನಿಯನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಕನಸುಗಳನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೋ, ಹಸಿರು ಇಂಧನದ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ದೇಶದ ನೇತೃತ್ವವನ್ನ ವಹಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಸಿದ್ಧತೆಯನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ, ಇವತ್ತಿನಿಂದ ಆರಂಭ ಆಗಿರುವಂತ ಈ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಯನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಬಂದು ಒಡಂಬಡಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಕಂಪನಿಗಳು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವಂತಾಗಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಉದ್ಯಮವನ್ನ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಪೂರಕವಾದಂತ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಪಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಸಿಗುವಂತಾಗಬೇಕು. ಆ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಇಂಧನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಉಳಿದ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಿಗಿಂತ ಭಿನ್ನವಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದನೂ ಕೂಡ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇವತ್ತು ನೇತೃತ್ವವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂತ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಧನ ಇಲಾಖೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಸಹಕಾರದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರ ಲಾಭವನ್ನ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಜನತೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನತೆ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ವಿನಂತಿಯನ್ನ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ, ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳ ಉಪಯೋಗತೆಯನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಜನ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಲಹೆಗಳು ಈ ಹಸಿರು ಇಂಧನದ ಕುರಿತಂತೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಇವಿ ಬಳಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಲಹೆಗಳನ್ನ ಜನ ಕೊಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮುಕ್ತವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಪೂರಕವಾದಂತ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸಿದ್ಧರಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಅಭಿಯಾನದ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಮಿನ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಚೋಳನ್ ಅವರು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತ ಗಮನವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ತಂಡಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ, ಇದರ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಸಿಗುವಂತಾಗ್ಲಿ. ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ, ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಆಶಯ ಏನಿದೆ, ಆ ಆಶಯದಂತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಉಪಯುಕ್ತವಾದಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನ ಮುಂದಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಈ ಅಭಿಯಾನಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಶುಭವನ್ನ ಕೋರ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಹೊಸ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಹಾಕೋಣ. ಈ ಅಭಿಯಾನ, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿಸೋಣ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿದಾಯಕ ಕರೆಯನ್ನ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮಾನನೀಯ ಇಂಧನ ಸಚಿವರು ಶ್ರೀ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇದೀಗ
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಸಮಸ್ತ ತಂಡದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಚೋಳನ್ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ನೀಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಂಡದವರು ನಿಮ್ಮೊಂದಿಗೆ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನ ಇದೀಗ ರವಾನಿಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ವೇರ್ ಎವರ್ ಯು ಆರ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಪುಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಯು ಆಲ್ ಸೇ, ನಾವು ಸಹ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ, ವಿ ಆರ್ ವಿತ್ ಹಿಮ್. ಇನ್ನು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸುವಂತಹ ಸಮಯ. ಮುಗಿಸುವ ಮುನ್ನ
ಇವಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022 ಇವಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋ ಇವೆರಡಕ್ಕೆ ವಿದ್ಯುಕ್ತ ಚಾಲನೆ ದಕ್ಕಿದಂತಹ ಅಭೂತಪೂರ್ವ ಸಮಾರಂಭವಿದು. ಇದನ್ನ ಚಂದ ಮಾಡಿದ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಈಗ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಅರ್ಪಿಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಡಿಟಿ ಶ್ರೀ ನಾಗಾರ್ಜುನ ಅವರು.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಇವಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಇವಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022 ಆಯೋಜಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಇವಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನ 2022 ಸಮಾರಂಭವು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನೆರವೇರಿಸಲು ಸಹಕರಿಸಿರುವ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಬೇವಿಕಂನ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಬಯಸಲು ನಾನು ಭಾಗಿಸಲಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈ ಶುಭ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವಂತ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರು ಮುನ್ನ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇವಿಕಂ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಸಭೆಗೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಭಗವಂತ್ ಖೂಬಾ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರು ಹೌಸಲಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ, ಉದ್ಯಮಶೀಲತೆ ಹೊಸ ಮತ್ತು ನವೀಕರಿಸಲಾದ ಇಂಧನ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬೇಗಂ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಅದರದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗೂ ದಾರಿದೀಪವಾಗಿರುವ ಶ್ರೀ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ವಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಂಧನ ಹಾಗೂ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಸಚಿವರು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬೇವಿಕಂನ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಶ್ರೀ ರವಿಕುಮಾರ್ ಪಿ ಸರ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಕೆಆರ್ಸಿ ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಮಂಜುಳಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕೆಪಿಟಿಸಿ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ಹಾಗೂ ಇತರ ಎಸ್ಕಾಂ ಇಂದ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು, ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ಹಣಕಾಸು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಿಗೆ ಬೇವಿಕಂ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಶ್ರೀ ಚಂದ್ರಕಾಂತ್ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು MD ಕ್ರೆಡಲ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಕ್ರೆಡಲ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಶ್ರೀ ರುದ್ರಪ್ಪಯ್ಯ KP MD ಕ್ರೆಡಲ್ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕ ವಂದನೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಶ್ರೀ PC ಮೋಹನ್ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಂಸದರು, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಲೋಕಸಭಾ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಅವರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಭೆಗೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಉಮೇಶ್ ಕತ್ತಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಖಾತೆ ಸಚಿವರು, ಶ್ರೀ ರತಾಲ ಆಳಪ್ಪ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು MSICL, ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಯಾದವ್ ಮಾನ್ಯ ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಸದಸ್ಯರು, ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು FKCCI, ಸನ್ ಮೊಬಿಲಿಟಿ MD ಚೇತನ್ ಅವರು ಹಾಗೂ ವಿವಿಧ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳ CEO ಮತ್ತು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು, ಸಂಘ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಪ್ರಸಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಚಾರವನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಮಿತ್ರರು, ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಬೇವಿಕಂ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
Record.
We are on unmute. We are on unmute. हम unmute पे हैं. Perfect. You can just bring it here. The corner of the stage, you can keep it. Parul, give the screen stage view. Now confirm the volume.
Yeah, ma'am, your voice is coming very low and distorted. Ma'am, WebEx pe it's coming very low and distorted, the voice.
Sorry?
Ma'am, the voice is coming very low and distorted.
Check now. Is it better?
Ma'am, can it be a bit more louder and clear?
It's very loud. That's very loud. Check now.
Ma'am, it's fine. Ma'am, it's fine, but it will be better if it's more, it's louder a bit.
Okay, hold on. I'm just doing one setting.
Ma'am, if you're closer to the laptop, then it's coming fine. But when you're going away, then it's coming distorted. Yeah.
Now it's now it's better.
No, ma'am. It's still the same.
Is it unclear?
Now it's clear, ma'am. When you're closer to the laptop.
इसमें ये आ रहा है कि जब मैं पास हूँ लैपटॉप के तो वॉइस क्लियर जा रहा है, दूर से वॉइस नहीं आ रही।
Yeah.
ऑन नहीं है तो अभी क्या करें? कौन है? ग्रीन टी शर्ट वो रहे ना, वो रहे ना। बुलाओ ना उनको फोन करके ना, ग्रीन टी शर्ट वाले को बुलाओ ना फोन करके। आपका नंबर नहीं है? Okay. Parul, try sharing one screen. Let's test your screen.
Okay, ma'am.
अभी हम वन स्क्रीन शेयर करें, आप चेंज करके दिखा दो।
Ma'am, can you see a slide presentation?
So Vivek, see. Perfect. Fine. So this is fine. ठीक है पारुल, मेरी PPT sharing works. Only sound issue I'm working on.
Yes, ma'am.
Good, ma'am. Yeah, you can. क्या? Voice अभी check करूँ? Okay, 1 second.
Ma'am, it's breaking. Your voice is breaking. Ma'am, also if you can shift the laptop on the left side a bit, if you can shift the laptop a bit.
Like
no,
this?
on the other side. On the other side, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah. I think this is better, ma'am.
किसका प्रॉब्लम है? यहाँ का प्रॉब्लम है। अभी देखते हैं।
Ma'am, can you speak something?
Is it better?
No, ma'am. Can we do it without the microphone, maybe?
Speakers, you will not be able to hear without mic.
Yes, ma'am. Otherwise, they have to speak louder, but it's coming fine
No,
without
this
the mic,
is a
ma'am.
big hall. Even our voice does not go till the last.
Yeah. But without microphone, the voice is fine, ma'am.
Yeah, I've come close to the system.
Yeah, now it's coming fine. Perfect, ma'am.
Yeah, but let me. Can you help me? आप ये देखो यहाँ पे ऑप्टिमाइज फॉर वॉइस है ना, इसमें ये 4 ऑप्शन है. म्यूजिक मोड, आप एक एक ऑप्शन करो, मैं वहां से बोलती हूँ. अच्छा ठीक है.
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. No. Can you speak something else? No, ma'am. Not coming. Breaking. Still the same, ma'am. A bit better, but अभी भी break हो रहा है. It was somewhat better from the rest before too, but still it's breaking. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's much better.
Okay. So I welcome you all to the
Yeah.
EV-ABHIYAANA by BESCOM, Government of Karnataka and ISGF. Was it clear?
Yes, ma'am. The voice is at least not breaking. But if microphone's audio can be उसको थोड़ा बढ़ा सकते हैं तो वो better होगा, ma'am.
ऑडियो एक्चुअली फुल करा हुए हमने यहाँ से. Okay, so as of now we are keeping this setup and the camera angle is fine.
Yes, ma'am. Camera angle is fine.
Okay, thank you, Bharat. We should start the session in next 15-20 minutes once the inaugural is over.
Ma'am, one thing, the voice is having an echo. So maybe for some people it will be hard to understand.
इको, ये जो स्पीकर का इको आ रहा है ना, आप एवी से कुछ कंट्रोल करो ना. करके देखो आप. अरे बाला, व्हाट्स हर नेम? हर नेम. हाँ, वो बेस्कॉम वाली दे दो. Can you just call her? उसको बोलो ना ये सब करवा दे. Now is it better?
It's same as before, ma'am, but it's okay. It's better. It's coming fine. Devaj, is it okay from your side also?
ठीक है.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. I'm asking Devaj and Sagar also if they are okay with the voice.
Please confirm if this volume and voice is fine.
लाइट है पारुल, थोड़ा वॉइस.
The voice is, I am able to hear you. I am able to hear, ma'am, but I have to literally put my concentration on it. That what is she
Yes,
saying?
वही because voice is a bit low ना. That's why.
मतलब हमारा वॉइस वहाँ ज्यादा जाए और वेबएक्स का वॉइस ज्यादा यहाँ आए, ऐसा करो. अच्छा,
I think you need to speak a line or something.
Ma'am,
Ask ma'am to say something.
yes, ma'am, we can hear you. And voice is fine, ma'am, but we have to
It's not that
concentrate to
much.
understand what you're saying because it's very low. The voice is very low.
Okay. Try to use earphone. I think it should come fine with the earphone. That's what I'm requesting. The earphone is like a different. But then they were not able to hear us. There are 200 plus people who are joining on WebEx, and we just were testing if they should also hear, and it's also fine. Fine, Gaurav. So, in case you face any challenges, give us a call and we will look into it.
I think now she was fine.
Yeah.
Bhushan, our virtual speakers are not here. Just call and check. Final time.
Sneha ma'am.
Sagar. Sagar. Do we have Mr. Manoj Gupta and Mr. Sohinder Gill in the WebEx?
No ma'am.
Okay, so please ask Sagar to check with them.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
virtual WebEx. So please allow us 15 more minutes to start the session. We are trying to start the session at 2:45. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today.
Good afternoon, Mr. Manoj Gupta. This is Parul from India Smart Grid Forum, sir. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. I can hear you well. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sir, would you be making any presentation today?
Yeah, I have prepared a presentation.
Okay, so would you like to share your screen just to test the presentation?
Sure. Just give me a minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just give me. Will the PDF or normal PPT will work in a better way?
Anything, sir. I think presentation PPT will work better.
Is it visible?
Your screen is visible, sir.
I'm taking in, so it's a full screen mode. Is it working?
Yes, sir. It's coming fine. You can switch the slides also to check the flow.
Just one second. It's coming in full place.
It's coming fine, sir. It's coming okay.
So for the, as a backup, I already shared it on email also. Probably you may be having it. In case of any challenge, then you can run it through. Right?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. We'll do that.
And do I need to switch on my video, or will that be voice is all okay?
So your voice is coming fine, but if you wish to switch on your camera, that is also fine. You can do that right away, sir. You can check if the audio is fine with the video.
I'm not able to expand it now.
So you can go on top.
Yeah.
And then you will get the option, all the options to start the video, to mute, unmute, to stop and share your screen like that on the top, sir.
It's not coming.
Okay.
I think some screen has. found in a different way.
So, sir, I'm taking the presentation rights from you, and then maybe you can start again and see if you are getting the options.
My screen is still visible to you, right?
Yes, sir.
But I am not able to expand this screen. It's coming just in a box in front of me.
But sir, it's coming fine to us. You can click on the presentation and I can confirm if the presentation is coming fine or not.
Should I stop sharing, right? What to do?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, now you can display. That will be better.
Okay, so would you like to turn on your camera?
Just one second. It's okay.
Yes, sir.
So now let us see if you display how it works out. Yeah.
Okay, okay, sir. Give me a minute, sir.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir. Sir, we are just sharing your presentation, so you can check if it's comfortable for you.
Yeah, in case you are finding difficulty, then I can share it from my side as well. Yeah.
Sir, we will actually. Sir, if you can try again sharing your screen.
Sure, sure.
That will be better, sir. You will have the control over your presentation.
Yeah, sure. Is it coming absolutely fine?
Yes, sir. It's absolutely okay.
Probably I can then make it small, this corner video and all those things. So what to do now? We be waiting just.
Sir, we are starting with our session in a few minutes. I think 10 more minutes it will take, and then we'll be starting our session.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So meanwhile, I can stop sharing and then mute, right? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello. Very good afternoon. Wish you very warm welcome. I hope the team on WebEx can hear us.
Yes, sure. This is Manoj. Yeah, we can well hear you.
BESCOM to join us, and we'll be starting soon after.
Next change करो.
One.
Okay, sir.
Hello, 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 hello. We are starting in a minute. And I request all our online participants to please stay connected with only one device and keep your mic on mute. There's a lot of echo coming. Very good afternoon. Very good afternoon. Should we start? Good. Request everyone to please take a seat. We are starting now. There are a lot of seats here in front. A very warm welcome to all once again to the Karnataka EV-ABHIYAANA 2022, an electric vehicle Expo-Cum-Awareness campaign organized by the government of Karnataka in association with the Bangalore Electricity Supply Company. Electric mobility in Karnataka, so that the new policies, programs can be formulated to meet the expectations of the industry and the government, and provide the platform for showcasing the latest technology solutions to the prospective customers and enable the public to witness the progress of the industry. We would like to thank Bangalore Electricity Supply Company for inviting India's Marketing Forum to join as the nominee partner for this ISGF initiative of government of India established in 2011 to accelerate the smart city in the power sector. Without further ado, I would like to start the first session, technical session on electric vehicle future
इधर आपका अनम्यूट करना है अपने लैपटॉप में
आपका अकाउंट को अनम्यूट कर
We'll be starting with the first technical session on electrical transportation. The session
There are two laptops were unmuted right now.
and followed by a panel
The audio, because of that, the audio is going.
Please join me in welcoming the Director BESCOM. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I'd like to invite Nellutla, Vice President, Limited. I'd like to invite and we also have Mr. Manoj Gupta joining us on the WebEx platform. He is the business head, e-mobility, electric vehicle infrastructure and charging solutions from ABM. Start the session and set the context. I would like to
Good afternoon, sir. EV-ABHIYAANA 2022 at Expo-Cum-Awareness campaign the promotion of e-mobility in Karnataka. BESCOM is the leading distribution company in the state, distributing electricity to more than 1.2 crores consumers and doing the business of more than 30,000 crores. I proudly say that Karnataka is leading in setting up infrastructure for solar, wind and renewable energy sources to the extent of 15,000 megawatt installed capacity across the state. These have helped the consumers in the law provide uninterrupted power supply. On this occasion, Karnataka is the first state in the country to implement electric vehicle and energy storage policy 2017 to promote the usage of electric vehicles by the citizens. BESCOM is the first utility to set up electric vehicle charging stations. As of today, we already established more than 169 locations with 289 charging points across BESCOM and is working to set up another 1,000 charging locations and 3,000 charging points. It is my privilege to inform that BESCOM charging stations are the lowest absolute tariff in comparison with other states. The growth of electric vehicles, but there are hurdles that are in their more widespread uptake. These hurdles are the additional cost of the new technology, the availability of EV charging stations at convenient ranges, and consumer understanding about the availability and viability of the technology, and consumer awareness is crucial. EV-ABHIYAANA 2022 is conducted in order to promote adoption of e-mobility by inviting the industry leaders, stakeholders, and end users. The primary objective is to provide a government platform for showcasing the latest technology, solution to the prospective customers,
and enable the public to witness the progress of EV industry. As a part of the EV Expo, conference and exhibitions are again organized that will have participation of policymakers, industry leaders, technology providers, EV users, and other stakeholders working in the e-mobility domain from India and overseas. And this is a very important event. Here all the stakeholders from the industry, charging point, OEM, and end users. Today, I just hour back, I checked that more than 7,000 people are participated in this event. I requested that all the stakeholders who are present there, kindly share your views because the BESCOM is a nodal agency. I would like to coordinate with all the stakeholders because you're all aware that Bangalore is one of the not developed cities in comparison with all other major capital in India. So my request is all the stakeholders who are present here to kindly share with their thoughts and ideas to prepare the policy to help that all the stakeholders. Ultimately, this is to help that end users like our consumers. And apart from that, BESCOM has taken the initiative to establish EV charging station in every 500 meters to 1,000 meters. And second thing is that the main concern for the end user is all these national highway and district headquarters and the rural areas. Now I've seen that many manufacturers coming with tractors and other equipment help for the farmers, especially in the rural areas. That's why we are planned to establish all the charging stations in every taluk headquarters and district headquarters in the rural area. As a state nodal agency, I'm coordinating with all the other ESCOMs, especially Gulbarga and Hubli. We identified that around 1,100 locations and 3,000 charging points. Apart from that, today we launched that our single window system. It will help that all the private players, especially from malls and apartments, they also can register it and get that NOC and electricity connection within the 7 days time. And today, Honorable CM sir launched that single window system, as well as our EV charging stations and EV mobility, our EV Mitra. Apart from that, so BESCOM is a nodal agency. Will take the input from all the stakeholders and submit it as a policy paper to the government to make that Bangalore as a EV capital of India, as well as make a Karnataka as a EV capital, the state of entire country. In this remark, I'll conclude my opening remarks. I thank all the, especially Mr. Reji Pillai, is our knowledge partner, in coordinating this 3-day event. Thank you so much for participating and coordinating with all the stakeholders. I thank all my colleagues and all the staff from BESCOM and other ESCOMs. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cholan, for sharing the good work that you are doing in bringing the clean, green transportation to Karnataka, as well as your leadership in making Karnataka the EV capital of India. So thank you so much. With that, I would like to now invite Mr. Reji Pillai for doing a team presentation on the technical topic that we have today, and also continue with moderating the session. Over to you, sir.
Mr. Cholan, other dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. When we planned this program, I was asked to make an half-an-hour big presentation on covering the entire aspects of electric mobility. Considering that we don't have that much time today, we are running late. I won't go through all of that, but there are so many slides which you could go through it. It will be available to all the participants. So next one, please. So electric mobility is going to be a very big thing, and it is happening big way all through. As we having this mega event today, MD said that 7,000 people came into this venue today. Another event going on in BIEC, organized by another set of people. And last weekend in Hyderabad, there was a big EV event. And the end of May, in the same venue, Ola organized a 3-day event. So electric mobility has arrived and it is going in a big way. The last 25 years, we have seen major revolution happening in ICT, information, communication, and IT technology. Everything, the way we live, the way we work, the way we communicate, everything has changed. Sitting anywhere, from any corner, you can talk to anybody, you can participate in any event. This was something which we never thought that 25 years ago it is possible. And that too at marginal cost. For a WhatsApp video call, which you make to any corner of the world, you hardly spend a few paisa extra. We never thought that will happen. The next big revolution which is taking place, many people think it's going to be in the transportation. It already started with electric mobility. It is going to be a very, very major revolution, particularly for the auto industry. In a typical vehicle, you have entirely different. This is okay, but if snake comes, then I will run away. So, the auto industry is going to have major, not only that fuel you will not be using, even there is no engine oil. There are only 2 dozen moving parts. So entire automobile industry, the entire automobile maintenance industry, everything will change radically. And the next one is the autonomous vehicles. You already have heard of autonomous vehicles, and these are going to be not private. Look at countries like India, when there millions of people are engaged in that, the vehicles will go, which will be more safer. And the third phase, which is again happening, is self-owned vehicles. Vehicles are not owned by anybody other than the vehicles themselves. The vehicle itself will have a cryptocurrency or a digital wallet. It pays installments to the automobile manufacturer. It will be running on its own, commuting people, collecting money in a digital wallet. It will go to a charging station and charge on its own. It will run on its own, autonomous vehicles, and self-owned. Nobody owns it. Just imagine, none of you own a vehicle. If you know that, you don't need to own a vehicle because it's much easier. You don't have to find a place for parking. You don't have to pay insurance and maintenance. Ola and Uber has become so easy for most of you to commute in cities. And the third one is going to be, most of mobility is going to be aerial. It's not going to be, today all of you came by road, either car or bus or some way. But 10 years down the line, when a conference like this happens, at least half of the audience will be coming with passenger drones. It's already a proven technology. In 2019 in China, one commercial operation started. There are 7 other companies who were given trial licenses in 2020 in Germany, in faraway places like New Zealand and US and all that. Uber had a division called Uber Elevate, which were to do something in 2020 in US, but COVID, everything got delayed by 2 years. So passenger drones are going to be very, very common in another 3 to 5 years. We work in that area very closely because that will also get connected to our grid. When last month, the Prime Minister launched a drone Mahotsava in Delhi, and he told that India will emerge as a leader in the drones. There are so many small startups from all around the country. There are at least 400, 500 startups in the drone area. They are making drones. The small drones, big drones, and we work very closely with the IIT Madras drone company called E-Plane, Professor Satya and his team, which takes 25 kilo to 200 kilo payload drones. And in fact, with ONGC, we are doing a feasibility study, taking their crew and their machinery from one area to another area and how efficiently that can be charged. Same with the Indian Army. So the revolution in the transport industry is going to be the biggest one, and electric vehicle is the beginning of it. So many of you don't know what we do, although some of you know. We do policy advocacy. We are a Ministry of Power promoted entity. We have several members. And the next slide, please. Yeah, we do many of the policy advocacy, technology demonstration projects. We have brought in many companies and gave them grid to do grid, a pilot on a grid, which has happened in India even before some startups could do it in America or Israel or in Netherlands. So there the utilities don't come let them come anywhere near the grid. You do it in laboratories or in isolated places for a couple of years before you touch the grid. But we brought them straight away from universities and given them grid in Delhi and Bombay and other places. So some places where we don't have people, we brought in technology companies and we have that done. 2 blockchain-based projects we have done in 2020 and 21 in Lucknow and in Delhi. Many other things. Currently, we are on the advanced stage of doing many of you would have seen videos of wireless transmission of electricity patented by a New Zealand company called Emerald. So we are going to do a pilot in Calcutta across the Hooghly River. That's a very interesting business case, and several other places this will be done. So we do training programs. All these things we've been doing from 2013. Oh, it's here. I can do this here. So many of the training programs we've been doing since 2013. From 2020, the first 5 programs are actually, other than the certificate course, are online. More than 1,200 people certified in last few years after the pandemic on the digital platform attending this program. Earlier 3-day classroom program, now it has become some 30 or 40-hour program which is spread over several days. Each module people can do it. I'm happy to share with you, we have ISGF got the global award. ISGF is the International Smart Grid Action Network. It's a government-to-government network of 27 countries, including India. And in the theme of Smart Grid Workforce Development for an Inclusive Energy Transition, ISGF has got the first prize, which will be actually given to us sometime in September at the Clean Energy Ministerial in USA. So we'll come to electric vehicle. Why? What is the key drivers? Many of the drivers written here are for India, but it's equally relevant for many other developing countries, the populated places, cities where we need to avoid pollution. We need to the fuel which we get from outside, mostly imported fuel, which is coming. 40 billion in 2017 is to more than double to 2030, 90 billion. Fuel import, and 70% of the oil we import from politically sensitive places where it can be a major risk for our energy security, commitment at COP, etc., etc. So the first million electric vehicles were on the road in 2015. That's the second generation of electric vehicles which came in last 10 years. Before that, 100 years ago, there were electric vehicles which were lead acid batteries, and it was very heavy. And the initial automobiles, many of them were on lead acid batteries. But after the IC engines became modern, what you call became evolved, and fuel became available everywhere, IC engines killed that electric vehicles 100 years ago. But now in the second generation of electric vehicles, what has happened, first million came in 2015, second million was added in the next 12 months, and the third million was added in the next 8 months. And according to DMEF report, which is released last week, there are about 20 million passenger vehicles on the road around the world, and about 280 million two-wheelers. The 20 doesn't include two-wheelers and three-wheelers and all that. About 90% of that in China, actually, the two-wheelers and other things. By 2025, they expect there will be 77 million passenger vehicles. It's going high. And when you look at the red color in the graph, that's all China. Majority of this development has happened in China. There are many reasons for that. So I won't go through this. Out of the buses, I like to mention that about 700,000 or 7 lakh buses, 6,85,000 electric buses are in China only. The rest of the world are roughly about 15,000. And look at the electric vehicle, the traditional automobile manufacturers. All of them have announced that most of their vehicles are going to be EV by 2030 or 2035. So the supply chain side also, there are different projections. I won't get into it. All this will be available to, the slide will be available. You can go through that. And interesting chart here, I like you to look at it. The lithium prices have gone up by 10 times in the last 5 years. The price of lithium, the blue chart which you see on the chart. At the same time, the price of batteries have come down by 90%. And the efficiency and the cost of the lithium ion batteries have come up, improved so much. The price has come down. That is the reason why electric mobility is seeing. And many of the next generation batteries are going to be outliving the vehicles. It's not 5 years or 10 years. It may stay much longer. And once it is retired from the EV, we can use it for stationary applications like grid support, etc. And some of the numbers which we are talking about, Randheer will talk about the Pillai scheme for battery manufacturing in India. We don't manufacture cells here. So the government of India has given a production-linked incentive for 50 gigawatt hour of battery manufacturing. And now the world requires about 3486, and something around that one third of it is only currently existing. And the numbers are much different. I won't go through again these numbers. But one thing I like to mention about China, why exactly many cities in China today have 100% public transportation of electric buses. And Shenzhen was the first city in 2016, December, they had 100% electric buses. And in 2018 April, they had 16,500 plus buses. When we visited to study how they have done it, first they have several bus operators were there. First they consolidated all of them into 3 operators: Shenzhen Eastern Bus Company, Shenzhen Bus Group, and the Shenzhen West Bus Company. And consolidated, and then they did pilots, and in the next 3 years they brought in large revolution in doing that. So this particular bus company, Shenzhen Eastern Bus Company, which we visited, has 86 depots, 2,200 charges, and 5,805 buses. And most of the buses are from BYD, and you'll hear more about BYD from Olectra, who are their agents. They have different incentives, including the EV charging. The tariff, different tariffs. Even in the afternoon, when there is a legislation, sudden dip in the total electricity consumption in the city. So that time buses go for an opportunity charging during the day, and there is a rebate for EV charging. So what is an EV? I will talk about, I mentioned about that 100 years ago there were electric buses which are on lead acid batteries, which had minimum distance 10 kilometer, 20 kilometer only it could go those days. The second birth of it started with Honda Prius, which was not a plug-in, it was a hybrid, which had a small battery in 5 kilowatt hour batteries, the first generation of Prius which was introduced it. And in 2000 it became a plug-in. You could plug into the grid and charge as well the battery which were there in the Prius, and also Honda inside. The full lithium-ion battery based full plug-in electric vehicles, only electric battery electric vehicles came close to 2010, and Tesla led the revolution. That's what I said today. We have so many, about 20 million of such vehicles. So all EVs are powered by electric motor and which require DC electricity. And how do you give the DC electricity for a battery? Either you give a AC, your grid has AC, there's a AC DC converter on board on the electric vehicle, which will convert the AC into DC, and then the batteries are provided. Otherwise, you have big DC charger on connected to the grid, which convert AC into DC on the charger and give DC current directly to the battery on the vehicle. So charging speed depends on the battery chemistry, not on the capacity of the the charger. Even if you put a 200 kilowatt charger on the road, doesn't mean that your car will get charged in 5 minutes. No, it depends on the battery chemistry as well as the in case of a DC output of a AC charging, when you charge AC, it depends on the DC output of the onboard charger. If the vehicle has only a 3 kilowatt AC DC converter, only 3 kilowatt DC will come. So again, it takes longer time. So and the ambient temperature, that's one of the main issue. And EV charging is called EV-ABHIYAANA. I can see it here. It's not moving. Oh, I should say next. Okay. I am at 70-18 now. So I won't go through all of this. It's just a comparison of that. So what are the key components? An electric motor, battery management system. It's 19. Are you on the same thing? Yeah. So and other regular parts like body, wheels, steering, etc. And the next generation vehicles which are going to come may not exactly look at the same one. The same vehicle, they have put a motor and battery and BMS and running it. So you look at a Tesla, if you open the front bonnet, it is exactly a dicky. It's like a boat, like the back. Both sides you can put your bags. So next generation vehicles which are autonomous, which doesn't have a driver, is not going to look exactly the same vehicle which you are seeing today. So this is a very interesting slide. Look at right what I have written. The induction motor is 1/3 of the weight of a or 1/6 of the weight of a regular IC engine. But the battery is almost half a ton to 1 ton more heavier. So the pressure on the tire is much higher in an electric vehicle than your regular car. So the next generation EVs will have special tire which will have less of friction. So in case of a bus, that difference compared to your regular bus to an electric bus is almost a ton or more, depending on the range and the size of the battery. These are some interesting comparisons. So what BMS does, again, you should read and see. I won't take the time. It has a sensors for the and it has a MCU, microcontroller unit, cell balancing actuator, etc. It's a software come hardware unit, which is actually the main important part of it. And coming to the fundamentals of the charging, as I said, the charging speed depends on the battery chemistry. If a battery can be charged in 1 hour, we call it as 1 C. If it takes 2 hours to charge, it is 0.5 C. And QC batteries can be charged in 30 minutes. And there are some battery chemistries which can be charged in 6C, 10C, which are, and most of the vehicles which are today on the road charges in 3 hours or more. So those are 0.C or C/3. And Kona was the first vehicle which was introduced which has a 1C battery. And many of the batteries, when you don't discharge 100%, it's only 80% which you discharge maximum. So 80% top up normally takes 40-45 minutes. So charging AC charger has 3 different types of it. And DC also there are entirely different protocols for that. The Shadamo, which the Japanese started some 25 years ago, and the Chinese one, which is the GBT, and the Tesla supercharger, and the European standard, which is CCS, which is basically in India we follow in electricity IEC standard, the same 230 volts for 50 hertz, etc. So in Indian standard we have adopted CCS, but we also allowed most of the vehicles here in the beginning started were all coming from China. So the GBT is fully imported or partially imported. They're all conforming to the GBT standard. So we allowed the GBT standard, which are actually issued by Department of Heavy Industries in 2017 as a Bharat standard that also coexist, and Chatham also. And once we finalize the Indian standard, which I talk about the numbers later, we invited the car manufacturers to come and manufacture electric vehicles here with the Japanese and the Koreans who responded. So we allowed the Chatham also to coexist. So in a way, like America and India, we will have all the standards to coexist. And we are a big country, we believe that we will be able to have all these multiple standards. So what interesting which has happened over the year is that after we published the standard in 2018, IS 17017, which allows both CCS and CADAMO, now there are chargers which came out, Indian companies came out with before the Indian car manufacturers, they have charger with 2 guns. One gun is CADAMO, another gun is CCS. And the price difference is only 15% more. So this is a great innovation which has happened, and we see that wherever you take, you will have a big charger with all that in there. So communication protocol, many of you may not understand this. So the car, when it goes and plug in, there actually a handshake. The battery should tell the charger how much, what battery I am, what type I am, how much battery charge I can take, and how much leftover charge I have, and what speed we can. So that is what exactly the BMS in the vehicle. And 15118 6 volumes we have already issued, and the V2G, the last one which was published early this year, 15118-20, we will adopt it later. And this charger, which is written shown here, interact with the grid. From the grid, BESCOM control room, we have to control a charger. There is some communication standard for that. That is IEC 62746-10-1, and which used to be earlier called often ADR2. And for the EV drivers to schedule, to find a charger, schedule a charging time, settle the payment, that communication happens on a open charge point protocol, OCPP, which is developed by a Netherlands-based alliance called Open Charge Alliance. They also offer to give free their thing for in India, and this I mentioned about it. So what we have done in India, electric mobility mission started in 2013, followed by phase 1 and phase 2, and BESCOM also got some money in under phase 1 for some charges here. And state policies today, they are compliment and congratulate Karnataka government in 2017 to come out with the energy storage and electric vehicle policy, and that was the first in the country. At the time there was no national policy itself. That's the time when this came, which triggered action in several other states. Today, as we speak, there are 22 states have state-specific EV policies, and several other things which have happened. ISGF have done several initiatives. We have already told BAS to constitute the CPD 51 to throw the standards. We advocated with a forum of regulators for concessional tariff for EV charging. Today, 22 states and 1 union territory have concessional tariff, and the number plates, 20% parking space in new buildings, and 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers should be sold without batteries. This is another thing which we advocated something in our report in 2017, and finally, Government of India issued orders in 2020. sorry, 21, that 2000 two-wheelers and three-wheelers can be sold without batteries. That will drastically reduce the entry to electric mobility. A three-wheeler without a battery will be less than a lakh of rupees. And today, a three-wheeler fellow goes to a fuel station and charges, he put fuel for 500 rupees and try the day. But in this electric mobility scenario, he will rent a battery for 100 rupees or 200 rupees and drive the whole day. So it will bring out new business models. So yeah, Bangalore was the EV capital till 2020. Last few years, maybe because of COVID, more electric vehicles are sold in 33, yeah. So more electric vehicles are sold in Delhi now. It's time for to catch up and come on top. There are more numbers which are there. EV tariffs across the countries, which across the states, with conventional tariff. We always said that there should be only energy charges, no capacity charges. But some states, including I think Karnataka, has given up that now. Many states have kept some capacity charges, which we continue to advocate that should be removed at least till 2030. And impact on the grid, when EVs, large number of EVs are charged, there is a major problem on the grid. So EV buying behavior is because I bought, my neighbor bought, my opposite house bought, and we all of us charge it at the same time. The distribution transformer capacity it goes beyond, and we need to upgrade the grid. Upgrading the grid is a much higher capital cost than extra revenue by selling units of electric to the electric vehicle. So we won't get that money back. So this is some issues. We have done a detailed study in BESCOM actually 2 years ago. 3 days of Bangalore City BESCOM. We did the load flow study. We modeled the 11 kV feeders and the LT side as well, and done it. We have seen that in many of the places, you need to upgrade the DP. You have to put double two still cage and also upgrade the cables. So many places that harmonic distortion, when AC is converted into DC, harmonic current and goes back to the grid, and which heat up the equipment, including the cable and transformer, etc. We have to do major capex in that, and we are now advising all large public charging stations and bus depots to have power quality meters and constantly monitor the power quality meters about it. The standards which I talked about it, 170 series of standards. A lot of work has gone into it. In fact, India is far ahead of many developing countries in terms of standardization of EVSE, and still a lot of work remaining it. But for COVID, we would have completed all this. But maybe by end of this year or early next year, we will complete all this standard work. Many of your colleagues from BESCOM and other utilities are part of this one. Business models. The EV charging station as a standalone business doesn't make money anywhere in the world. Although we see a lot of interest and enthusiasm from private entrepreneurs to come and set up charging stations, we have been requesting that allot land, give license-free EVSE stations, and bundle it with several other businesses, which can be done parallelly along with that, so that it is a standalone, sustainable business. Policies and in different states. I won't go through that. There are 22 states. We try to capture what are the targets in each of the states, and what is the here why I put it. This is one of the very ambitious target of 1,000 electric buses in Karnataka by 2022. This is one thing which is missed. Maybe there are too much of changes at the different levels in the government. So, but I'm very happy that EV, the try for EV in Karnataka is still going on. Although there were 3 government changes in the last 3 or 4 years. That's a very welcome point, and we hope you will catch up with the electric buses very soon. So each of these states, some of them have done better because they came after 2017, after Karnataka. The Karnataka policy period was 5 years, and 2022 that is ending in September. And the new policy, when you make it, we have a set of recommendations. This slide, we says that you need to do more to promote it and become a leader. So I leave this slide as it is and stop here. Thank you very much for the patient hearing.
Hi, So I think after this presentation, I'm not sure whether much is required to be thought of, but I'll try. So, but two, three very specific points which NITI Aayog is leading. I think I should talk about those things. One is about he talked about the advanced chemistry cell program, which has already been done. 4 successful bidders are already been announced. Now they are in the process of setting up their factories. Now next leg of ACC is coming up. That is the NEAT ACC program. That is $500 million USD program, in which the chemistries which couldn't be part of the ACC, those chemistries will form part of the NEAT ACC program. We are going to put up the, the document in the public domain for the consultation in next 15 to 30 days. Those will be out in the public domain, wherein we will seek the consultation. So this is about the NEAT ACC program. This will be total of 5 gigawatt hours, wherein one bidder can quote maximum of 1 gigawatt hour and the minimum of 500 megawatt hour. This is about the next level of the ACC program. The second program which I should talk about is the battery swapping policy, which I think is now the buzz in the market. So I'm reading the battery swapping policy also. So it has 3 legs. First is the policy. Second is about the standards, and the third is about the scheme. So right now, when we are targeting that by the end of this month, that is July, we should be releasing the EV policy finally, because the draft, the last date to give any comments on the draft is already out. In fact, as we speak today, we have sent the policy after incorporating all the stakeholder solutions to the other ministries. Within 15 days, we will be seeking their inputs finally, and after that, it would be put up for the release. So that would be about the policy. In terms of the standards, there are 4 standards which will be published. First is about the gender and the safety guidelines. Second is about the communication protocol. Third is about the connector. And fourth is central management system. This is the most important one from the consumer perspective, because this tackles the interoperability, which is the bigger debate right now. Whether the interoperability should be mandated right now or we should wait for some more time from the government perspective. So let me put up this from the consumer perspective. So what is interoperability and why it is required to be done right now? So interoperability is simply that you should be in a position, if your vehicle is having a facility of battery swapping, you should be in a position that anybody's battery can come into your vehicle. Otherwise, what will happen? You are not going to own the battery in case of the battery swapping. It will be in the subscription model. If who is providing you the battery subscription model, then you are going to stuck with one person only, or maximum 2 or 3%, in case they form the cartel. So from the consumer perspective, this is very, very important that you should have a choice that anybody's battery can fit in your vehicle. You should be in a position to get the proper subscription according to your needs. If your need is just 25 to 30 kilometers per day, you should choose that subscription. But if you are a gig worker, your need is like 100 kilometers, 150 kilometers per day, you choose the unlimited subscription, which I think Bounce is providing. So, that flexibility you should have. And that is only possible if you have the interoperability from the consumer side. Of course, it's to put this in perspective, you should have one dimension, battery, not the cell, battery dimension. Of course, every company right now doesn't have the same dimension. Even no 2 companies are having the same dimension. If one dimension is being chosen, definitely others has to modify their product. Correct? From business perspective, nobody wants to modify their product immediately. And everybody wants to say, please wait, please wait. But from the consumer perspective, interoperability is very important. And you should also think about, if interoperability is not there, you have bought the vehicle, you cannot even sell your vehicle if you are not happy with the subscription services. The only thing which remains with you is either to find out somebody who can use that subscription model, or you have to scrap your vehicle. There is no other thing which you can do with your vehicle. So that's why I'm insisting on this particular thing. But anyways, there was a stakeholder consultation day before yesterday. Secretary Consumer Affairs actually shared that. So it has been decided that we are moving forward with these 4 standards. The industry actually participated in this. So these are the 2 very important things I wanted to talk about. In addition to this, I think most of you should be or must be aware about the Shunya campaign. That is the end mile delivery electrification campaign. Already 100+ organizations are part of that. It's a branding tracking platform which has been provided by the NITI Aayog. The brand is like this Shunya. There is a website, shunya.info, wherein the companies can commit on their own. So this is from the branding perspective. And of course, the next leg of this would be the capacity building and the R&D. I think I'll rest here and let others speak.
Thank you very much. Now invite Mr. Mishra for his speech.
Thank you. First of all, I was requesting my team to get your presentation. Yeah, so it's very important. I mean, you have done really, and also show your passion. But this kind of presentation does not come only by education, it comes by passion. So I think thank you very much. It was very nice. I felt very happy seeing this. I'm very happy. I'm a Bangalorean. I initiated the first EV policy in Karnataka. I'm very happy this is happening here because I was very sad. We started in 2017 and then everybody else got the credit, Delhi and all that. And finally, I'm very happy that given that our dynamic MD of BESCOM has taken initiative, very, very happy. I have to comment one, I have a little bit on a national policy level, and I've had discussion with Mr. Randheer earlier also. I think what he said about standardization of the shopping, it's very good for the individual user, because if I buy a Ola or any other TVS or whatever, and I'm given this, that okay, it is swappable battery, my assumption is that I should be able to go anywhere and be able to swap. However, the question is that at this stage, how many individual users are buying anything which is swappable? Most of the swappable batteries are eventually going for the fleet operators. Now, the fleet operators have their USP in making sure that their battery, their charging and everything is kept in a manner where the quality of service to the consumer is maintained. So it's a, I think, good thing to have, but I would say that standardization, if it is done, it's great for individual customer who buys a bike, but maximum adoption of swappable will happen in fleet. And the fleet operators, and I happen to be invested in one of those Yulu, fleet operators are not going to bite it, at least at this stage, unless it becomes so prevalent. The fleet operators are buying in tens of thousands, in fact lakhs. Unfortunately, they are not available anywhere in the world. Otherwise, people will put lakhs of bikes because demand in delivery sector is so high. You just cannot, meet the demand. And if somebody has 50,000 or 1 lakh bike, obviously the battery will be 40% of the cost. And that cost will be funded by either the company or by the investors or the multi-lending agencies. That becomes an asset which belongs to the company or to the lending agency. Having that asset move around the system where there is no accountability, that is a challenge, Mr. Randheer, in case of the fleet operator. They will not be able to do a swappable battery, which is their standard. Individual, I agree with you, as a government, for the consumer, anybody who buys, I buy a bike, I get a swappable, I should be able to do it. So there is a little bit of a, push and pull here from this point of view, because the battery cost is 20%. A fleet operator, who is your biggest adopter, early adopter, that is not a challenge. But I agree that government should do standardization because over a period of time, I think everyone will adopt it. So it is good to have it, but initially the adoption may not be very high, at least for the fleet operator. Individuals might. So that is one point. Second, NITI Aayog being so proactive in doing it, especially the swapping and all, is very, very good. And I think that way, NITI Aayog, Mr. Singh and Mr. Sinha have been very, very proactive, approachable. On Karnataka, I was just told by MD that they have announced single window. Got a very dynamic person also. That single window has been announced. Second, on the tariffs, I think Karnataka has a ₹5, which is a very good tariff. I think very few states have lower than that. What is, I think, more which is requested. Another good thing is that 1,000 locations are going to be auctioned. Anybody can apply, which is also very good. What is needed, a little bit help will happen. I think, but up to 25 kilowatt, there is subsidy available. But beyond 25 kilowatt, which is again the mega ones, which are 200 kilowatt and more. If possible, and I know BESCOM on its own cannot afford that kind of subsidy, maybe would request that he puts a note to Government of Karnataka. The Government of Karnataka can give a subsidy for 1 or 2 years to promote EV charging infrastructure. That is very nice. So these are the few points which I thought will be good to talk about.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the kind words. Now I will invite Mr. Venugopal Rao from Olectra Greentech.
Good evening, all. So it's been a great day for all of us in Bangalore and Namaskara Bangalore. As forum, we actually Mr. Pillai has taken us through everything what we have to know about electric mobility. And what I am going to explain is the little past and little future. Olectra as a company, we are into 360-degree electric mobility implementation. That means we are the manufacturers of electric buses, and we are the company into deploying the buses, and we are the company into charging infrastructure building, and we are into the complete operations of the product. So the government of India, under the paid schemes, all SCUs, whatever buses so far deployed, most of the buses are belongs to us. We have done about 750 buses as of now, and we have about 3,500 order book right now. Now, why I'm explaining about this is the past has been great from 2016-17 when the Karnataka started EV policy entry. I was involved in the understanding of the project, understanding of the business models, those sides for a particular two-wheeler business model and three-wheeler business model. Now, going forward, the major impact for the country or for the Karnataka is going to be Tier 2 and Tier 3 villages and districts and towns. So intra-city transportation is going to make big difference where the buses requirement will be very huge. There are two types of buses which are coming now. One is the city traffic, the city travel. The other one is the district and the rural area travel. Now it started. We as the first company started this project on our own. Started between Mumbai and Pune, which is called Puri Bus. And the similar buses we are going to deploy in Karnataka very soon. And this is in a pipeline and it will happen very soon. The official announcement will come that the government is going to announce it. Now, furthermore, the product that we are making is more superior and premium product. And we wanted to have a little exercise for our own eyes also to have a look of our product and our what exactly we do. And request you to spare about 3 minutes of your time to have a look what exactly is happening electric bus. Okay. Thank you. So this is our pass where we have deployed about 750 buses, and recently we have got 2,100 buses from West Mumbai. And most important here, what I have understood from the industry side for the past 8 years, I have been in the electric mobility side. The self-transportation is most important, and which is fulfilled by the scooters, and the bus transportation, which is very important for the passengers, spending less, and under the conditions of pollution kind of scenarios. So we from Olectra working on deploying a private business model where any client or any institution interested in replacing their existing IT buses, and we are working with very closely with a few institutions, and any of the institutions interested, we have a project for each individual institution where we can deploy these buses on their platform for employee transportation and school transportations. Thank you, and thank you, Pillai sir, for inviting us and being very generous, and also your training is very much important for all of us. Because I've been getting training from him from 2017.
Thank you very much. My pleasure to invite the young entrepreneur Anil G from Bound Infinity. Thank you so much. Honored to be part of this consultation. I think I have a few points to make. Some at the national level, some at the state level. National level, of course, we've been in touch with Randheer and the NITI Aayog team on the battery swapping policy. Battery swapping definitely is going to help faster adoption of EV, because with battery swapping, a big cost of an electric vehicle is taken out of the equation. It reduces the upfront cost substantially. So the policy that is being made definitely will encourage faster adoption. A few of the points that I think we made as a representation to the NITI Aayog would be to make sure the solution that is being standardized is actually practical on the Indian roads, which I think as an industry would be happy to participate and help identify that. Second biggest thing, sir, is because we are promoting battery swapping, we also have to find a way to subsidize the operators who provide battery swapping as a solution. Because setting up a network comes at a lot of investment. Basically, whatever vehicle is being sold, 40% of it has to be invested by another company and operating. Some sort of financial assistance, some sort of support in terms of space, etc. That will also be critical. That we can get, some incentives, some help from local as well as central government to the operator. That will be encouraging. With regards to state, I think Karnataka government has been the first, but unfortunately, since the scheme was introduced way ahead, now when the adoption is so rampant, there is no state subsidy which could have helped Karnataka even do better. We are right now like the top second or the third right now in terms of sale, but if there was a subsidy, we could have probably done better. We hope that the new subsidy that is being announced, new scheme that is being announced, will have some mention of that. I think Kannada government also has, in the last couple of years, introduced some incentives for OEMs so that manufacturing on the supply side support also happens in Karnataka. But I think adoption is something that is not that we have seen. I think the government will also have to see how can we holistically develop the ecosystem required for manufacturing, not just by subsidizing the initial investment that is required for setting up a factory, but also look at the ancillary industries that is required for the industry to prosper. I think I was reading some document about how Tamil Nadu is doing in creating Hosur Krishnagiri areas, a key hub. And one of the biggest reasons why they are doing it in that region is it's in proximity to Bangalore, and the resources and the and the skill sets required for industries from Bangalore. So I think we should try and leverage that, try and create an ecosystem around that, like especially also this area, the side belonging to Karnataka can also be a hub, so that holistically we have everything that our industry needs, and that I think will encourage a lot of us choosing Karnataka to be a place where we can set up our setup here. So we're looking forward for the policy to address something like that. So manufacturing can also take its hub in Karnataka. So, thank you. We have one participant who is online, Mr. Manoj Gupta from JPM. They are also best manufacturers. Manoj, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Reji, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's really my pleasure to be joining this whole discussion today. And firstly, I would like to congratulate Karnataka government in terms of taking a lot in terms of initiative of building the EV ecosystem since 2017. Now, in my today's discussion, my co-panelists have already given, like Mr. Reji has shared a global outlook perspective in terms of EV, and others have shared in terms of their perspective around the same. And in my discussion, I would like to share more about the experience. Post 2017 policy initiative in Karnataka, and in last 5 years in India, what exactly had been actually built up, and in terms of the ecosystem, what are the key ingredients which need to be put together as an integration. So that way we have to see our sustainability aspect in terms of building this whole industry, and then in terms of policy initiative, what more can be done in terms of going forward. That is how I see a roadmap ahead. I'm going to share my presentation for a brief understanding so that we can connect the dots in that way. I'm just sharing it up. I hope my presentation is visible to all. Yeah. So we all understand when we talk about the city. So basically, the transportation is the major, in terms of concern for polluting it. So ultimately, more than a product, more than a technology, more than a hardware, software, city Bangalore name for electronics, we are here to concern about our city planning. How exactly in terms of city planning we are moving ahead. So my discussion around today's agenda is in terms of EV transformation, it is an opportunity for the city transformation. This whole subject is indeed a social subject. That is how we see as a roadmap ahead, as a responsibility from our perspective, how we see what all we can contribute in terms of making sure addressing these bigger issues, which are environmental issue, traffic issues, and in terms of city planning. So that is where we have to see how the transition to a sustainable and clean mobility in terms of various options as an alternate fuel options we all be witnessing in every day and as a plan and as well as in an execution. And when we see electric, definitely it has a good future ahead, and then definitely the fuel cell will be showing the way forward. And in terms of transition and transportation is shifting towards green mobility across all its EV segments, whether it's two-wheeler, e-rickshaw, e-taxi, and then intercity and intercity public transportation buses. So when we say, if we have to see in totality, we are transitioning towards as a focus is zero emission vehicle, and first step is definitely in the public transport. And when we say public transport, why? Because this is the one where in terms of energy density per kilometer, we can see a good advantage in terms of bringing it on road and as a first transition aspect, and which is, where we are touching as a social objective in terms of the masses and giving them more convenience and more adaptability as an experience. And that is how we can see our roadmap ahead. And I really pleased to share this, very glimpse of the introduction of JPM electric bus in Bangalore, launched by our honorable CM, and that's the experience. And this is what, if we see today, part of the policy initiative, government has done walk the talk. The ground reality is this whole experience taken by the masses today is well perceived as a transition to a more advancement in terms of bringing electrification in the roadhead. And now this whole experience also bring a lot of learnings. And then this experience has given a lot of, in terms of understanding perspective, both in terms of opportunity and challenges. So which we can, as a part of the whole ecosystem, as a stakeholder, work together to bring Karnataka at the best possible way in terms of leading this whole transition from the front. And as an experiential output from the whole e-bus electrification, which has been there from last few months post-COVID. So ultimately it's a clean, connected, comfortable and safe. So these are the benchmarking which we as a group have taken when we started this deployment. And today these benchmarks are a reality. And that is what we wanted to make sure. See, this whole EV policy initiative or a deployment and adaptation should move ahead with certain benchmarking linked with the end user objective for getting that experience on ground. And just to highlight and share as an operational highlights. So today, individual buses are running around 180 kilometer, and then the range autonomy for 120, and then uptime 99%, and then consumption 1 kWh by kilometer, and then 95% charger efficiency uptime. So this is how the whole transition is moving to the next level. But how this whole outcome has been experienced, it's all about the JBM. From JBM Group, the EcoFuel is our flagship brand for the charging infrastructure as a value proposition, which we have put together as an end-to-end solution, and then complete project lifecycle management, and then complete project planning. And this whole system put together give the ultimate experience. That is what we wanted to demonstrate. Finally, in EV ecosystem, it's not about just one stakeholder or one product or one service. We have to see an holistic view, and then we have to benchmark it, and then we have to deliver it. And then while doing this, so these are the various stakeholders which need to be put into consideration as a complete integration, whether it's about the cities, urban development bodies, PSU, BESCOMs, and the customer concerns, then the various key drivers who had actually bring this to level, and then the key driver in terms of customer side. Hello, yeah, am I audible? Yeah. So here I would like to put my perspective from a policy perspective. In the EV policy from Karnataka, definitely a lot of initiative has been taken, but to make it real adaptable on ground, what our thought process is, if the state government can enable a land plus power as an integrated blueprint for the whole city mapping, that is what is something which enable the industry as a CPO or as a fleet operators to utilize that particular blueprint in terms of deployment planning, because that planning is even much more important than even the small incentives from the fiscal side. But for doing that planning in terms of chargers or in terms of EVs, these are something which are continuously evolving. So we cannot bank upon it. Today we installed AC001 or DC001 or a pantograph or a DC fast charger. So idea is the basic building block of this whole charging infrastructure is land and power. If that can be earmarked as a city planning linked with the route availability and the parking space availability, will be a big help to this whole industry to move in the right direction. And then there will be definitely benefit in terms of stopping the repetition and enhancing the utilization by individual CPO to take up that.
Your wife also here. So I'll come back to you and ask some questions. So maybe the PPT you can share here.
So Mr. Reji, I'm not able to hear you properly. Yeah. Hello.
So let's start here. So maybe if you could take some questions from the audience. Any questions. Two of you in the panel are manufacturing, two of you are late operating. So I would request you to make one suggestion if you have for government of India, what is that? And one suggestion for government of Karnataka, what is that? Think over, in the meantime, we'll take some questions from the audience.
Sir, I'm an NGO. I live in an apartment society and my society is not allowing me to put a charger in my car parking area. So, is there anything for me, for us? Like we have to go out and charge our cars and the charging takes around 4 to 5 hours. So going there, leaving the vehicle for charging, again going there and bringing back, it's an overhead. So all I need is a small, simple 15 amp socket in my car parking area for my private use. So is it covered in the policy? And just for one information, for this charger, I am fighting a court case against my association for last 1 year.
Come to answer, but I said there are so much of RWA terrorism all around the country, which has increased after COVID because they have become much more powerful. RWA presidential secretary, but we will settle our this very sure. You would have seen last year, one of our friends here, he has taken the scooter on the lift to his kitchen charge in Bangalore. So tomorrow in session, particularly on the request of MD, we have called some RWA presidents, Molo Association, etc. We have a session tomorrow afternoon. We'll be discussing this. So over to you.
So there are revised charging guidelines which has been released by the Ministry of Power. Nobody can deny the power if you approach them and you want to put it under your, the payment mechanism, the billing will be done at your place. Nobody can deny to you. So there are revised charging guidelines, you can show it to them. This is one, and the second thing is from the BESCOM side also. Government of Karnataka also recently issued the guidelines. If there is any construction or any established building more than 5,000 square meters, this is mandatory for the EV charging station. Either it is apartment or commercial building. Please share your location. We will instruct that the society to help you as well.
Next question.
Share its location. We will enjoy that one.
Freedom from the apartments in Sugar Alley. I started a petition.
And one more thing is that concern is that now many apartments are very difficult to establish their own charging station. As an individual, then you apply for that exclusive meter for the charging station. We will provide it. Within your parking locations, you could do that.
Yes, sir, I'll apply for that today.
Yeah, sub-meter you have to apply for that one.
The meter is in the meter room, but the
No, that's why I'm telling that.
No, the president says that the meter is in the meter will be put in the meter room. The wire which goes from meter room to my car parking, that is common area and he has full control over it.
No, that will sort out it. Don't worry about that.
Sir, on the same line, basically, I'm another culprit in this particular ward as well, where my car has been allocated, but I'm not able to take it because the residence is working over. So I want to sort of give me just a 15 amp line that probably powers my heater to the car. So yeah, I do appreciate your comments on that. We will apply, but then what is the time duration and what will be the sort of logistics that will be required? Because what I feel is like there's a huge ambiguity in terms of the information that we cascaded. Right, the 2022 amendment, Jan 2022 amendment that was done on the power thing, just doesn't speak anything about apartment as such. I've been getting reports from my association saying that you are talking about 200 areas, which are nothing but individual houses. So a request to NITI Aayog as well as to BESCOM as well as to government of Karnataka to ensure that these guidelines are more clearer, so that no one can take us end users for a ride. Right? understand if we expand, and don't go on my physical state, but then understand if we expand, things of the public area, we guys will probably be a pillar for all these bus services and everything. And I'm not probably parking it, I'm not here to probably, save my environment. I'm here someone who's trying to make my 2 ends meet. So something, few thousand rupees which I can save on petrol, something that is more considered. So.
And that's a very valid point. In our policy also not mention about that apartment and individual household. So for that, we are issuing that guidelines to all the apartment and individual household for the sub-meter. Once you apply through Janas Nejdi, we will provide it within that week time for the sub-meter NOC and the permission. And second thing is that within the apartment also, because that meter in the secure place, again draw a line to your sub-meter. That also will discuss with government and our power energy department will come with a policy on that. No, these sub-meters already announced, this is our part of the policy. For the new construction, over constructed more than 5,000 square meters, it is a mandatory to provide a charging station. But already established households, because there is no provision in their parking areas. So that we are coming with a new policy because of the discussion with the stakeholders.
So just one more minute. So till the time we get our connection, is there any legal hassle of if I can pull a wire from my own meter to my own designated parking? Is there a rule that I cannot do that?
That's right. We allow for the sub-meter. That means we are allowing for the draw a line also.
Yeah.
Okay, that guidance will issue. Detailed guidance discuss with all the apartment associations. All the place will issue a detailed guidance in this area.
Thank you.
In 2019, TCP or Town and Country Planning Organization, as part of Ministry of Urban Affairs, they issued notification that all new 20% parking area should be fitted with. That's based on one of the recommendations from ISGF actually. But implementation may take a long time. But what I would call upon citizens of the BESCOM and all that, make sure any big colony, multi-story apartments, applying for electricity connection, don't give connection unless you see EV charging station in the parking area. At least 20-25% parking area has EV charging. Without that, don't give connection. Within 24 hours, they will do it. They will come. That's faster. Any other questions? Otherwise, we'll close the panel. We are running late. No questions. Thank you. So, first, thank you, Mr. Mishra. One recommendation to Government of India, one recommendation to Government of Karnataka.
I think I did mention in my initial discussion. I think Government of India is doing fantastic job, and as a representative of 140 crore people of this country, the interests of those individual consumers should be protected, which I agree with him, the standardization. But I also would like to tell that early adopters will be fleet operators, and they will not be initially willing to, but when it becomes a norm, then maybe they will change. So that will be the thing. Like, I mean, we coordinate with NITI Aayog very often, so I don't think I have anything specific. But I think I must congratulate first NITI Aayog having people like Randheer, who is very dynamic and very, I think, friendly approach to industry. So, and of course, Mr. Cholan has been a long-time friend and very dynamic. So, you are in good hands. Thank you. Only thing is on a big, example, companies are putting 200 kilowatt charging, stations, and which the transformer and everything put together, it costs 20-30 lakhs. Where some subsidy should come from the government of Karnataka, which again I know BESCOM can't give. So if he requests government of Karnataka and some money comes from the budget, I think that'll be nice. So that's one request to be okay.
Thank you very much. Over to Mr. Rao. What would you like to say in the new Karnataka?
Thank you. The best policy which can be helping for the Karnataka districts, basically, again I say, the government of Karnataka should look at implementing a policy wherein at least 1,000 buses implemented in a district services, which will reduce the capex. Also, it will reduce the net saving, whatever is going to come for the passengers traveling between districts like Bangalore to Mysore, those kind of scenarios. And second thing is, now currently the FAME does not support the private bus operators to buy electric buses. If the state governments are taking this as a lead for reducing it to the air and noise pollution in cities, and also the school children who are going to be word of mouth for us at our house, talking about electric buses or electric vehicles or electric two-wheeler. If we are able to do something for the schools, converting the buses to electric in smaller size, then benefit is given to them. It will help more of changing this old IC buses still running on the Bangalore city or Mysore city or Mangalore city or Hubli city. And central government, whatever you are giving me opportunity to say, I'm not sure how much it will go there. But one thing I'm clear here is, the coming whatever 50,000 buses which are getting proposed, if some allocation, see, in India, currently we are selected about 5 or 6 good OEMs available who are manufacturing the product. Now, suppose if we are able to do something for the private sector to adopt the electric buses with a similar kind of benefit given to the SCUs, it will help in reducing, because for those who are not aware, out of our 100 buses running in India, 92 buses are owned by private, only 8 buses are owned by the government, that is transport department. So in that scenario, if you are helping that, it will really going to change the scenario of buses flying on private roads and government roads. Thank you.
Thank you. So actually, out of the 50,000 buses which we have planned, around 40,000 odd buses have already been come from the tier 2 cities. So that means those whatever buses we have planned, the price discovery. Basically, this is going to be price discovery in OPEX model. So 40,000 plus are already, so to say, booked. You understand, within the country. So having said that, in terms of the private players, definitely when market moves towards something, the private players are the first ones who actually, adopt and adapt those things. And I'm pretty much sure that this is what is going to happen with this also.
Over to you, Manoj.
WebEx.
I've been telling quite some time. See, for example, in Bangalore, BMTC has around 6,000 buses. So the schools have around 8,000 buses, 8 to 10,000 buses. And the school buses are regulated sector, correct? The school buses do not run more than 50 kilometers. So battery requirement is very low. So if the government, both from NITI Aayog and from the state government, given that the state subject, if the school buses can be promoted, and these are our young children, the future of the country, if they can be living in a less polluted environment, and they have the place to park and charge also. These buses are not used for anything else. So if NITI Aayog can put a white paper, how to promote the conversion of school buses. I've been in touch with Ashok Leyland, they said, no, it's not viable and everything. In fact, even Bangalore should take a lead on this. If the school buses can be converted, I think immediately you'll have 5 to 10 lakh buses in the country.
It's a great suggestion. US has a program currently, 250,000 school buses, $1 billion.
Correct. So I think it's very good to do.
No, government has to only mandate all school buses should be converted in a 3 years. The school will take money from the parents and
yes,
simple.
Yes.
That's a process.
But unfortunately, neither government, state government or central government can mandate it. That's not possible. But it can be persuaded.
Pollution control board can do it.
No, you can't. Then there's a why only school. Correct? Then every bus has to go. You can't do it. Mandate is not option. It has to be only, we are in democracy, correct? Unfortunately, unlike our neighbor, we can only persuade, not mandate. But I think we should discuss. We should put a policy note, come from NITI Aayog, the state government will adopt it, and then we can push.
Very good suggestion. Over to you, Mr. Manoj Gupta. Do you have any suggestion for Government of Karnataka and Government of India?
Yeah, so from our perspective, definitely I echo what my co-panelists are sharing.
Manoj, we are requesting for any suggestions for from you.
Okay, sure. So from my side, our perspective is definitely we have to now look beyond STU, and the school buses and the employee transportation adaptation is a big boost. But how to take it forward as a state? I believe from state perspective, if they can help in creating a common infrastructure from a land and power perspective, because that is a major bottleneck in terms of adaptation. Because ultimately, if we have to work on a TCO model for making sure these schools and employee transportation start adopting AV buses, I'm referring to beyond subsidy. Subsidy is such a subject matter which we are not sure it happened today, tomorrow, day after. But at least from an infrastructure perspective, if state can take immediate lead, this is a very good segment to start deployment, and it is a segment which is a well-suited business case in terms of charging operation, because there are fixed timings, there are fixed routes, and everything if can be planned today, and state can support a very good blueprint from a city network development perspective. So that is how I suggest the Karnataka government can take this lead, because it is not happening at the moment anywhere in India, and this can be a good initiative as a pioneering step in the policy itself to promote this particular adaptation.
Thank you. Over you. So I'll start with Karnataka. I think spoken about few of the I also want so there are close to about 240 million two-wheelers to convert 30% of our to we have to also do something more. The future is already on the road. We didn't in touch with NITI, we didn't in touch with the Karnataka government also. If there can be a policy made for retrofitting of the existing vehicles to EV, there are enough players who can come in and support and provide these service with customers. And if the policy can include any subsidies around that, that is encouraging, because that is being for existing vehicles to also transition. So that's one from us policy that is being made. I think for the center, I think they've done a phenomenal job. They're thinking about today and tomorrow, which is super encouraging for the industry at large. But now I think what would be required is a little more awareness, especially on the light of what's happening in the recent few months. A little more awareness from the government side to the general public on why EV adoption is still viable, both in terms of economic as well as safety, and what the government is doing to make the consumer interest is taken care. That will help sustain the demand that we are seeing. The last one, sales have been down overall for the industry, and some of them speculate because of all the information players. So our recommendation would be to see government can step in and create more awareness, build more confidence to the body. Thank you very much. Before I hand over for the last word to Mr. Cholan, I take 1 minute. One suggestion from our side, and what work which we have been trying to do of late is that you drive your car to a charging station, you have an option to charge with the green electron or the dirty electron which comes from the grid. How much money extra will we give? Today, say 10 rupees for charging from the regular power, or 12 rupees for charging with the green electrons coming from a solar panel or a wind farm. If that is available to you, and we give you a certificate of origin, a transparent certificate of origin, which you can put on your sticker and go proudly that I am driving with green electrons. And that certificate of origin will be generated in real time on a blockchain platform. So how many of you are interested? And we would like to do a demonstration project of that in Bangalore and also in Delhi. So just think of one of the main complaints which I hear often is that, okay, when 90% of the electricity coming from coal plants, we are only pushing pollution from the city to the rest of the country by having electric vehicles. But If you have an electric vehicle driver, you have an option to charge it with green electricity. That will give a big push to electric mobility. And lastly, to leave with your thought, when I visited Shenzhen, the Shenzhen Eastern Bus Company, the CEO, I asked him what was the biggest challenge. Biggest challenge. He had 5,805 buses, which is running. So that was a journey of about 4.5 years. He said, to my surprise, the biggest challenge was to teach the people who are washing the bus. We tried for 1 year, it didn't happen. So finally, I put all the people who wash the bus in the depot outside of the depot. Now we don't let them come inside. Because the moment the bus comes, they will put water. Electric buses, no water. They have something else. So they try to teach them how to do vacuum cleaning of the bus and only some wiping on the glass. And if it is 1 year of training didn't work, they will take the water and do it. Finally, all the workers. So we have a lot to learn in our journey. We just started only, and China has done really wonderful work in this area. And this particular company has 130 patents in 2018 when I visited them. 130 patents for a bus company, the national patents, and a lot of people from around the world go to see how it works. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The one point I would like to highlight is BESCOM and Government of Karnataka and all the manufacturers pushing for the public charging station, not for the individual. You can look at Bangalore, there is more number of vehicles in two-wheelers, not three-wheelers or four-wheelers. So you cannot expect that all the two-wheelers come to public charging station for their charging their units. That case is a very valid point. We also think in that line and discuss with the transport department, come with a new policy. And meantime, we also plan to discuss with all the RWS and the malls and other places how to encourage that individual consumers to use the charging station. And we also simplify the process of getting the submeters for the individual consumption, because the tariff slab is different. If you use at your own power, the tariff is at almost 9 to 10 rupees. You go for this submeter, the tariff is less than 5 rupees. With the advantage to the individual consumers, and it will promote the two-wheelers. So that point well taken. We discussed with our team also. With each subdivision wise, we have called meeting with all the RWs and promote that submeter concept in that respective areas. Thank you, Reji, and all our various suggestions will please consolidate. We'll take an up. Thank you so much for all the panelists and.
Since we are running late in the session, we will start immediately. Tea, coffee available continuously outside. Those who wish to, please do. Otherwise, immediately we call the chair of the next session. The session is on cyber security for in EV charging ecosystem. I call upon Mr. N. Murugesan, former Director General of CPRI, and he is also an advisor to both BESCOM as well as to India Smart Grid Forum. Please come, sir. And we invite Professor Farooq Kazi from VJPI. He is a professor at VJPI. He is also the chair of ISGF working group on digital architecture and cyber security. Oh, nobody is here. Okay, okay. And I also invite Mr. Anil Kumar, Director, NCIITC. No, nobody online in this. Will Anil Kumar? Oh,
Requesting everyone to be seated so that we can start with the session. I request everyone to be please seated so that session can be started. सर को उनको बोलेंगे तुम लाएगा पीछे डालने को बोलो ना अभी तो स्टार्ट तो करें एकदम अभी लेट हो रहा है क्यों we don't have time that's okay. The people, we can put them at the back for now. Later we'll do. We'll just put them on the back. नहीं we'd like to start our session now. Request everyone to please take your seat. Swasin, can you ask everyone to please sit down? Should we start, sir? Yeah. So I request one. So we're starting with our next technical session on cyber security in electric vehicle charging ecosystem. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our chair again, chair and moderator, Sri N. Murugesan, former Director General CPRI and advisor to BESCOM. Please put your hands together for our panelists for the session today. Dr. Farooq Qazi, Chair of India Smart Grid Forum Working Group on Digital Architecture and Cyber Security, and he is also the Professor and Dean of Research and Development with VJTI Mumbai. We have Mr. Aniruddha Kumar, Director NCIICC with us. Warm welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. And with that initial introduction, I'd like to hand over the stage to Sri Murugesan. Please, sir. Yeah, unfortunately, Mr. M.A.K.P. Singh had to decline at the last minute. So over to you, sir.
Good evening, friends.
It is my pleasure to chair this particular session on security, which is very important as in the smart grid or any of the automation projects, we see that everything is done properly. We just leave that security aspect neglected, thinking that things will be ordered or it will not be affecting. But repeatedly, world over, it keeps on telling that this is very important area, that the grid can be brought down. So friends, as a smart grid gives lots of benefits to the system, to the user, start with home automation or metering automation, or you call about advanced metering infrastructure or substation automation or distribution automation, SCADA, or now the electric vehicle or connecting renewable energy. Previously, all the systems were totally tightly coupled, so there was no scope for anyone to intervene. Now with this advantage, taking advantage is smart grid aspect to make use of the energy efficiently, we have to open everywhere. So friends, you can see that the security starts from home automation, metering, substation automation, feeder automation, SCADA, distribution automation. Now we have opened at the road itself in the form of a charger. So chargers is accessible. RME is accessible. So everything is accessible. So you have kept way for compromising the security. Of course. Especially when we talk about today's electric vehicle, it is the integral part of your green energy and efficient means of transportation. But as I mentioned that there are vulnerabilities when you have all the machines outside and when you connect it to your vehicle to the charging infrastructure or charger, again you have come to this compromising the security of the system. There comes a third party, applications, all such things. Recently last year, a 19-year-old boy, he could able to bring down 21 chargers throughout the world of Tesla. He demonstrated that he can able to play with that. So it is real. So we can't say that it is, we can just like that ignore it. It is a real thing. And in fact, USA has invested more than $5 billion only for this. So it can happen. So that is the importance of that. But friends, as he mentioned it, the interoperability, the standards, all these things, wherever you have the electronic component, whether you talk about meter, RTU, RMU, or you, whatever you talk about it, the interoperability comes into picture and the standards comes into picture. So standardized way of procuring and installing the charger is very important, because we are installing one charger here, so tomorrow you have to replace it with somebody else. So the interoperability, all such things comes into picture, including your apps. Otherwise, again, it will go into this mode. So in my paper, I mentioned about the standard governing this whole EV ecosystem. It is a brief, but the things are available. Now Indian standards are available, fair enough, adopting the IEC standard. In that particular one, we need to approach the three standards, ISO, IEC. The standards like ISO, IEC 15118, and of course, that when we connect your network to the system, it follows 61850, then that particular, to take care of that particular standard, we need to adopt 62351.
Then of course, the upper layer is ISO IEC 27,000 series. So with that, so we need to insist, I have not seen it in the specification or anything like that, putting these particular specific standards, and there are test systems we need to establish to test your charger for vulnerability. That we need to demand. So with that, I hand over the thing to Professor Farooq Kasi for his work.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So when I was given this topic, I was feeling guilty because today itself we inaugurated EV Expo, and suddenly we start talking about how the attack can happen on this EV charging infrastructure. But the intention is not to create a fear psychosis, but when we are creating this infrastructure for the next generation, keeping 20-30 years of timeline, the idea of this particular discussion or deliberation in this panel here is, how can we ensure security by design? So right at the beginning itself, when we are rolling out our EV plans, if we can have that at our back of mind, and when we come up with the infrastructure, all those possibilities can be then taken care of. So that is the intention with which at least I will be discussing, and the most of the panel members will also be discussing. Basically, what I view EV charging infrastructure is as a connecting bridge between two critical infrastructure. On one side, we have mobility or transportation. With this EV charging, it gets connected to energy network, which is one more critical infrastructure. So essentially, this EV charging infrastructure is, from cybersecurity point of view, definitely going to create some attack vectors on both the sides. Now, when we talk about energy network, we have seen a lot of cyber attacks in the recent past. Around 1 decade or so, we started seeing this kind of cyber attacks, primarily from the Stuxnet, which happened on Iranian nuclear power plant. Subsequently, in 2015 or 16, there were cyber attacks which were happening on Ukrainian power grid as such. And I'm sure many of you who follow this energy domain closely, you must have heard about certain media coverage about last year's Mumbai grid failure, which happened on the 12th of October 2020, when Wall Street Journal or Recorded Future started mentioning involvement of some nation-state actors responsible for bringing that grid down. How much truth it had is a matter of investigation, and many committees have done that particular aspect. But one thing is very much clear, that these infrastructures are as vulnerable and on the agenda of the hackers or attacker as banking and finance sector as used to happen earlier. So the question that we would like to answer or address is that will EV charging infra will also have vulnerabilities from cybersecurity point of view, and what kind of care we can take right at the beginning, rather than subsequently realizing the loopholes and trying to retrofit it when the things go out of our control. So now today what we are discussing mainly is about vehicle to grid or V2G type of interaction when we talk about EV infrastructure. Maybe in a couple of years or so, we would also be discussing on some kind of similar platform about vehicle to vehicle communication as well, or V2V communication as well. So when we are creating this kind of infrastructure, I believe that we should have enough thought process going in our mind, in our planning, while rolling out in a big scale for this EV infrastructure basically. So from cybersecurity point of view, there are a couple of vulnerabilities which do exist in EV charging infrastructure as well. Particularly when we borrow the metaphor of IC-based electrical vehicle, IC-based automobile, where we used to have petrol or diesel filled in some kind of pumping station, we never used to have communication with the vehicle. However, in case of electrical charging, there will be two components into this communication. One will be electrical vehicle communicating with the charging point, and then charging point communicating with its backend. So in the presentation of Reji sir, he mentioned about certain standards. So communication between electrical vehicle to the charging point, more or less, is now being agreed upon, including in India, about adopting ISO 15118 standard. Whereas from charging point to the back end, people are in wider consultation are having some kind of more connect with OCPP protocol, the Open Charge Point Protocol. So considering these two main protocols, which will be playing very crucial role in case of electrical vehicle charging infrastructure, we need to see are there any vulnerabilities from cybersecurity point of view. Now, when you look at this ISO 15118 protocol, it mandates certain requirements from cybersecurity point of view, and few are left optional. Now, although at today's time, those optional may still serve better, but maybe a couple of years down the line, there will be some kind of vulnerabilities reported and people will try to mandate that as well. So let me list it down, couple of those technicalities as well, so that those who are here, policymaker, can make note of that. For ISO 15118 standard, when you connect your vehicle to the charging point, there's some handshake which has to happen between these two. And that handshake has to happen with some kind of session which gets created from something called as a TLS, or Transport Layer Security. Now, what this 15118 mandates is to go for version 1.2 for the TLS. And there are a couple of vulnerabilities which are getting reported into that. So one of the ways by which we can try to make our system secure by design right at the beginning, right at the rollout itself, is to see that we are going for version 1.3, which is currently available, and be ready and flexible to upgrade as and when new versions comes in picture. Why it is important is, when the TLS first time had the heartbleed vulnerability, suddenly people got into action and started looking at some kind of solution. So we expect when we are having a large scale rollout for EV charging infrastructure, we should not land up in the same type of situation that subsequently we start running ahead and finding out some ways to patch those vulnerabilities. So that is one sincere request that I can have. One more request that I can be having here is, there are different type of attacks which happen, including the expected possibilities for EV charging. One is when we are having the stealing of identity, or sometimes people also call this as a repudiation or non-repudiation as well. These are some of those vulnerabilities which are by hackers, script kiddies. But then there are recent cyber attacks wherein nation state involvement is also being identified, certain APT groups which are identified who are trying to attack on the energy network. So probably going forward, when the full scale rollout happens and we start getting many such deployment of EV infrastructure, we might also see that this become potential target of nation state actors as well. So what I would be recommending at the very beginning is, let us have security by design type of approach, where while planning for EV infrastructure, we take care of cybersecurity issues as well. So these are my initial remarks, and I close my discussion here at this point of time.
So good afternoon to everybody. Myself, Kumar. You must have heard the name of NCIPC. So let me tell you the mandate of NCIPC and what is the NCIPC. NCIPC is the National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center. It is a public body. The mandate of NCIPC is to protect the National Critical Information Infrastructure. It is a national nodal agency for the protection of the CII. So recently, it has been created 8 years back. In NCIPC, we are having 6 different critical sectors so that we can protect them better. So for the protection of the CII, we need to identify the CII first. So as of now, we are identifying the CII, and the CII can be declared as the protected system using the Gazette notification. Then we are formulating the policies, we are providing the incident response and other things. We are also sharing the regular alerts, TV alerts, and also the inventory specific advisories to the stakeholders. So there are 6 major critical sectors in this NCIPC. Those are power and energy, banking, financial services and insurance, transport sector, government sector, static public enterprises. So now, so the agenda of today's presentation is the EV charging ecosystem. What is the EV charging ecosystem? The protocols used in this ecosystem, and how the charging ecosystem is working. What can be targeted and what damage can be made during the attack. Then the recent technology called vehicle to grid technology. So I will discuss some 2-3 slides about this. Then the initiatives taken by the government of India towards this promoting this EV charging infrastructure, and some best way to handle the cyber threats. So now about the background. So actually, you must have heard the Tesla event some years back, in which the smart cars were compromised. Why? Because those cars were connected to the internet. So that is not the point of concern, but we are adopting the same kind of technology here in this EV charging infrastructure, because this infrastructure is already connected to the internet. So the quick evolution of this EV technology and the rapid adoption of this EV technology, we have increased the attack surface for the attackers. So, and this is also connected to the internet. So the cause of concern is the connectivity of this infrastructure with the internet for the billing purposes, for the metering purposes, and for the roaming purposes. Now, attack on this EVCS can have real-time implications like drivers and car manufacturers could be negatively affected. The second one is weak code used in the charging station can expose the credit card details and driver and owners. A compromised EVCS could potentially reverse electricity back to the grid. Suppose if the communication is compromised and the EV as well as the EVS is compromised, anything can happen. The EV can withdraw the electricity more than the desired one, and it can supply the electricity back to the grid. So this, as automotive cybersecurity is still a relatively new domain, the increasing number of cyber incidents are inevitable. Because what is connected to the internet, it is already vulnerable. There are some residual risks which cannot be prevented. So the connectivity itself is a challenge for us. So knowing the EV charging ecosystem is very important for all stakeholders to contribute towards building a reliable infrastructure through the adoption of technology and best practices. Next. So this is the EV charging ecosystem. So what are the stakeholders in this EV charging ecosystem? The vehicle owner, or we can say the driver of the vehicle itself, and the electric vehicle supply equipment. We can say that electric vehicle charging station. So it is basically a charging point. It is called the EV-LC or EV-CS. The control system of the charging point station, because the control system is communicating with the control system of the EV, and it is deciding that the required power to be given to the battery. It is identifying, it is establishing the communication between the EV and the EVCS. It is identifying the manufacturer of the EV, identifying the voltage and the current required to be given to the battery of the EV. The EV e-roaming platform. The roaming platform is also plays a vital role in the EV infrastructure. Why? Because across the country, the services of the charging cannot be provided by a single CPO, charging point operator or the charging station operator. So there may be variety of CPOs or CSOs. That's why we need an EV roaming platform in order to metering and billing. And there are some utilities for this ecosystem. Those are the e-mobility service provider. E-mobility service provider is nothing but an organization or an entity which is responsible for establishing this charging station network. The OEM of the EV, charging point operator. So under a single EMSP, there may be multiple CPOs or CSOs and distribution companies, or we can say the BESCOM. The BESCOM is called the distribution system operator. So basically, this is the diagram. The red, this green dotted lines, they are displaying about the information flow. What? And these blue lines, blue dotted lines, they are displaying the flow of the electricity. Next. So there are certain protocols used for the communication used in the EV charging ecosystem. Basically, there are two types of communication happened in this infrastructure. First one is the front-end communication. So in front-end communication, this communication happens between the controller of the EV and the controller of the charging station. So there are certain protocols used in that particular communication. Those are ISO 15118, as Mr. Kaji has already discussed. And another one protocol is the CHA demo protocol. And in India, the BIS has developed one more standard. It is called 17017. The backend protocols emphasizing the communication and the cyber security requirements define the link between charge point and a third party operator. So as you are seeing, the linkage between the VEV and the electric supply equipment. So there is a red link there. So red link means it is the front end communication. And the VEV supply equipment is nothing but a charging station. It is having three interfaces. The front end interface, which is interacting with this vehicle. The second interface, which is we can call the internal. The charge point operator, aggregator, and the energy supplier. So some of the backend protocols are OCPP, IEC 63110, OCPI, EE-bus, and IEEE 2030.5. So those are some of the protocols used in the backend communication. While in the front end communication, we are using the CHA demo and ISO 15118. Next. So how the charging process works. So basically, whenever we are connecting this charging point, vehicle with the charging point, first of all, the initial handshake happens. So during the handshake, the EV is identifying the EV charger, or we can say the charging station or the charging operator, and the charging point, charging operator is identifying the EV. Not only the EV, the power of the battery, the voltage of the battery, the current required to for the charging purposes. So this kind of data is being shared after making the initial handshake with this charge point charging station. So there are two types of charging, the conductive and the inductive. So in India, basically now we are using the conductive or the wire charging. It is the mainstream charging technology in use. Requirement of this EV-AC for conductive charging depend on multiple factors such as vehicle type, battery, as I told, battery capacity, charging method, and power rating. EV charging requirements depend on the specification of the EV. So this kind of information is being shared whenever we are connecting the vehicle with the charging station. Next. So now what can be targeted? For conducting or launching a successful cyber attack, there are 4 major points. Those can be targeted. However, all these stakeholders which are participating in this EV charging ecosystem, they can be targeted. But primarily, we can say that the communication between any two nodes in the charging ecosystem, those can be targeted. So the communication, we can say the front-end communication, or most probably the back-end communication, which is taking place between the EV-AC and the energy management system, and EV-AC and the third-party operators. The communication can be tapped or be intercepted, or we can say each problem can be happened in those those communications. So what will happen after the compromise of those communication? That I'll discuss in the next slide. Again, the attacker can also target the mobile apps. So mobile apps are being used by the car owner or the car driver. Similarly, at the back end, the mobile platform, they are being utilized for the establishing the communication between the EV-AC and its control center, between the EV-AC and the EMS. Third one is the firmware updates and the patches. So while installing the firmware and updates for the mobile apps and for the softwares used in this ecosystem, those updates can be targeted. Means any false update or any malicious update can be installed. Later on, it can compromise the software and the whole ecosystem. Similarly, we are using here the hello. So in this ecosystem, we are using the roaming platforms. Those roaming platforms can also be targeted. So any kind of software which is being utilized for supporting this ecosystem, whether it is the EMS, means energy management system, or the roaming platform, or the controller of the this EV, or the controller of the charging point station, anything can be targeted during the process of the update and patching. Similarly, the physical access points, the access points we can or the attacker can target all those nodes which are there in this ecosystem. Attacker can also target this physically target this controlling controlling system of the EV-AC. It can also, he or she can also target this remote roaming platform and the energy management system. So this is how the attacker can infiltrate in the network or infiltrate into the various systems or the various components used in this charging ecosystem. Now, next. What will happen if attacker is able to tap the traffic or can get the access of the system? So while the attacker is, suppose he is able to get the traffic of the communication happening between two nodes in the charging ecosystem, he or she can steal the identity of the individual. He can tamper the data. Unlawful access privilege can also be happened. During the process of the attack, the attacker can also insert the malware in the EMS, EV-AC, or in the roaming platform. he or she can also steal the private and sensitive information by tapping the communications. And the electrical flow can also be manipulated. Why? Because he is having the information flowing between the various nodes. Suppose the EV is interacting with the EV-AC at the initial stage of the handshake. The attacker can falsely place some wrong information so that the EV-AC can wrongly identify the battery information. In this way, the electrical flow can be manipulated, and suppose the vehicle is desired to have some kind of electricity from the EV-AC, it can get less power or it can get more power than the desired one. The denial of service can also be, DOS attack can also be happened, and ransomware attacks may also happen by compromising this EV-AC. Suppose the EV-AC is already compromised and the EV is trying to charge using the EV-AC. So during the initial handshake, it will establish the connection, and after the establishment of the connection, it can insert the malware from the EV-AC to the controller of the EV. Similarly, the malware can propagate vice versa. Means it can propagate from the compromised EV to charging station, and later on it can be propagated to the energy management system and the roaming platform as well. So this is how the attacker can target the whole infrastructure. It can also propagate to the smart meter and later on the to the BESCOMs. So this is how the attacker can destabilize the grid. Furthermore, security flaws or vulnerabilities in EV-AC allow large-scale cyber attacks, as I have mentioned, to be launched, affecting the power grid security. As a result, not just the EV mobility, but also the energy grid itself would be jeopardized. Suppose some particular EV is compromised and user want to charge its EV, and during the connection between the EV and EV-AC, the malware can be propagated from the EV to EV-AC. So later on, this can hack all the infrastructure, and suppose the charging point operator, or we can say the e-mobility operator, he can come to know that the particular EV is infected and it has compromised our network. He or the operator can block the this EV. The OEM of EV or all the EVs of particular OEM or particular owner of the OEM. So there may be n number of possibilities. Means the charging point operator, or we can say the e-mobility operator, can block all the vehicles of a particular OEM or a particular vehicle of an OEM owned by some particular person. So this is how he or she can be denied by for providing the services of the charging. In this way, the owner will not get the charging from the charging point operator, or the cars of particular OEM, all the cars of the OEM, they will not be allowed to charge using the charging point operator. So the user may also be blacklisted by the CPOs. So these are the certain possibilities. Those can be happened by attacking the charging ecosystem. So because of the high dangers, complexity, and rapid growth of connected devices that we are experiencing today, cybersecurity for EV-AC is a key necessity. Setting a minimal degree of security can help prevent a charging point from malfunctioning and posing a security and safety risk to users, charging point operators, and distribution system operators, service operators. So now, vehicle to grid is a technology which is an advanced technology used in the charging ecosystem. Before this, there may be a number of technology. We can say the vehicle to house or vehicle to building. While this V2G is the advanced one, so how it is different from the other technologies? In this technology, the vehicle can supply the power to the grid. While the vehicle is standing idle at your home or at your office premises, the battery can be utilized to supply the power to the grid. Similarly, if the charging point operator it is having some kind of solar panels. So the energy can be stored and later on it can be fed to the grid. And similarly, if there are n number of vehicles, the batteries of those n number of vehicles, they can be utilized as the virtual power player. So while they are lying idle at some place, the energy from those batteries can be fed to the grid. So this V2G technology allows the both way transportation of the power, means grid to vehicle and vehicle to grid. And in the vehicle to I can say vehicle to building or vehicle to home, we can supply the power of the battery to the building, some particular building or our home. So this is how we can utilize the energy of the battery of the vehicle for internal use at the home. So vehicle to home and vehicle to building, those kind of technologies can supply the power from batteries to the batteries of the vehicles to the some particular building or your home. So this V2G is more advanced, in which the electrical supply flows from battery to the grid, while in other technologies the power supply is flowing one way, means from grid to vehicle only. So let me discuss briefly about this V2G. A modern electric vehicle requires a fast charging infrastructure, which is possible through power line communication. It can fully charge vehicle battery very quickly, having IP stack on top of it to carry power packs and to make payments automatically. So in this technology, the power means the payment of the charging is made automatically. This will allow vehicle to communicate with external world. Means if you can consider a scenario in which the car is completely connected with the grid, and you can say the OEM of the car is connected with the driver, with the owner of the vehicle. It is also connected with the charging point operators or we can say the e-mobility operators. So whenever you will visualize the complete picture, it will make a circle. The circle will be complete because EV is connected to EV-AC while it is charging. In the backend, the EV-AC is connected to energy management system as well as with the third-party providers like the BESCOM for billing and metering, and the roaming platforms for providing the roaming services while traveling from one place to another place, and for making the payment by the owner of the car. The backend of the EVS is connected to the internet. So this way the whole circle gets completed. So this supposedly poses several cyber security threats to the vehicle. Some possible threats including impersonation, stealing payment related information, because in this technology automatic payment is being made. So if the network or the systems involving in this ecosystem are compromised, this payment information or the credit card information can be stolen. Hence, V2G implementation should have well-planned cybersecurity measures in place to achieve confidentiality, integrity, and availability, along with identity, authentication, authorization, and accountability. Back. Sir, I am just service remote. So this V2G technology, why I am discussing this, because this is utilizing this standard called ISO 15118. And why it is important, this technology is using the PKI, public key infrastructure, in which the digital certificates are being utilized. And why these digital certificates are important? Those are important. Why? Because the EV is identifying the EV-AC and EV-AC is identifying the EV. And it is ensuring that the integrity of the information is intact. So this is why this V2G or the ISO 15118 is very important. Now applicability of this ISO 15118. Next. So as I have already discussed that this ISO 15118 is applicable for the front end communication only. The communication happening between the electrical vehicle and the charge point. While you are looking at this dotted arrow of blue color, it is for the data sets. But for the backend communication, this protocol or this standard is not being utilized. So this is the scope of this ISO 15118. While in India we are using this IS 17017. Next. So these are some cyber security measures in V2G. Encryption and decryption of messages to ensure adversary is not able to eavesdrop on the channel to ensure confidentiality. So we are using this protocol or the standard called 15118. This is ensuring very good encryption between the EV and EVSE. So attacker will not be able to eavesdrop the network. It is also ensuring the integrity of the information exchange. And as I told, this standard is also identifying EVSE is identifying the EV and vice versa. So these three measures are being taken by this standard. Next. So now these are some initiatives taken by Government of India for this EV charging infrastructure. The EV charging infrastructure guidelines and standards for public charging infrastructure were initially drafted in 2018. Later on, they were amended in 2019 and 2020. Recently, Ministry of Power has amended them again, and those were released on 14th Jan 2023. IS 1017 is the key EV charging standard in India. It was developed by BIS. It is having a certain section. So due to the technical requirement of digital communications between the DC charging EVSE and the EV, data communication standards are specified in IS 17017 part 24. When the combined charging system, because in India there is, we are not having any combined charging system for DC charging as well as for the AC charging. So whenever this system will be deployed in India, which can provide both the AC and DC charging, communication will be as per the IS 15118. So as of now, we are not fully utilizing this IS 15118. We are partially utilizing this standard, and we are only utilizing this IS 17017. Next. So now, how we can handle the cyber threats? So basically, we need to have some public infrastructure for protecting the various communication happened between two nodes in the charging ecosystem. So this PKI will enable the encrypt and decrypt the communication traffic. The verification of the integrity will be ensured by the deployment of this PKI. And the communication parties can identify each other using this PKI infrastructure. Or we can have basically the OEM and the charging point operators, they can have the certifying authorities, CAs, or they can have the sub-CAs, so that the EV can identify the EVSE and vice versa. So as we know that this infrastructure is already connected to the internet, it is vulnerable to the cyber attacks. And it is inevitable, the attacks are inevitable. Cyber security for EV charging ecosystem is a critical need due to the high risk, complexity, and quick evolution of the EVs. Unfortunately, traditional automotive safety guidelines, regulations, standards do not sufficiently cover the cyber threats related to the modern day connected vehicles. So all the stakeholders participating in this EV ecosystem, they need to follow global acknowledged best practices or standards. They need to carry regular or the periodic vulnerability assessment and penetration testing of the ICT infrastructure used in this charging ecosystem. Need to update and patch the vulnerabilities and all the systems. They need to have the patch management system in place to consistently monitor the infra. The network and systems need to be monitored regularly. Monitoring shall focus on the following interfaces. Means the interface, the controller interface of the vehicle, it can be monitored by the owner of or the driver of the vehicle. Similarly, the charging point station, it is having 3 or more interfaces. So all of them can be monitored regularly. The interface which is participating with the EV is called the front-end interface. It can also be monitored. The back-end interface used for the communication with the EMS, it can be also monitored regularly. And the management console or the management interface can also be monitored regularly for identifying any malicious traffic. And we need to follow the government regulations as well. Thank you.
Hello. So the main important thing is that wherever we specify any electronic equipment, the fundamental is that the basic thing, then we build up these standards. So friends, we should be aware of what are the security standards available for this particular infrastructure and the implication. It's not that now we talked about only electric vehicle to EVSE, but again between EVSE and back into grid. That is important that we have mentioned about the 2 standards, the 623C51, and which is concerning the electrical network, things like that. And of course, the supervision overall is that ISO IEC 27000 series. So that just with one hour class, you may not understand it, but at least you should understand the standard number. That will give a lot of credibility. Then, of course, we need to test the equipment. That is where we lack it. Whether we talk about meter or RTU or something, we always found it difficult that we set up, finding difficult to test the equipment. So this also have to go for testing. That we normally, no one has set up the facility in India, so that also we need to take care. So with that, I just for 1 or 2 questions, I will open the floor for questions. Otherwise, we are already overrun that session. Any questions? So friends, security is a very important aspect. Of course, we are taken care of in this meter or RTU or SCADA, all such things to some extent. So here also we need to take care. That is a message. And there are some standards are available and we need to go further to have a set up even testing facility for so many things. Within maybe 1 hour or half an hour, we may not go into the how the attack happens, what are the things they will take it out, how do you do that? It may not be possible, but that is a scary that already it has happened. It is not that the attack has not already. I told that a 19 years boy can able to crack, this Tesla charger, 21 places all over the world. So this is real. So we need to be prepared for that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ISGF, for giving us an opportunity. Sorry. Of course, I'm sorry. BESCOM and ISGF, in fact, I could able to write the quickest paper in my life. Thank you very much. Yeah. Kindly join for a group picture.
Sajid sir, good evening. This is Parul from India Smart Grid Forum. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sir, will you be making any presentations today?
I have a presentation. I actually sent it across, but I can share screen as well. I sent it to Balu and other people from ISGF.
Okay, so sir, will you be comfortable sharing by yourself or shall we do it from our side?
I think you can do that. It's a very brief presentation.
Okay, okay, sir.
Yeah. So is this a break now?
Yes, sir, it's just a 5-10 minutes. I think only 5 minutes break.
ठीक है. So I'm here.
Yes.
I'm very much right. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Challenges in implementation. So charging infrastructure for EVs, challenges in implementation. Some of them we heard in the first session. The customers were saying that they are not allowed to install chargers in their premises. So this session we will call upon Dr. Rahul Tonkia, Senior Fellow at Center for Social and Economic Progress and also founding advisor of India Smart Grid Forum. And yeah, we have one participant who is virtual, which is Dr. Sajid Mubasir, scientist DST. He was also, till recently, he was the chair of ETD 51, which thrown all the standards. And Mr. R.K. Singh, head of EV division from Tata Power Company, which has installed more than 2,000 EV charging stations across the country. And Mukesh Dadich he is head of business development and sustainability and clean technology in BSEF Yamuna Power Limited. They also have several EV charging stations in Delhi and also a pioneer in several digital initiatives in among electric distribution companies. We'll call upon Mr. Drohit Taili. He is the business head of Magenta Power. And Mr. Jaydeep Kambani, head of partnerships at Yulu. We have a full forum and over to you, sir. Thank you. For the information of everybody, we have more than 50 people online on the WebEx platform attending this. More vigilantly than those who are in the room.
It's the hangover from the COVID situation. So thank you, Reji, thank you, BESCOM and organizers. And it's been a very energizing day, but a long day at the same time. So let us try and keep this interactive. I'm not sure if any of you have PowerPoints or you do. You don't have PowerPoints, or you do? Good. Okay. So one virtual. Yeah. Virtual one I know will be required. Hi Sajid, how are you? So I should look at the camera, but you are over there for us. So before I get started, I just want to throw out a few thoughts towards this. We don't really have a means to engage with the audience, especially the online. But I'll throw a rhetorical question, which is, how many of you think that if only we had double or triple the charging infrastructure, then I'll rush to buy an EV?
and no hands would go up. Very few. Just here, okay? With bias. We're not the sample is a little biased here. But the larger point is this is an ecosystem. And charging is in some ways a necessary, but not always sufficient ingredient towards this. And so we have people from many different aspects of different types of vehicles. And charging, people think of it as an infrastructure, people think of it as a service. It varies based on case. Which type of vehicles, two-wheeler, three-wheeler, fleet, four-wheeler, etc. And it also matters on one other key aspect, which is this is not a fuel like we think of traditional internal combustion engines. Fuel, we think I have to go somewhere and it should take me just 5 minutes. These are the two things people think about, but charging for a vehicle is not just, it is about keeping your vehicle full, absolutely, but there are other aspects of it that also can, will, or shall at some point become key. First is the rate at which you charge. You go to a petrol pump and you don't have a choice that says, do I want to fill my tanki very slow, medium speed, or high speed? There's no differences. It's just on or off. But here there is a difference technologically, cost-wise, and the implications for the charging infrastructure. Second difference, the greenness that Reji mentioned, that they want to make sure that the consumers are not just charging sustainably from an economic perspective, but environmental perspective. So that ties to the time of day, which is a third aspect that is very critical for any charging infrastructure design. And how these come together is when we think about the capacity utilization factor, or CUF, of any infrastructure. Now, if someone could build a charging infrastructure and have it operating 80% fill, then there's nothing to debate here. But we know that the world is not like this. So if hypothetically somebody says that I have an average of 10% or 20%, which is high, well, that 10 or 20% means 150% loading or demand at one point in time and 1% for part of the other time. So this burstiness or lumpiness, which is yet another factor. We at my institute, then known as Brookings India, we had a paper in 2017 on grid charging, where if you think about the demand on the grid, in terms of energy or kilowatt hour, it is very modest. Forget today, where we're at the starting set. Even in 2030, with 100% of sales as EV for two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler, and buses within city. Even then, the incremental load on the grid is about 4% only on an energy base. But if you now convert this into an instantaneous demand, and now the worst case scenario is everybody plugs in Friday evening, 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. simultaneously, then the grid impact can be 50 times larger than if it were spread out. So these are the issues that are there. Tied to, of course, we heard about RWAs not letting people take their vehicle or set up the infra. So I remember was this here in the morning? He went viral on social media for, you shared, yeah. But he went viral on social media for taking his two-wheeler up in the lift to take it to his flat because he has to charge somewhere. So charging infrastructure is absolutely necessary. It has to be safe. It has to be predictable. So that's another aspect of the charging infra. It's not just the hardware, but the software, the way you figure out where is it? Am I eligible for it? So Maxon is not here, but he used a phrase that I still remember from a few years ago, which was, he's the managing director at Magenta Power. People talk about range anxiety. What about gun anxiety? Am I compatible with the charging standards? So these are some of the issues. Then, of course, land is another issue. And rate at which we charge. Now, coming back to the last point, then I'll hand over for the opening remarks to our panelists. What are we planning for? Is it trickle charge? Trickle is actually the cheapest charge because you don't need special infrastructure. You plug into your home, simple AC. It'll give you a couple of kilowatts. Slowly it will charge, but that's not good enough for a big battery and a vehicle to do it in 6 hours. So that's the trade-off. And as soon as you want to go faster, it costs more. Who's paying that cost? Are we pricing it correctly? For how long will we socialize it or cross-subsidize it is a longer-term policy question. Today in the US, the norm for public charging speed is now between 150 and 350 kilowatts. These are the standards now in the US. So are we planning for that, for public charging infrastructure? So these are some of the questions that I wanted to hopefully get the juices flowing with. And now request everyone to give brief opening remarks, leaving us time for some interactions and some questions that were there. Over to you, Mr. Mubakir.
So I thought I had the privilege of being the last.
Or not connected?
So I thought I'd come later because I have a small presentation, but I will need to react to what you said. Charging is an absolute necessity because it's an electric vehicle. It's an electronic vehicle, but without charging possibility, it doesn't arise. Nobody's going to buy an electric vehicle for whatever reason. So our efforts have been to simplify it and trying to tell people, look, this thing about fast charging, about range anxiety, that's not where the real issue is. It's about charging anxiety. Can I charge at all? And how do we address that? So it is quite possible. I have a very brief presentation. I will tell you about what's possible because we have two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and small cars. They're ideally very good as an electrified platform. They have small batteries, and more or less all of them can be charged without trouble. So I'd like to talk about it. And what we'd like to propose is an ubiquitous charging, that charging available in the parking itself. But it's not difficult at all. So we'll come to that. We'll talk about it.
Are we loading the presentation? Well, here's his initial remarks.
Okay, so I thought you were going to have a round of.
It's on the screen, Mr.
So do you want the other panelists to speak first and then I come in, or I can talk about this? Okay, so
in the EV protocols, this would be called the handshake.
right, the handshake is done. So
is the online able to see? That's the most important question.
Yeah, you're able to hear me clearly? So I hope you can, I'm audible. So this, this slide background is my context, that this is about urban infrastructure. So I'm not looking at, something outside of urban areas. It's about, so that's the background. Can we have the next slide? Please move the slide, next slide. Okay, so this is today's heading in the newspapers. So please help, my charging station is not talking to my scooter. So there are four major issues to address, and I think it's very simple, so I'm not making it complicated. One is this, you can't see any charging station anywhere. And when you do get to them, you find that they're not all the same. Sometimes they're not compatible with what you have. So that is one major issue you have, although we have been able to develop the entire set of standards in India, we don't have people following it, which is a big problem. And that's what this article also talks about, today's article in Economic Times. Second thing, it is so surprising that what we fund is light electric vehicles, And what we don't provide for charging is the same thing. There is no category of charging infrastructure supported from the government or people putting up for light EV. And we expect this to be charged, this 80% of the population to be light electric vehicles. So we need to formally look at it. Even this new 3 lakh auto rickshaws which are going to come out with the ESL is going to do it. They have not said anything about how it will be charged. So that's a very interesting situation. Third item is, do I need to pause? Is there an issue? Am I audible? Is it okay?
You are, we will make the quality a little better so there's less feedback because we do have 2 or 3 streams in parallel. Thank you for your patience for that.
Yeah, it's not very clear to me. Should I repeat or? Okay, so I think we moved on a little bit. Can you go back to the early slide? The problem is, okay. So the third thing is what we call as the DC charger, Bharat charger. There are no more vehicles being manufactured for them. They have stopped. People have stopped manufacturing these vehicles, but every rollout seems to be about Bharat DC chargers. So that's very surprising. So there's a third item. Fourth is for the bus and truck charging. There is just no plan. Just no plan by anybody. So these are the 4 issues I like to address. My slides will talk about that. Let's have to the next slide. The solutions. Yeah. So this is a summary of it. The next slides, what will come up is, I will elaborate on each one of them. First solution is to go for certified charging devices, which means devices which are as per the Indian standards. So all this talk about fires and stuff like that, you have to remember that none of these devices are certified. So you can, of course, have investigative committees looking into the battery and the vehicle and all of that. But to me, it's quite obvious there must be something about the charging devices which is creating a problem. None of them, at least for the which has been certified. So 1 or 2 are, but most of them are not. Second thing is to roll out the infrastructure. We have excellent guidelines from the Ministry of Power and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So that can be utilized for creating a very affordable infrastructure model. Third item is we must plan all smart devices, because here you're talking about grid relationships, supporting the grid. So all these devices have to be smart. Fourth is this issue about the right, consumer right, access to power. That is also to be upfronted. This has got to be done. So next slides, I will spend a few minutes on each slide, and then it's quite a small presentation. Please go ahead, next one. Right, certified devices. It so happens, I thought Mr. Reji or someone will talk about the devices we have standardized. We have 4 power levels. Power level 1 is all light electric vehicles. That means 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, quadricycles. We have the entire set of standards and methods of doing that, both AC and DC. But these things are not really utilized yet. Then you have power level 2, which is you are able to charge cars in your car park because that power is easily available, quite adequate. In fact, up to 20-22 kilowatts of power can be provided to a car, which is almost fast charging for an Indian car, which would be having a battery of similar size, about 25 kilowatt hour battery maybe. So that's a power level 2. Power levels 1 and 2, you can easily provide in a retail fashion all over the place. So that's one thing we need to kind of work out. And third is, of course, your highway charging stations, these big stations, which is currently being deployed. There is, of course, level 3 and level 4 is a specific set of bus charging solutions developed in our Indian standards. One is a pantograph-based solution. The other is a dual gun charging solutions. These things to be brought forward. So these a standard. The key point here is people who purchase these devices must ask for certified devices, like you ask for ISI plug and all of that at home or wherever. So that is a major transition. We need to ask for certified devices, which means it will go through all of that. It will be very safe kind of thing. So that's one. Next slide. So I'm deliberately making simple points, very clear. This is one is about certification. Second is how do we get to a dense deployment of EV chargers? There are two things which are going to help us. I mean, this is beyond what the private sector would do by themselves. But let's look at the Ministry of Power guidelines, the latest guidelines 2022. It is very good because it still retains the focus on employment, entrepreneurship, development. That's in the first page, the guidelines, right? It now gives a focus for dense deployment. That's the other point I've written, number 4, that they're very serious that the government land available in different places in all organizations. There has been circulars going out. We have got letters here. Every government institution to enable, like EV charging. So, and then that is supported by the Ministry of Housing Urban guideline that 20% of parking should be for EV charging. Now, these are the same thing, according to me. I am not looking at charging station. I will not recommend charging station. You see, like it is not like a petrol pump. It's not like there is just no need to go anywhere. The electricity arrives at your house. You can charge it there. So this is a particular opportunity we have. The Ministry of Power and Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs guidelines that you can really access a whole lot of real estate across the country to be able to install these charging devices. And if you're looking to install charging stations, there is no scope. These are not the places where people are going to drive up to and charge and all of that stuff. This is not like a public petrol station. These are like, for example, it's one of these must be my office. So there will be a car park there. 20% of that car park can be kept aside for charging, and you don't expect to put a heavy charger out there. You'll put a small, medium power charger for people who are residents, people who are working there, or maybe nearby people to kind of, generally for the population which is at risk, people who are staying or working. So that is how this model can be kind of built out. Basically about parking, bringing the charging into the parking, whether it's a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler. It can be done from the normal electricity distribution itself. This enables that because the guidelines allow you to do that. There's an incentive and everything can be kind of put into place very easily, provided we give up the fancy about this fast charger. There is no need to do fast charging if you're at home or if you're in an office at a car in the car park, or even if you're seeing a movie. Why would you want to fast charge? Because your movie is going to take 3 hours. So these are medium powers and it's easy to deliver, and we should give up the fascination about fast charging. It's too expensive, not required. There are no vehicles which require fast charging because the batteries are so small. The biggest vehicle is just the one BYD is kind of showing around. That is only up to 70 kilowatts of power. Your fast charger will have that. So there is no need for fast charging. And when you see a need, of course, you can put it up. At this point of time, I think we should put a halt to these fast chargers and just have chargers around the place. So I can talk more about it, but I don't want to right now. Let me go to the next slide. Right. Here is the choices. I want to just give you an example of this new fancy vehicle, which has come BYD, because this vehicle has 3 options. I don't know which one they brought to the country, but it can have a tiny, let me say, bonsai onboard charger, 6 kilowatt. If you're going to use that, it's going to take the whole night, 12 hours to charge. So that is AC charging. Then this vehicle also can have a 40 kilowatt onboard charger. If that is optional on the vehicle, that's fantastic. But then you have to provide an outlet where you can plug in. So it's not too difficult, but you have to configure for that. Or you could have a 50 kilowatt DC charger, which is a rarity because it's a very big installation in terms of, because no one puts a 150 kilowatt charger. It will be a farm of many things, and that kind of takes the cost too much. So my suggestion is this, and that's what we are talking about here. If we just give a DC interface to the vehicle, then that 6 kilowatt charger, you don't have to put it on the vehicle. It is a portable charger. It will use the same interface as your 50 kilowatt charger, DC charger. Or if you happen to put a 20 kilowatt charger in the parking, the interface is the same. The cost of the vehicle will come down because you're not putting an unnecessary charger on each vehicle. So we could transit towards a scalable set of DC chargers. That is a 6 kilowatt portable one, a 20 kilowatt parking lot one, and a 50 kilowatt, that junction big thing out there, which, the fancy one, we hope it'll come someday in future. It's not happening really. So the suggestion is, if you could go for a DC interface, it becomes easy. And we are talking about four different levels. That means if you have a two-wheeler and three-wheeler, you go to the first level. If you have a car, you go to the second level. And you can even go in between because it's all the same interface. So if you take that view, then charging is all about the last meter of the grid. And it's about destination, that you arrive someplace, plug it in, and that's how charging would be. It's quite simple to deliver if you don't go for a fast charging. And these places where vehicles are parked is exactly the place which will allow you to do load management, time of day tariff, and all that means you can delay the grid upgradation. And of course, if it is that situation, then you can integrate renewables as well, because these are parking lots. The rooftop renewables and things are quite accessible there. You could do that. So essentially, parking is equal to charging is the paradigm we need to go. Fast charging can wait. When that is required, we can look at that later. Please go ahead, next one. And all of this has to be smart charging. There must be electronically controlled communications, all of that. And that happens anyway. The moment you go for a DC interface, it is smart by definition. You don't have to do anything particular. Communication is already out there. And then the last point is about this as a consumer right. If the government is insisting people should buy electric vehicles, then it is the government's right. The power sector, the Ministry of Power, agencies sitting out there have to ensure people have the power, and which actually means getting the power to the parking lot. Access to power is the issue. Asking people to bring power from their own residences into the parking lot is not, it is not advisable. It won't work. You need to give a separate connection there. And this whole slide is just about that. If you want a dense network, then you need to do something in the regulation that allows car parks to be managed by professionals. The same guy who gives tickets to the parking ticket, he might add 20 rupees more because that's all the power that will be required. Even if you charge for 2 hours and 2-3 kilowatts of power you take, that's about the money you will require. So the definition, like in France or other places, is like, or in the European Union, that's a kind of a thought you have. It should be within walking distance. You should leave your car, and it's not really in your campus itself, but within walking distance. That could be defined as something like 200 meters or whatever. So wherever you are, you should have access to something within walking distance, a point where you can plug in the vehicle. It will remain in the charge. You can control it, all that stuff. So this is the destination charger, that you arrive at a destination. It could be an apartment where you're staying, you're coming home, or you reach your office, that's your destination, or you go to a mall or someplace, and that's where you charge. So all of that, if you want to kind of do that, then the access to power, we can talk about kind of about 100 kilowatts per parking area if you can deliver. If you can provide that, then this will enable employment generation, people who work on it. So it's not like a new installation. The existing parking, existing connection, and the existing guy who's managing the parking, they all get upgraded to some kind of in-situ charging solution, easily scalable, because we have the technical wherewithal and the solutions to say different kind of cars, whether it's CCS or GBT, they all can charge from the same point. We have worked it out, and we can even say auto rickshaw and scooter can charge from the same place, auto and car can charge from the same place. It's all about the interface. If we can sort out the interface, it's quite easy to do that, because the basic premise is, if a vehicle arrives at the car park, they should not be refused. So from that point of view, these things can be sorted. The technology is not too difficult. It's about providing the access to power. It's about considering the car park as a place to charge EV. So next slide, I think that's the end of it. Yeah, so this is a summary. This is a summary of the things. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mbase. Will you be able to stay for discussions? I know we were running a little late. Sorry, we're not able to hear you.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, so then I won't ask my follow-up questions immediately, so we'll save that for the discussion. But I did like your point to emphasize, one, there is a leapfrog opportunity because we're still to build a lot of infrastructure. And second, we have to do matching. we can't just have one size fits all. We can't have just one standard. You talk of 4 levels. There can be not just these 4 levels, but also different business models associated with these. So these are things we'll talk about. I'll hold off one point for the discussion. I'd now like to turn to, we'll go in the order that's listed. Mr. Ramkrishna Singh, please share your opening remarks. Do we have another microphone, please?
Thank you, Dr. Rahul, and thank you, BESCOM. Thank you, ISGF, for giving me opportunity to be on this platform. And I would also like to thank you for the noble initiative you have taken for sensitizing the public at large to come at a single forum on take on the EV related issues, challenges, find out the solution, so that society at large can benefit in India. So primarily, Tata Power has been instrumental in setting up the charging infrastructure in home segment and public charging this segment in bus segment. And I would like to share the perspective from the implementation point of view, because in last 2 years and primarily in last 1 year, we have already added almost 2,000 plus public charging points. And also around 500-600 are into the process, and we plan to add another 5,000 to 6,000 charging points in this coming financial year, that is 22-23. Apart from bus charging across India and home charging. So what are the key constituents which are required for implementing the EV charging infra? So if we talk about mostly, which is talked about is public, it's primarily you need hardware, that is connector and car. Then you have a digital platform through which you can connect, communicate, understand. You have the power requirement. Then you have the network availability, network in the sense power network, communication network, both. Then we need to have the payment gateways, taxes and duties, and also the location, which is one of the most talked about, a requirement. So if out of these 6, primary constituents, I would like to focus, considering my experience in this domain, one is the power requirement, which is predominantly required for setting up the public charging 25, 50, 100, 200 kilowatt. It takes a lot of time for the getting processed through any DISCOM. Suppose if you are applying a power connection in most of the government DISCOM, you need to set up the power infra, say distribution transformer. Suppose you are taking 25 kilowatt connection, 50 kilowatt connections. So barring few DISCOMs, most of the places you need to set up the distribution transformer, some line, some cables. That takes a lot of time. So if DISCOM can take the initiative that they will facilitate and be agile in providing the power connection. So I think that can be, faster adoption can happen and faster rollout can happen. That is one part. Another important part is communication, network communication, which primarily may not be available at all the locations. Suppose you are driving, say, from A to B location, say Pune to Goa, and you need to connect that which is the nearest charger while you are en route. In some places, you might find difficulty because of network is not available. You also need to know that whether charger is available or not. So in case communication is down, so even though charger would be available, but the customer or the EV owner find it difficult that whether he should go to that charger or should not go to that charger. So that is another important part of requirement. Another important part is user itself, because what is the as a habit, we go to a petrol pump, somebody will come, put the gun in your car, you make the payment and you go. In case of
public charger, it is unmanned. So when it is unmanned and you are using the application or some swipe card or through, some scanner, so many a time we are getting many calls that they are not able to process the charging system itself. So even though there are instructions available on the application, even on the charging stations, but they find it difficult. So we need to make them, educate them, make it more, maybe more customer friendly. So that is another important part, that customer needs to be educated, that how the charging would happen. And we need to come out of the mindset that somebody would be available at the charging stations. So that is another my focus area, that how do we make customer or user aware that is a self-service concept. And then another important part is the location, wherein we need to have that public-private partnership, wherein the government locations can be utilized for the this EV charging infra. Similarly, societies. In fact, let me share you the numbers. Like we are putting the home charging services for Tata, Nexon, and Hyundai, and around 1,000 plus requests are pending for the want of society permission. The gentleman who was there today afternoon, he was discussing. So this is the kind of awareness we need to have across segments. So apart from this, this location, is another important part is that how we make this entire integrated effort and a common connector. I would have an analogy from the metering background. In 2002, there was a APDRP. That time, all the meters were different. So Reji and Mr. Murugesan are well aware. So that time, when all the meters were different, a lot of infra was put in, but they could not measure the improvement or the loss reduction, and then it came RAPDRP. So that many of that investment gone into the dustbin, in fact. So if we can have a common connector across the segment, say I have a bus charging infra in say Kolava. So whether bus charging infra can be utilized for the public as a public charger for the Nexon, for the MG, for the this Jaguar. So as of today, the CCS2 is being used by Nexon, Jaguar, MG, while buses are using GVYT. Many these two-wheelers have different set of connectors. So this is I find it is one of the key and very important requirement to that whatever infra investment we are doing today has to be standardized. Otherwise, many of the investment would go into the drain. I was traveling one day from Mumbai to Pune, and I could see some of the chargers. I would not name the company, but they are just junk because they are obsolete. Just almost a year back, they might have been commissioned. So that is the kind of requirement we need to see, that how do we this is a public or private money has to put into effective use, and resources are scarce and limited. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get to these points, in more detail, but I think our point on interoperability is a very key one, which comes back to the expectations. The old joke from the networking space was it should be plug and play, not plug and pray. So with that in mind, if I could now turn to Mr. Dadich. So you will be the person that a charging company would come to and say that I'll need probably an HT connection. So how long should that take? Or of course, Delhi is not the rest of India. So that's the caveat that I will, throw.
So thank you, Dr. Rahul, and thank you, BESCOM and ISGF for inviting us to share and our learning from the capital city of India. And today I was very excited to hear in that big hall by different dignitaries that Bangalore wants to become the EV capital of
Sir,
India.
if you could bring it, then they can lower the volume. Yeah.
Yeah. So similar voices we hear in Delhi as well, and we are happy that more and more number of cities are being competitive in terms of promotion of these EV and EV infrastructure particularly. So we are the BESCOM operating in east and central part of Delhi. And I do not claim, but yes, I can say that probably we were the first company to have public charging in, at least in Delhi, because in today's session, Mr. Chetan Mani was speaking and he introduced REVA like around 12, 13 years back, and our company provided around 15 number of free charging points for common people. So probably all these things were ahead of times and could not pick up at that point of time. And so again, 3 years back, we provided first public EV charging station in East Delhi, and that was established by BSEF. And recently we have come up with a smart EV charging station that is again India, first of its kind in India. So doing our bit, apart from our normal role of providing EV connections, as far as Mr. Ramakrishna was mentioning that BESCOM role in providing or extending electrical connection to these EV charging station is very, very important. And we also feel that we have to play a key role into that. And that's why in our company, and today I was very happy to hear that BESCOM is also doing the same thing there, and they are today inaugurated this single window system for applying for EV connection and separate EV teams, dedicated EV teams for the connection and other things. So we are already doing that fact. And one request to Mr. Reji Kumar here that maybe we can have a forum of BESCOMs where we can share our experiences in terms of fast tracking or sharing our learning and experience in the field of providing EV infrastructure among the BESCOMs, because there are already a lot of concerns. I am listening to different speakers from the morning, and obviously there has to be a greater role of BESCOMs and maybe very degree of processes and applications, and we talked about the standardization of processes as well among the different utilities. So yes, I agree, and I advocate about more and more interaction between the utilities and if any sort of, because one CPO like Tata Power has to install EV chargers across different states, and they cannot, if the different formats, processes and charges are same across the different states, then it will be easy for every CPO and other things. So this could be easily done, I think. The second aspect is that Karnataka was, of course, the first state to introduce the EV policy, and later on the other states followed, and in Delhi it was introduced around 3-4 years back. But these policy incentive supports and other things can play a little role, or maybe to some extent only. Ultimately, it's the people. If they will see the value in anything, then they will pick up. I can give you an example. At the time when the e-rickshaws picked up in Delhi, perhaps there was no policy support, no incentive, nothing was there. And it was flooded all over Delhi. I don't know what was the driver or who was communicating to them that adopt EV. There were no Reji Kumar, no Dr. Rahul, or no EV forums or anything. But they adopted this solution because it was user-friendly, it was economic and easy to drive and easy to handle. It was increasing their output, work output, and perhaps the income as well. So it has to be in that fashion only. And again, the Delhi has been very progressive in all this regard, and recently we have concluded the public EV charging for through government tender, where at the government locations we also provided some of our locations as well. And again, it was the first of its kind where we discovered the lowest EV charging tariff in India. And you will not believe that it is 2.5 rupees per unit for slow AC charger. So if the market is so competitive and people are so eager and excited, so probably it gives us the belief that this thing will really fly. And these EV charging stations should come up in a big way, and DISCOMs are always there to help and support. I will only urge the CPOs and the OEMs that while you plan the location of e-charger, especially with the high load, maybe in the category of 100 kilowatt plus, prior to that, if you have the option of selection of location, then probably consult the DISCOM, because there are different pockets already stressed where the network cannot provide extra juice for this kind of, and probably that may take a little longer time in terms of extension of lines and transformer and other things. So probably joining hands with the DISCOM and or utility by the CPOs can find some sort of solution where we can optimize the location of these charges by combining the business prospects and the electricity infrastructure cost and other things. My other point is that although it's good that the EV ecosystem is getting some promotional tariff and other things, but ultimately the things has to be sustainable. We can have these things of 4 rupees tariff or 4.5 rupees tariff, which is below the average power purchase cost of utility for a time being only, maybe for a couple of years. You can waive off the fixed charges and other things. But ultimately, the socialization of cost is not a good idea. At the end of the day, it has to be cost reflective for every category and other things. So we expect that soon the business of EV infrastructure will pick up, and slowly these kind of promotional push, policy support, incentive support, and the tariff and other things will become realistic, and the EV business will run at its own. So that is my wish, and I wish all the best to all the CPOs, OEMs, manufacturers, that we commit our fullest support. And the good part is that DISCOMs is also taking interest in terms of installation of EV chargers. BESCOM has come up with their own set of EV charging applications, mobile applications. So probably DISCOMs are best players in terms of interoperability and other things. Tomorrow we can see that even at the end of the day, it's a sale of or service of electrons only. And the DISCOMs are best placed in this business. So maybe through the bill adjustment or other things, like I'm a EV owner and I am the connection holder at my home as well. So why should I pay at 2 places for the same electrons I am getting in my vehicle or at my home or something like that? So can it be clubbed, and something could be done like that to provide more ease and comfort to the consumer? And why should we have a number of mobile application into my mobile if I am having any EV to get it charged through Photon, ChargeOn, Magenta, Tata Power, ESL, and number of companies there. So it will be good if these people can talk to each other and provide the easiest solution to the consumer. The last point is that the data, which is very important, and from the utility perspective as well. As the load of the EV charging will increase, we have around 12 megawatt of load only from the e-rickshaw charging in our company. So as more and more number of chargers will come up, definitely they have their own load pattern and other things. And as we concern that whether it will be contributing to peak load or not, that is the main concern, and where the question of the utilization factor role comes. So our, especially in case of Delhi, where we have very peculiar load curve, the difference of minimum and maximum is already in the range of 4 times. The maximum load is 4 times of the minimum load of the same day. So it's a wastage of resources. My all transformers, lines are essentially running at around 40%, 50% average loading during the year, just to serve the 0.5% or 1% of the load for peak load. So this will put extra burden. So smart charging, scheduling, IoT devices, and the TOD, so energy storage, how we can support the EV charging by not investing into network expansion or augmentation. That will be the key going forward, because it's maybe in the landlocked city areas, we are still facing problem in terms of expansion and augmentation of network. So how will these new charging stations will be accommodated in terms of electrical supply? So again, the coordination between CPOs and all the other stakeholders is very, very necessary. Thank you, Rahul.
To your question, that ST connection. So from the experience, that getting ST connection is a a lot of task. Even in my BESCOM in Odisha, there is a regulation that you cannot take two ST connection in a single premises. And I am following up with the now regulator, because this BESCOMs are bounded by the regulatory commission's directive.
Right?
So what I request, maybe through ISGF, and you can take up with the government and so right. So even MOP has issued the guidelines in January, but it has not come to the directive through regulatory commission. So each state regulatory commission should immediately issue the orders issued by the MOP within certain timelines. For developed metro cities, within a week, EV connection is to be given. No, that is true, but it is a basic requirement. That is from the corporate point of view. If you go as a individual home charger, car owner, so new cars are coming with the 11 kilowatt AC home charger, 7.5 kilowatt AC home charger, and they would like to get their load extended to that extent. And then again, similar challenges would come whether juice is not there in the network. So that is to be, the serious issue.
That's really an issue, because there are different regulations, rules, policy across the states, and CPOs are facing this issue. And because they cannot appoint one expert to deal with the utility in Rajasthan, then in Delhi, then in UP, because the person working in UP cannot work in Haryana, because the rules and the formats and all things are different. So yes, standardization is very much required. Uniform. Yeah. So that is required.
Yeah, thank you. I think you flagged another point that is itself a whole separate debate is on the business models, and there is a session tomorrow on that. But the larger point, I think, is we worry too much about this last 50 paisa or 1 rupee, when the problem is not that comparing it on a per kilometer basis. Because even at, let's say, 10 rupees as a round number, just for argument's sake, per kilometer, that's just a little, 1.5 rupees-ish for a four-wheeler. And so that's not the bottleneck. It's getting it predictable, getting access. As Dr. Mubashir said, these are the things that really impact consumer mindset, as opposed to that 50 paisa differential, probably. With that, I'll now request Mr. Kelly to share opening thoughts. Yeah.
Thanks, Rahul. Right, so I represent Magenta. We are a 2017 green energy startup. We are the few ecosystem players who are basically an integrated ecosystem player. We are an EV charger manufacturer. We are a CPO operator, and we are a EV fleet operator. So basically, the entire ecosystem. I make a charger, so I understand the issues with the charger. I read in the online presentation which was there that most of the chargers which are being implemented largely through the government schemes are all old technology chargers, practically redundant today. They are extremely difficult to put on your network. They
That
barely
false L1, that same issue of that chasing the false L1.
chasing the false L1. So communications on those chargers are extremely difficult. So we've broken our head onto that, and it's been a fair bit of task. And I'm a user as well. So when I set up chargers, charging stations, I have a fleet of about 400 electric vehicles which use these charging stations. So as a user, I understand the pain areas. My users are the drivers. These are not people like you and me. So the charging systems, the chargers have to be abuse-proof. They have to be weather-proof. And something which I would like to pinpoint, taking from something which you said, chargers need to be very, very reliable. We, as Magenta, we see charging as two separate segments largely. So our focus areas is into commercial electrification and personal electrification. We believe at Magenta, the intra-city commercial mobility will lead the way because that's captive market. This is still a controlled market. And I think economics drives everything. It's very fancy to say go green, but till the time if it makes money to you, people would not switch. So commercial for two-wheelers, commercial three-wheelers, four-wheelers, there's already a positive TCO for commercial operators to operate these electric vehicles and make an economic sense out of it. I believe next 1 or 2 years, commercial segment will lead the mobility segment, and I'm sure the infrastructure will fall in place for the retail to fall back on it. Within commercial sector, because I'm also a user, reliability plays an extremely important role. We service clients like Amazon, the big baskets, which work on a 99.99% customer satisfaction score. They are looking to deliver products in less than 15 minutes, which means my fleets need to be capable. My charging infrastructure needs to be supportive enough of these fleets to deliver these kind of service levels. So reliability plays an extremely key role. As I said, there are a lot of players in the market with very low standardization on chargers. You could practically go on any charging infrastructure provider, be it mine, be it Tata Power, be Fortum or anybody. I can very comfortably say, please pardon me if my statistics are wrong, but at least a positive figure of 15 to 20% of all chargers on a network would be down on account of non-communicating chargers, on account of downtime of maintenance. So if I as a user land up at a charging station and I see the vehicle can't be charged, I'm practically left with nothing else but to tow the vehicle back. So reliability is extremely key, even more key for players like me who run and operate fleet operations. That's one. I would not like to dwell too much into the challenges we face with BESCOMs. There are challenges, but I see there's an upward trend that we are, the complexities are getting eased out. We currently run approximately 10 captive fleet charging stations across Bangalore, which give us a cumulative output about 400 fleet charging infrastructure at Bangalore. And things are improving. It took us a year to set up this. It could have possibly done in 6 months. But I see there is a definite improvement. There is a positive curve from the BESCOMs to assist the CPOs towards faster implementations on these projects. I would also like to dwell very shortly on something which was taken up during the discussion on standardization. So as CPO operators who are the early...
We are less powerful than Mother Nature. Would you be able to pick up if you bring it very close?
I'll try to do that. Right, thank you. So I was talking about standardization, so as early adopters, as CPO people, as startups who are investing heavily on CapEx to set up these charging infrastructure, charging technology is still very, very suspect. We charge a lot of commercial vehicles which charge on a DC 001 charging technology. The passenger vehicles which are coming in the market are all on CCS Type 2 capabilities. We have now heard that Maruti is getting into electrification and they are possibly coming up with CDEMO. So complexities at our end as a CPO operator to invest into these high cost chargers, which is a huge capex cost to set up one charging infrastructure, is going to be a complexity which I don't even have an answer on. But I think it's an evolving market. I surely see there has to be some government play on standardization. Those will be my 2-3 takeaways on this. Thank you.
Thank you. One key point I think was what's going to drive the early period is niches. They're big. I mean, I like to remind people that a niche in India is bigger than countries in Europe. So the commercial users have already a viable business case. ISGF had done the pioneering work on for a lot of fleets, buses. It's already cost effective. There's not too much debate. So these are very key, but then we cannot just think about those. It's like you said, everyone needs to have that comfort level to get to a point and say it's working and I can charge there.
So Rahul, just adding on to that, so on the retail segment, non-commercial segment, the statistics would talk about 80% of the charging still happens at home or offices, That's the easier play. That's the predictable play. Most of these places would generally have the necessary loads, which is a huge challenge for us to secure loads. And this is where utilizations are almost guaranteed for operators like us. It's not like setting up a charging station on some highway where I don't even know where this one vehicle going to land for a charging. So home and corporate would be an 80% retail charging option, which Magenta already has a fair level of play. A big part of this is slow charging, AC level charging. Complexities are lower. What you're talking about is open charging, highway charging, opportunity charging, which is where Tata Power is a very key player. And I'm sure complexities are much larger there.
Thank you, Mr. Shelley. If I could now request Jaideep Kapani to share his opening remarks.
So I guess the industry needs to be louder, and I think that's the sign that we are getting. But good evening all. First of all, thanks Rahul, and thank you Mr. Reji, a wonderful presentation. Some of it, we have a lot of key takeaways. For BSES and BESCOM, and very soon I'm moving to South Mumbai, so hope to be there working with you. But just to give you our perspective, right? So at Yulu, we are the largest fleet operator on the low-speed electric vehicle side, right? And in the first session, we heard the gentleman who had a major problem setting up a charging unit, and I think that's the problem we solve. I'm saying, hey, don't set up a charging unit. We work on battery swapping. So either ways, but see, today, I think we've got, I echo a lot of sentiments out here, but, and one point I want to bring across out of the three is reliability, right? So today, I am worried. I am only worried because it started raining. And the moment it rains, I know my network will be down. And I'm not talking of my communication network. I'm talking of the electric network that powers my charging units. I am worried, but I know as BESCOM, they are trying their best. But that is something that actually worries us as fleet operators, because a downtime of 2 hours pushes the availability of battery, right? Which is very important. Today, I serve not only a personal mobility segment, which is someone like you and me connecting to a metro station, a BMTC location, which is a bus stop, or an office which is within the 3 to 5 kilometer radius. but I also serve the last mile delivery. And why that is important is a personal user today covers about 15, maximum 20 kilometers in a day, while the last mile delivery guys cover almost 100 to 120. And in terms of impact, that's the impact that will actually make to the environment, right? Even as a fleet operator that we see, today if I need to put 50,000 bikes in the market, and by the way, in the next 8 months, we're putting 1 lakh. So if I need to put 50,000 bikes, instead of getting 50,000 consumers, I know I'm working with some of the bigger companies on last mile. 50,000 is not a challenge for me, right? So I know numbers go on the market, they go on the road, they make the impact in terms of, pollution. But more importantly, that also I need to maintain a network out there, which is why it's important reliability. The second point, like Mr. Reji mentioned, today we are setting up our charging network, and we've done 3 million swaps till date. On a daily basis, we are doing 10,000 swaps across just 2.5 cities. Why I say 2.5 cities is we cover Bangalore, but we are present in Mumbai and Delhi in a very small area, less than 10 square kilometer. But we operate a fleet of 1,000 bikes out there itself. Now, in all of these locations, especially in Bangalore, I need to take a connection of 29 kW. Only because the moment I hit 30, I need to pay for a transformer, right? So that's one of my biggest challenges. Now, what that actually converts to is the fact that with a 29 kW, I can only operate X number of units, no matter the space that I have. And real estate is one of the most expensive components for us, right? So I'm not able to optimize real estate. Simple. Point number 2 that I want to make, right, is also in Bangalore today, I've got 2 units that are charging 2,000 batteries in a day. We call them cloud charging. Again, I need to take 199 kW there. Why? Because the moment I hit above that, the transformer cost becomes 3 times for me, right? So the setup cost itself is more than 3 times. Plus I have a lead time of 9 weeks. 9 weeks to set up just from the time I put in papers to my BESCOM to the time I see unit running. Now 9 weeks is a big lead time in such a business, right? 9 weeks, no supply chain issue. I would have already been rolling out almost 10,000 bikes a week. And that's my supply line that I already have. So I think 2 of the major issues, all of us, it's good to see all of us are sitting together. I'm sure we're sharing these points, but I'm also hoping that we follow up on them, right? I'm more than happy to work to see them conclude and bring it to an execution level. And that is something also very important to us. So, and the third point that I want to bring, and that's I think my last point, and thank you, Rain Gods, I think I'm audible now. But, the third point I want to bring is, see, we're talking about swapping, we're talking about interoperability, we're talking about all of that. But who's looking at creating an ecosystem around that? It's the BESCOM, it's the charge point operators or the fleet operators. But somewhere my ask from GOK or Government of India is the fact that land needs to be more available. Today I operate on a micro-mobility fleet which charges 2 rupees a minute. I cannot pay 30,000 rupees a rent, plus pay BESCOM, plus pay for transformer costs, and plus look at downtimes and look at generator costs, right? So the whole business model needs to be viable. And I think that is something that we need to look at, that 2 major inputs, land, power, get them together, get them accessible, get them reliable. And I think this industry will thrive, right? We are seeing everything that is pushing the industry upwards. I'm sure like any other industry in the nation state, and I've not been in the industry like some of you all. I've just been pretty new here, right? So, but I can still say that I think the signs are there. We are probably also one of the fastest growing EV fleet. I would leave aside some of the bigger developed nations. They've been doing it for certain years, but I think we need to sit together. We need to get this executed. I think that's very important. So I think I would end it there. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And I think this is a key takeaway, if we could take for BESCOM and for ISGF and other stakeholders, is let's really sit together to understand the heterogeneity that needs different solutions. Because it's not just the levels that Dr. Mubashir mentioned. Thresholds issue like sizing and so forth is just one of N that we have to work through. There's so many questions, but I know we're already in time. How much time do we have for 5 minutes? 5, okay, great. So I know you have to leave for a flight soon. Mr. Rajesh has a flight to catch. So just one question. You brought up this point about these, for example, RWAs. So it seems that apartments are, of course, a big growth in urban areas. Even though MDUs are still, multi-dwelling units are common, where houses get converted to 3 stories, 4 stories. But for apartments, can BESCOMs think of some new way of preemptive planning? Because that is a concentrated point. See, it's not just this 100 kilowatt story or 200, it's also the feeder. And as soon as you say the word feeder, all bets are off. It's not 9 weeks. If you think you can get a feeder built into Old Delhi in 9 weeks, you're a magician. So I think this question really begs, one, how do we differentiate? And second, related to that is preemptive planning. Today in an apartment, one fellow says, and I think Dr. Mubashir's point was spot on, you don't want to extend the residential connection for the EV. Should be a separate connection. But now, one person takes it or 2 people take it, they pay for it. That's what the RWA, my RWA says, is your problem. But at some point, we will reach tipping point, critical mass, where you actually want a common trunk infrastructure, where the spur to your vehicle could be paid by the end user. How far away do you see that future, or what can be done for that sort of thinking? But as soon as you enable it, it's a chicken and egg thing. Then people will jump towards EVs, and then you will have a BESCOM level issue to think about.
Rahul. So I'm very happy to share that.
Can you bring it closer? Sorry, it's
Yeah, so at least in east part of Delhi, we deliberated this issue with high-rise societies and RWA for around an year, along with the different CPOs and OEMs, so that what could be the possible business model for these societies, because essentially they do not want to have that kind of public EV charging system within their society due to inherent region of safety and other things. And the present position is that they only have 1 or 2 users out of 100 users. So probably he only wants that connection for
today.
Today. Yeah, so I'm coming to that. So Rahul, probably you will be seeing the first solution within a month on ground, as we are entering into an agreement with one of the societies where we will be leasing the land from the RWA within the societies near to our service station. And we will be partnering with some third party CPOs who will be putting the charging infrastructure there. And we will be charging directly from the user. It will be the flat owner. So it's a model of community charging. So individual charging for every flat owner in the society where 250, 300 flats is not possible. You can write it. So there is no question of providing each and every EV charging connection to every flat owner. So it has to be community charging solution, whether it is closed boundary society, it could be a DDA society or some colony or something like that. So we are also exploring the solution where we can install some community charging at our service station, at the fencing of the service station. You can also call that curb charging, where the restricted users will be there, essentially the residents of that particular section of land. So we are very close to work out the solution. Only thing is that how CPOs and OEMs can collaborate with us and help us, because definitely there will be no clear-cut business case into that. You will be putting capex for the connection, for the charging infrastructure, knowing that there is only one user in the society. And he may or may not charge there, because he probably he may get the charging infrastructure in his office or somewhere else. So that kind of risk we will have to take, but it has to be taken. We have already left behind that chicken and egg story, and it is well settled that charging infra has to come first. So we have to provide this thing into the society. It could be in the phased manner. Initially, you can have 2 chargers only or 1 charger. Then as the number of vehicles increases in that society, you can keep on adding that and improve the kilowattage and AC to DC conversion as well. So first we have to begin with. So step in, I request to all the CPOs to step in into this field as well. I can very well collaborate with 5 societies with every CPO operating in Delhi part, and probably they can help me in sorting out this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. We have actually, Dr. Mubashir had his hand up. He was patiently waiting.
Yeah, so can I just come in briefly?
We'll come to you, Mr. Ramkrishna, just a minute. Oh, you also have a flight to catch. In that case, Dr. Mubashir, can I request
I
you
will
to
do
hold
one
on
thing.
just 1 minute more?
Not a very long thing, very brief. I'm very comforted to hear BESCOM's intervention. I just want to point out one thing, that I'm so surprised, and not so surprised in another way, that none of the panelists seems to be aware of the Indian standards. So let me just present that and end of it. In the MOP guidelines, the latest one, 2022, we have 2 annexures. Annexure 1 is what people are still holding on to. There is a Bharat charger and things, which are not standards. Annexure 3, the next page, if you look at, the entire set of standards have been published for everything in 2-wheelers, AC, DC, connector, protocols, everything. Everything for DC charging, CHAdeMO CCs, all of that. So I am just inviting that people should look at it. So that's the only thing I want to say. Thank you.
Point well taken, Dr. Mubashir. I think that awareness will gradually grow. Just one follow-up question to you from your opening remarks. You said that consumers must ask for certified OEM hardware, and that requires a level of awareness and willingness to bypass this L1 or false L1 mentality. That begs the question, should the government not be taking a harder fist on clamping down on the issue? So I'll hold that question for just a second. We'll have a group photograph because some of our participants, panelists have to catch a flight.
So I think I can quickly come to the answer. Shall I do that?
So you were able to join the frame without Photoshop. Any last word? Sorry, Dr. Mubashir, one second. We're just revamping our logistics because there are travel. So I left a pointed question to you.
Yeah, that's my key point. You see, it's like this. I think just having magenta there is good enough for me to kind of communicate.
Yes.
If at least
Sorry,
one.
the audio was not working. Could we reconnect?
Can you hear now? Are you able to hear? Okay. So yeah, I'm assuming you can hear. So the key issue is this. If you want certified devices, what it means is you're certifying against a standard, right? So that is possible only if you go with Indian standards. The CHAdeMO, CCS are all Indianized. The connectors, the communication protocol, everything is there. Of course, we go by the international standard. We don't call it CHAdeMO, we don't call it CCS. We call it System A, System C, and all of that. And the DC charging devices at the two-wheeler, at the medium level, everything is standardized. We have these standards. So if you go for certified devices, like for example, I don't know why people are still using DC Bharat chargers. Those vehicles are kind of vanished, no? Nobody's making it anymore. So these devices, if the ARA is willing to certify, we are willing to help out in the process. So if people would be aware, people can insist on buying certified devices, then it would be an entirely different thing. There are a whole lot of things will get opened up. The manufacturing of that will come up. And there is just one more thing I wanted to say, that we are also looking to do a project involving major CPOs and like users like this, of downsizing the DC charging devices to Indian sizes. It's about 20 kilowatt, 25 kilowatt power. And we have the standard for it. If you do that, deployment becomes quite easy. All these issues about, getting your own transformer, all of that vanishes. It becomes, you're using your own car park. I mean, I'm not talking about individuals. So all what I said happens when you have a downsized effort. So it has to be proven. We have a method. We would like to kind of prove it. We're starting a project. And an option for infrastructure socket. That means whether it is CHAdeMO, CCS, all of that. At that power level, the same socket can provide that. So that is the invitation, Indian charging standards, and deploying them in some places, at least in Bangalore or someplace we could do an experiment, show people that it really works, and a certification program. Thank you.
I think ubiquity of standards does take a bit of time, but they achieve a feedback loop shortly. We are nearing the end of our session, but any sort of wish list or so we know that there are challenges, but challenges are part and parcel of an evolving and growing sort of space. From a policy perspective, what would you list out? I mean, we already have the recommendations of not just standards, but also sitting together to get the heterogeneity and the mixes right, to set up improvements to the policies, including the regulators. So I think that's another key stakeholder that we would need. Of course, Chairman was here earlier. Any sort of thoughts, either closing or wish list, either?
My wish list don't end, but I think there are a lot of challenges, which is why we get paid to sit here. So that justifies it. But I think one thing that I really want to put on the top of everything being a battery operated vehicle and on the battery swapping network side is the fact that availability of affordable power. When I say affordable, I'm not talking of the tariff, because we understand that is not going to be, permanent, right? What I'm saying is, when I want the power connection, the cost in terms of time and in terms of money, that is something that I think tops our list, right? So today, we are willing to, understand how the ecosystem works, and we're willing to pay the price there. But what we only request is a good enough affordable power available at locations, right? So I think that's what tops our list.
How much backup power do you end up needing percentage-wise?
When you say backup power at each location?
Yeah, diesel or certain locations or anything.
No, we don't take backup power, and that's the challenge.
That's the challenge.
Yeah, because, I mean, I'm operating on 199 kV, right? So I have a property of 3,000 square feet. I barely use 30%, but that's the kind of property I need to get that kind of power. Putting a diesel generator just makes it worse. And it's not affordable, right? So, which is why this tops our list.
Rohit?
I would actually have very similar wish list, similar challenges. I think as a CPU operator and one of the bigger ones in the play, with possibly all contacts with the BESCOMs, it still takes a lot out of us to set up that one charging station. And as I said, we are largely into commercial fleet charging. The sizes of our charging infrastructure are fairly large. A typical charging infrastructure would be catering about 40-50 vehicles charging at one time. And as of now, we are talking about smaller vehicles. These are LCVs, which consume about 3.3 kilowatt. We are still talking about 150, 200 kilowatt hour kind of load which we require at these places. So similar to we would, for startups like us, time is the main essence. If it takes 3 months to 6 months to set up something like this, and I have to just put something in inference, we have about 10 charging stations today. I think only one gets powered by an EV charging connection. All 9 run on commercial connection, which is a self-kill for us, because if I procure my input cost of electricity 10, 11 with all the slab charges, that's the cost I can't even charge. And fleet operations are very thin margin operations. I don't charge 20, 22, 25 rupees per unit like what a Tata Power would do, would still make it viable. We charge units at 11 rupees, 12 rupees, 13 rupees, so very wafer thin margins. So to get an EV connection for a company like me, which is a professional CPU in itself, I think gives a fair picture of where we are today, and I'll leave it there. I think there's a long road ahead, but I think we are taking the right baby steps towards it. Thank you for having us here into our perspective.
I just have to follow up. So just to understand, you have a connection. So the physical infrastructure is already there. It's a question of converting it, or
when we typically scout for a location, and as like for fleet operations, we don't have the flexibility of opening a charging system anywhere. It has to be in the vicinity of 2 or 3 kilometers to the operating hubs of these principals where we operate these vehicles. So an Amazon hub, they have 20 such hubs across Bangalore. Big Basket would have another 20. PNG would have distribution centers across. We work with these clients. So my fleet operations have to be in the vicinity. I scout for places. I don't find any place which has more than 5 kilowatt existing there. So from 5 to 200, it's a big journey for us. My lead time for the day my CPO project team says we have identified a location and signed off on the papers is 90 days before I see that, okay, that thing will be up and running. That's the kind of lead time the business takes. And I think that's the opportunity. That's very rightly said. That's where we both are here. If it would have been so easy, it would have been plug and play otherwise. So.
No, I think the DISCOMs are really doing a lot, and we're taking steps towards streamlining it. But the flip side, and I'll close with this thought, today you have just a handful or, relatively small numbers. These numbers will only accelerate like mad. Let battery costs come down post 1 or 2 years for post-COVID and all of these things. At that point, the demand will be far higher. So I think the work will be cut out for the utilities as well.
Just wanted to add to that, right? So we're all in small numbers right now. But one of the challenges that we see or foresee is the day my fleet comes, and it's not going to be 1 or 100 vehicles at a time. It's 2,000 vehicles a week, right? So at that point of time, if I start setting up my charging infra, it is still 3 months away, correct? So unlike maybe, on the personal mobility side where I know that I'm going to probably be rolling out 100 vehicles at a time or 200 vehicles at a time, here the numbers are huge, which is why it's also important that these lead times also come down. So I think I just want to close on that.
So I think the bottom line is scale, speed and scale, and then sustainability of trying to make the electrons green. Speed, sustainability and scale are the buzzwords going forward. And Karnataka has, been a pioneer. It has manufacturing hubs as well. And so we look forward to seeing much more action and achievements in the coming years. Thank you, BESCOM. Thank you, ISGF. And everyone who's joined us online and live. Reji, over to you.
Which he said, it's only very recently, it came to my knowledge early this year only that some states don't give connection more than 30 kilowatt in LT.
I was always in Delhi and Bombay and places where we give more than 100 kilowatt, no problem. In my house, if you need 100 kilowatt, I get it, no problem. I don't need to go for a HT connection. So I didn't know it. I came to know very recently. So immediately, first thing I knew that every state I made some phone calls, some places 115, some places 50, some places 60. And I was shocked. 90% of the country below 100. So, I knew the only place, MOP cannot do anything, one state government cannot do anything, PMO cannot do anything. Only place to go is Forum of Regulators. I requested for a presentation to Forum of Regulators, which has not happened. Unfortunately, the previous chairman retired in June. Well, next week there is a FOR meeting, but I'm not getting a slot there. So, but very soon, within next 2 to 3 months, we will present it, we will argue. And there are a couple of more points also. From the very beginning, our position and what we have been arguing every places in the policy makers is that benefit of electromobility is not just for the users of the electric vehicle. It is for the entire society, because no pollution, no sound pollution, and which is a great advantage for a man on the two-wheeler or a three-wheeler or a pedestrian or on a cycle. No fumes comes. Otherwise, I am on a two-wheeler, I am standing at a red light. Imagine the amount of the pollution comes to me at that point, which is not there, no sound. So everybody is benefited. And as I mentioned in my presentation, I didn't have time to go through it. Why? As a standalone business, charging station don't make money anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. Every country, there are some way or the other, they have been incentivized to do that. Either free land has been given or something or the other, subsidies, grants, different things happened in everywhere. So here we made different recommendations, and we want to make sure that more and more private people come and do it. One very interesting example is that of Canada. Some 80 years ago, when EV started catching up, the eastern side of Canada, the Toronto area, that region, the state said that this is a private business, the market will decide. So they didn't. When I go set up a charging station, there are not many EV. EV is not there, and there is no business volume, so private will not come. Since charging stations are not there, people don't buy car. So it's a chicken egg situation. But on the western side, when you go to Vancouver, there the policymakers said that no, we should mandate the utility to create charging station everywhere, and that will go into their capex, which is into ARR, and it makes only very few paise or few cents per kilowatt hour of electricity. It's nothing. And they did it. So more charging stations in Vancouver in 2018 compared to the electric vehicle. So look at both sides. Today, both the places it's going up. So same way, we always said that, world leaders. Yeah. So no, we have been telling regulators that every year, the BESCOM's ARR there should be at least minimum 100, 200, 500 charging stations. That should be part of it. And when BESCOM does it, unless you go and ask for a connection from sir will say, okay, मेरे को transformer बदल के मेरा 150 kilowatt KVA का ट्रांसफार्मर ठीक चल रहा है, 2 साल के लिए मेरे को चेंज करने की जरूरत नहीं, आपको 50 kilowatt कनेक्शन देने के लिए you have to go for a new one. Why should I do that? You pay for it. I mean, that is, his business metrics are like that. But when he want to do that, he will say, okay, this 150, I will shift it to another place where the load is only 30 or 40. Here I'll buy a 500 kVA new transformer. That kind of a capex, when he gets it from ARR, that is one which will work. So this is something which we can advocate. We will continue to do that. We'll at least this connection, everybody should be given 100 kilowatt or 175 or some number will come. It's not going to be 30 anyway. One of the lowest for that matter, sir, 30 is in Karnataka. And moving to another thing, the point which you said, it takes 9 weeks. He says 90 days. 99% of the regulators of my age group. When I say my age group, we grew up in India where a telephone connection took 8 to 10 years. A Bajaj scooter took 20 years to come. Maruti car took 15 years to come. So for us, if you say 90 days, it's nothing. So that point I cannot go and argue.
And when you talk to the tech companies, 90 days is an eternity.
Exactly. So just see, the world has changed. The world has changed. 9 weeks is too much. It's a generation. So, when you go to tell anybody sitting in a secretary level or a chief minister level or somebody, I mean, so I say, चले जाते हैं, कैमरा पड़ते हैं। एक vacation करके वापस आ जाओ, हो जाएगा। So we'll have to look at both sides. Thank you very much.
I want to thank everyone and especially our panelists and Dr. Mubashir online for very stimulating, electrifying maybe, but also kept us engaged at the end of a very long day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.